So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Godlike Naruto half-demon Harem Sasuke Bunshing. Part 3. If you guys enjoy this, what if? Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 23. Hazahana Castle. What do you mean, you failed? The large man that sat upon a large, ornate and luxurious-looking throne exclaimed as he looked down at the two snow shinobi he had dispatched to acquire the lost princess. And where is Mizur? Mizur is currently in the hospital being treated for a concussion, a fractured skull, 3 cracked ribs and a cracked sternum from his fight with the Konoha shinobi. Minato reported from his kneeling position, though clearly shocked at how much damage his large teammate had suffered from the blonde genin. And who is this Konoha team that has given my elite so much trouble? Dodo asked, though in a tone that made it evident he was not amused. A team of 3 genins, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura and Naruto, led by Kakashi Haddock, the copycat ninja. The lilac-haired snow shinobi responded, not knowing the other 2 genins' names, as only the arrogant Uchiha proudly stated his clan's name. I see Uchiha and the infamous copycat of Konoha. Dodo commented. No wonder Mizur is in the condition he is in now. Actually sir, it was the blonde one, Naruto, that put Mizur in such a condition. Fubuki added from her kneeling position. The mere genin put one of my elite in the hospital. He utilized a brutal taijutsu we have never seen before. Nader explained as he produced the dented chakra armor that Mizur had been wearing, much to the shock of the large middle-aged man that sat upon the throne, who took in the damage done to the piece of armor. As he looked at the battered armor, Dodo was deep in thought. This armor was designed to absorb unnatural punishment, both physical and alike, and yet a mere genin with an unknown taijutsu style had obliterated it. He would need to have his development team focus on designing a stronger armor that can better withstand such an onslaught, though mostly for himself. The others can get their upgraded models later if they survive their encounters. After all, they were expendable tools. What are your orders, Dodo-sama? Fubuki inquired. For now, you will do nothing. The man stated as he rose from his seat, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Right now, they will have no choice but to take the south pass through the mountains. It is there, we will set an ambush in 3 days. That is when you will strike, kill everyone and bring the princess to me. Understood, Dodo-sama. Both snow shinobi replied in unison before departing the throne room, leaving the larger man to his thoughts. Soon, my dear niece. Dodo mentally snickered. You will give me the final key to the weapon that your father built, and with it, I will keep the entire country locked in an iron grip. Meanwhile, as the pink-haired snow shinobi walked alongside her teammate in silence. While her face wore her trademark cocky grin, on the inside she was worried. Worried for her best friend and those with her, as she had no way to get word out of the planned ambush without arousing suspicion. She could only hope and pray the Konoha shinobi as a whole would be able to keep everyone safe. Please be safe, Koyuki-hime. She silently prayed. But Team 7, my team and I have discussed the issue and we have agreed to continue on with the mission. Kakashi informed those in front of him with his trademark eye smile, whilst the lone Uchiha smirked arrogantly from behind the mask. Asama, Koyuki, Naruto, and Sakura all silently and subtly exchanged looks between one another. Knowing for a fact there was no discussion between the entire team. Simply because throughout the night and into the morning hours, Naruto had sat up with the princess. Poring over the script and discussing what changes could be made to enhance the story further. Sakura alongside them, also adding her own tidbits as needed or conversing with Koyuki when the blonde was editing the script. Though Naruto had winked to Koyuki causing her to blush slightly, as if to tell her I told you so. I see. Asama finally spoke up. That is good to hear. We should make landfall by this afternoon. After that, we will take a caravan along the southern pass in between the mountains to get to our destination, a small quaint village. Upon hearing the travel plans, Naruto stepped forward and looked down at the map that was spread open on the table, clearly marking the path they would be taking. Though something didn't sit well with the blonde, and he knew exactly what it was. Here. He stated, catching everyone's attention as he pointed to the pass in question that passed right between the 2 large mountain ranges. This area is where we will most likely be attacked. And how do you know that, Dobe? Uchiha questioned. I agree with Naruto, how did you come to that conclusion? Kakashi inquired, looking towards the blonde genin. Simple, right here is the prime place for an ambush. Naruto explained. Being on the low terrain, we will be at a disadvantage in terms of visibility, while they would have a clear advantage due to their positions on the higher ground, giving them a clear view over the field. The silver-haired frowned at the explanation. Though he couldn't fault the logic. If the snow shinobi were to attack them again, it would be the perfect place to launch an ambush. Not to mention with the layout, it would be fairly easy to box the caravan in and to pick them off at their leisure. Of course, that led to another question the masked had. Why were the snow shinobi after Koyuki? There had to be a bigger reason than just her being the missing princess. Mentally shaking away his questions for the time being, he looked to his genin team. Sasuke, you will be watching over the princess today, trying to make a good impression. Kakashi stated with another eye smile towards the raven-haired teen before turning his attention to the other two. Sakura, you will be guarding Asama-san and the film crew. Naruto, I want you to keep a lookout for any threats. It really seems that Taida-sensei is trying to keep Naruto-kun and Koyuki Haim apart. Inner Sakura commented, earning a mental nod. Pretty sure it's because the Uchiha theme has shown interest in her now that he knows she is a princess. No doubt. Inner replied with a growl. Though with his social skills in talking with women, this is a disaster just waiting to happen. I will be retiring to my room for the rest of the afternoon. Koyuki stated before looking at the producer. And I will not be doing any shoots today. Of course Koyuki Haim. Asama replied with a slight bow of respect. Pushing up from the table, the wayward princess made her way out of the room while the others separated to do what they were instructed to do. Only to frown as the Uchiha quickly fell into step behind her at an uncomfortable close distance for her liking. Reaching her assigned cabin on board the ship, she paused at the door before turning to face the Uchiha, seeing that he fully intended to follow her into her bedroom. I have no need for you inside my quarters, Uchiha-san. She briskly stated, causing the Uchiha to scoff. You say that now, but here soon you will be begging me to come to bed with you. Sasuke smirked, ignoring the scowl that grew on the princess's face. After all, only I would be able to give you a strong heir for your throne. Before you thought I was a stuck-up, spoiled little bitch. Koyuki narrowed her eyes towards the Uchiha. But now that you know my true identity, you think I am just going to invite you into my bed. You would be a fool not to. The raven-haired teen cockily replied. I am the last of the mighty Uchiha clan, you should feel honored to bear my children. If I were to invite anyone into my bed for the sake of siring an heir for my throne, I would take Naruto-kun before anyone else. The young princess stated, though unsure why she singled out the blonde genin over everyone else. And what does that have that I don't? The Uchiha demanded, infuriated that yet another woman would choose the blonde loser over him. Let's see, he's strong, intelligent, and above all, compassionate. Koyuki listed off the top 3 qualities the blonde possessed. Now, I have no need for you. Not giving the brooding Uchiha a chance to respond, she disappeared into her room and roughly shut the door behind her, letting out a huff of frustration and mentally cursing the masked man for assigning the egotistical emo as her personal guard. Why couldn't Naruto have been instructed to guard her? She found his presence much more enjoyable, not to mention they could talk about a number of things, as the blonde made himself very approachable, no matter the topic. Meanwhile Sasuke glared at the door, once again having his pride bruised from the princess's rejection to his advances. Scoffing he turned and left the doorway, putting his hands in his pockets as he stalked away. Grumbling about how the blonde dope was ruining everything for him as he slowly made his way to the deck of the ship where he could see Kakashi and Naruto near the massive mast of the ship talking about something, only coming into the tail end of the conversation. That taijutsu style you used yesterday, who taught you? The masked inquired, looking at the blonde genin. It's not a style I have ever seen before. Naruto looked at the silver-haired for a few seconds, not sensing any negativity from the man, surprisingly. It seemed Kakashi was genuinely curious. Actually, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto began. I created it myself. Can anyone learn it? Yes and no. The blonde answered honestly. This style requires years of body conditioning. While it is feasible for someone to learn it, they wouldn't be proficient in it until years later. As if you could create your own style, you probably copied it from someone else. Sasuke spoke up, catching the two's attention. Naruto only shook his head, while Kakashi cited his favored student. You're supposed to be guarding Koyuki-san. The mask chastised the raven-haired teen, though earning a cocked eyebrow from the blonde next to him. HN. Sasuke grunted with a shrug. She refuses to allow me to enter her room. Meaning he probably tried to flaunt his Uchiha arrogance on her. Naruto thought to himself, earning a chuckle from the kitsune girl. Kakashi only sighed and shook his head, not saying another word about it. She probably rejected him right away. I told him not to rush anything with her and to make a good impression. And what's so special about your taijutsu style anyways? Uchiha asked, clearly not impressed by it. If a dope like you can do it, it can't be that effective. At least not in your hands. But a true elite like me could no doubt make it better. What's so special about it? Naruto grinned. Is that even if you copy it with your precious little pink eye, it would be useless to you. You dare insult the power of the Sharingan? Sasuke demanded. Pick it. Naruto suddenly said, catching the Uchiha off guard while gesturing towards the mast. What? Pick it as hard as you can. The blonde instructed, much to the confusion of the raven-haired teen and even Kakashi, who was wondering what Naruto was planning. What use would it be to kick the post? Kakashi asked. Fine, if the vaunted Uchiha is too scared to do it, I'll do it first. Naruto shrugged before taking a stance, bringing his leg back and swinging it forth. Driving his shin into the large wooden mast, causing the deck in the immediate surrounding area to shake and groan under the power of the strike. What surprised the two Sharingan users further was that Naruto made no reaction upon the impact. Almost as if he didn't feel it. Not wanting to be outdone, Sasuke copied the strike. However, when his leg made contact with a massive chunk of wood, he let out a cry of pain and fell to the deck, holding his shin. All while looking up at his blonde teammate. That is why it is useless to you. Naruto explained. As I told Kakashi-sensei, this style requires years of body conditioning before you can even begin to be proficient in it. And how many years did it take you? The silver-haired asked. I started creating it when I was 6 years old. He replied with a shrug. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock at the implications of what the blonde was saying. If it was true, Naruto could very well be a protege. It also made the masked wonder what else the blonde genin knew that he had yet to display. He really needed to get an updated dossier on Naruto as soon as he got back to the village. If you had this technique the entire time, why didn't you ever use it in the academy, dope? Uchiha asked as he struggled to stand, trying not to put any weight on his bruised leg. Look underneath, isn't that right, Kakashi-sensei? However, before the trio could converse any longer, a black puff of smoke erupted just in front of Naruto, putting both Sharingan users on edge as they took defensive positions, albeit Sasuke still favoring one leg. Though Naruto simply knelt down in front of the now clearing smoke, which revealed a slender, light blue snake with golden eyes. Hey Nagini-chan, how are you doing? Naruto greeted the new arrival as he extended his arm to allow the snake to crawl up and into his jacket. Knowing full well that his current location wasn't exactly ideal for his slender friends. I've been doing good, Naruto-sama. The snake hissed from inside the blonde's jacket. Though we do wish you would summon us more often. Sorry Nagini-chan, I will try and use my summons more often in the future. The blonde smiled at his summon. So what brings you here? Mistress Anko wished to inform you that you have a new guest staying with you. The blue snake answered. I see, thank you for letting me know about Nagini-chan. You should head back to your realm and warm up. Thank you, Naruto-sama. The snake hissed once more before disappearing into another cloud of smoke. Naruto, you have a summoning contract? Kakashi asked, surprise evident in his voice. That was my snake summon. The blonde replied. Anko-chan allowed me to sign it just after I graduated as a reward. That wasn't the only reward you got that night either. Ari added with a mischievous grin as she replayed the memory of the night he graduated. Causing the poor blonde to blush slightly. Though Naruto quickly shook it off as he began to ponder just who was now staying at his compound with his girls. He knew Yakumo was there and wondered briefly if Kurenai had moved in temporarily to reconnect with her student, though he quickly dismissed that theory. Anko wouldn't have sent a snake summon for just that. Mentally shrugging, he decided he would find out when he finally arrived at home. How do you have a summoning contract, dope? Sasuke demanded. Very easily. My Hebeheim allowed me to sign hers, and I passed their test. The blonde grinned. Anyways, I believe I should be keeping a lookout for any potential threats. So, if you'll excuse me. Having nothing left to say, Naruto left the two Sharingan users to their thoughts. Kakashi was once again surprised at what the young blonde had displayed and the fact that at such a young age, he was able to gain a summoning contract. Meanwhile, Sasuke was seething with jealousy that the blonde loser had abilities that should be his, not wasted on some talentless loser. Just how much are you hiding, Naruto? Kakashi thought to himself before turning to Sasuke. You should probably put ice on your leg to prevent it from bruising further. Konoha, a few hours earlier, Izumi was bored. With her target out of the village for an extended period of time, and as most of the girls her target was with were active shinobi, she couldn't really follow them around. Leaving the root member with very little to do until Naruto returned to the village. Though there was one, the civilian girl who helped run the ramen stand her target would frequent. While she had no intention to harm the young ramen waitress, she did figure she could at least get some additional information on Naruto. She knew she should have reported her mission a failure after Naruto had made her out in the theater, but she had taken the blonde's advice and continued on and acted as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Unconsciously, she gazed at her left hand. The same hand that Naruto had grabbed hold of to prevent her from fleeing when the usher had asked for their tickets, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks as she recalled the memory. I am just looking to get more information on Naruto-san. Izumi mentally told herself as she made her way towards the ramen stand. Unaware of the two groups that were tailing her from a distance. For the past few days, the fallen Uchiha woman would occasionally find herself watching over the girls Naruto was involved with from a distance. Namely Yugao and Anko. Watching as they would laugh and joke around with one another, and of course their main topic of discussion would be about Naruto, causing a pang of loneliness to wash over her. Though what she found most amusing is how the two would humiliate another individual, hey Jekko. A man who seemed to have an obsession with Yugao, from what Izumi could determine. Within a few minutes, she found herself in front of Ichiraku's raiment stand. Taking a deep breath, she entered the stand and took a stool at the counter. She didn't have long to wait as Am bounded out from the kitchen to greet her. "Welcome to Ichiraku's, what would you like to miss?" Izumi frowned slightly, a little embarrassed as her social interaction had been severely limited since she had joined Root. Only going to places operated by those with Root connections, and their meals were always the same. So this was the first time that she actually had to order something herself in years. "Forgive me for asking, but what does Naruto-san normally order?" the Uchiha woman asked, though not missing the suspicious look from the ramen waitress. "Well, I honestly don't think you could stomach what Naruto-kun orders," Am answered. "So far, he is the only one currently able to handle it." "I see." Izumi frowned. "So you know Naruto-kun?" "We met briefly and he highly recommended this place." The Uchiha woman replied with half a lie. In truth, Naruto had never recommended the ramen stand, she had just observed him coming here frequently to eat. "I see." The brown-haired waitress smiled. "Well, if you're interested in trying some of Naruto-kun's favorites, how about what he used to have all the time?" "That sounds pleasant, thank you." But the order received, Am disappeared back into the kitchen to relay the order to her father, who was currently tending to the cooking and dishes. While Izumi sat awkwardly on the stool, awaiting her order. She could recount a few times she had observed Yugao and Anko sitting in these exact spots, laughing and conversing with one another, but she had no one. Causing another pang of loneliness. After a few more minutes, Am had returned and placed a moderate-sized bowl in front of her, full of miso ramen with a mixture of pork, beef, and chicken. At the scent of it, Izumi could do nothing to prevent her stomach from growling in anticipation of the dish. Giving her thanks, Izumi slowly began to dig into the bowl, allowing the flavor to explode in her mouth. Naruto-kun used to love that dish before he found his new favorite. The ramen waitress giggled, making small talk with the woman. "I see." Izumi replied. "So what can you tell me about Naruto-san, what kind of person is he?" "Oh, are you interested in Naruto-kun?" the waitress teased, earning a slight blush from the Uchiha girl. "Or, is it for your task given to you by that old fossil?" This caused the Uchiha woman to freeze, mid-bite of her food. Slowly casting her eyes towards the brown-haired ramen waitress, who was sporting a knowing grin on her face, while she struggled to contain the giggle that threatened to escape from her lips. "You look surprised." Am commented with a giggle that escaped her lips. "You really shouldn't be, Naruto-kun tells us everything. So of course we know you've been tailing him, and we also know all about that old war hawk's obsession with turning Naruto-kun into his personal weapon." For her part, Izumi was unsure of what to do. She hadn't expected the girls Naruto was involved with to be aware of her assignment to tail the blonde, as they never showed any signs of knowing who she was or what she was doing. Though, she supposed it did make sense, with how close he appeared with all of them. She had observed that much during her encounter with him at the movie theater. "Relax, if Naruto-kun deemed you a threat to him or us, you wouldn't be here right now," the ramen waitress said, breaking the woman out of her thoughts. "As for your mission, afraid there is not much I can tell you that you don't already know. Unless you want some more private information, for that, you would have to ask Anko-chan." The implications caused a poor Uchiha girl to blush, completely missing the second figure that entered the ramen stand, until an arm draped over her shoulders, snapping Izumi out of her thoughts, only to see a grinning snake mistress in the form of one Anko Mitarashi. "Was wondering when you were going to finally stop in," Anko stated as she took a stool next to the Root member. "The usual, Am-chan. Coming right up." the ramen waitress exclaimed before disappearing back into the kitchen. Before Izumi could reply to the snake mistress, another body took the seat on the other side of her. Looking to her right, she could see the purple-haired Anbu woman, Yugao. Feeling trapped, the young Uchiha woman quickly finished her ramen and went to leave the payment for it so she could leave, but was stopped by a hand on her wrist. Looking at the offending hand, she saw the person who it belonged to simply smiled at her. "You should stay and chat," Yugao offered, removing her hand from the girl's wrist, earning a nod of agreement from the snake mistress. Very well," Izumi conceded, seeing no way out of this. And so, over the next hour the four women conversed with one another. At first, Izumi had kept quiet and only spoke when one of the girls would bring her into the conversation, but as time passed she found herself opening up more and more. Gone was the earlier tension Izumi felt earlier, instead replaced by a sense of companionship. By the time she was ready to leave, she had done something she hadn't honestly done in nearly a decade. She laughed. A true heartfelt laugh. Parting ways with the two women, Izumi made her way towards one of the many root safe houses on the outskirts of the village. While she couldn't say she got any useful information to report on, she did get a handful of embarrassing tales about her target, making her giggle slightly as she recalled the stories both Anko and Yugao had shared with her. As she neared the safe house, she shook the thoughts from her mind and took on a stoic expression before stopping in her tracks, just as 12 blank masked Anbu surrounded her on all sides. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded. "Izumi Uchiha, you have been found guilty of treason against Danzo-sama." The leader of the group spoke up with an emotionless voice. "Under what grounds?" Izumi demanded, settling into a defensive stance. "Dining at a non-root affiliated establishment, conversing with non-root affiliated personnel, and failing in your mission assigned to you. I have already reported that Naruto-san is out of the village on a mission, effectively halting my own mission until he returns." The Uchiha woman argued, though not relaxing from her stance. "As for the rest, I was gathering further information. Regardless, you have shown disloyalty to Danzo-sama and his cause." The leader spoke once more, drawing his tanto. "And for that, you must be removed." "Bring it." Izumi challenged, pulling out a pair of kunai. Not waiting for them to attack, the Uchiha woman charged the leader of the group and made a diagonal slash along his chest before spinning to block an attack coming from behind her while delivering a strong kick to her first target to knock him away. Parrying the attack away, Izumi jammed her kunai into her attacker's throat before using a kawarimi to replace herself with another one of the root anbu that surrounded her, allowing him to take the attack meant for her as she jumped back to avoid another strike that barely just missed her, leaving a small scratch on her arm, causing her to wince slightly in pain. However, she didn't have time to dwell on her pain as she quickly rolled out of the path of a volley of kunai aimed straight towards her, though one had managed to strike her in her right calf, severely limiting her movement. Favoring her injured leg, Izumi stood defiantly against the 10 remaining root anbu. Going through a series of hand seals before launching a fireball towards the group, though catching none as they quickly evaded the attack and descended upon her. Delivering a brutal kick to her chest, sending her back into a tree, causing her to cough up a small amount of blood and spit before her body crumbled to the ground. The root anbu did not let up as the 10 remaining members sent another wave of kunai towards their target, this time hitting their mark, striking deep into her body, though fortunately she had managed to cover her vital areas. Wincing in pain that racked her body, she could only look up to see the leader of the group slowly approaching her as her eyesight began to dim. "This ends now." The leader spoke as he approached the now vulnerable Uchiha woman, bringing his tanto into a striking position. "I just wish I could have spoken to Naruto-kun one last time," she thought as she closed her eyes and accepted her fate. However, the strike never came. Weakly cracking her eyes open, she saw none other than Anko and Yugao taking out the remaining root anbu, with the snake mistress using her snakes and kunai to dispatch her opponents, while the queen of blades cut hers down with quick and precise slashes. Within minutes, the 2 kunoichi had dispatched the root anbu. The last thing the young Uchiha woman saw before darkness claimed her was the 2 women approaching her. "Anko-chan, take her to the compound. Haku-chan should be able to address her wounds." Yugao instructed the snake mistress, who quickly moved over to pick up the bleeding Uchiha girl. "I'll clean up here." Nodding, the snake mistress disappeared in a swirl of leaves as she shunshined to the Uzumaki compound to get the girl in her arms treated for her wounds. 1 hour later, cracking her eyes open, the first thing Izumi noticed was that she was laying on a soft bed instead of the ground she had blacked out on. Gingerly lifting her arm, she found her wounds were dressed and cleaned, making her wonder who had treated her. The last thing she remembered was the 2 women from the raiment stand coming to her aid. "Earwig, I see." A voice sounded from the doorway, prompting the injured Uchiha to glance over at the new arrival, seeing a young woman with black hair standing at the doorway with a tray of what appeared to be food. "How do you feel?" "Like shit," was the Uchiha girl's blunt response as she laid her arm back down, though her answer had earned her a small giggle from the young woman. "That is to be expected," the black-haired beauty replied as she knelt down next to the bed, placing the tray of food on the stand next to the bed. "While not life-threatening, your wounds were severe. Thank you for treating me. Forgive me, my name is Haku Mamachi, soon to be Uzumaki." The young woman smiled. "And you are?" Izumi Uchiha. "A pleasure to meet you." Haku smiled as she helped her patient sit up comfortably in the bed so she could eat. Izumi groaned in pain but was able to position herself despite her body's protest. "Thank you." The Uchiha gave a soft smile as she accepted the food tray. "So what happens now?" "For now, you stay with us." Yugao answered from the door, catching both girls' attention. "I highly doubt you will be welcomed back into Root as of now. Anko-chan has already sent a summon to Naruto-kun to inform him of your stay here." Izumi frowned at that. Not that she wouldn't be welcomed back, the attack on her was proof of that already. It was how the sword's mistress spoke of her now former affiliation so casually. "I thank you both for rescuing me," Izumi said, turning back to her food, though not touching it just yet. "Did you follow me?" "Actually, after you left, we noticed the 2 groups following you, so we tailed them." The sword's mistress replied, stepping fully into the room. "I see, thank you once more. When Naruto-kun gets back, he will take a look at those seals on the back of your neck and probably have them removed." Shouldn't be too hard, it looks like they were incomplete the last time they were reapplied. Izumi narrowed her eyes at this information. Danzo had denied having any seals placed upon her, stating that her promise to serve him was all he needed. In exchange, he would help her track down Itachi. Something she had come to learn he had neglected to do, stating one reason or another. However, what troubled her was when the seals were placed upon her and why they were incomplete. Worse yet, what would have happened if they were complete? After all, he did the same for Yakumo-san. Yugao continued, causing the Uchiha woman's eyes to widen. Is Yakumo-san here? She asked, concern laced in her voice. Yes, Naruto-kun was able to get to her before that old warhawk could finish the seals placed upon her. Is there a problem with her being here? No. Izumi replied softly, looking down at her food. But there may be a problem with me being here. Why is that, Izumi-san? Haku inquired. I was the one who changed as Kurenai-san to isolate Yakumo away from everyone for Danzo-san. Danzo's purpose. She admitted with shame of her past actions. Silence emanated through the room before Yugao walked over and knelt next to the bed, placing a comforting hand on the former Root's shoulder. I am well aware of how Root operates, and I am positive that during that time, you were acting under the seal's influence. Yugao reassured the young Uchiha. As I said, only the current application of the seal looks unfinished. I do not doubt you had a complete seal at some point. Besides, everyone under this roof is to be treated as family. Haku smiled. Family? A long-forgotten concept for the Uchiha woman. A simple concept that brought tears of joy to her eyes, despite her fighting them. Thank you. She smiled. Yuki no Kuni, present time. Kakashi groaned as he listened to the princess protest to his assigning Sasuke to watch over her. It seemed that the last Uchiha had been a bit too overzealous in his flirting with the young actress that she refused to have him anywhere near her. Forcing him to assign Sasuke to watch the film crew and have Sakura watch over the princess and keep Naruto on lookout. This seemed to calm the princess down, though it seemed to upset Sasuke. Though it was clear to the masked man that Koyuki had wanted Naruto to be assigned to her. For what reason, he didn't know, but he could see a slight disappointment in her eyes when he assigned the pink-haired genin to her. Shrugging off the memories of the last hour of the ship ride, the silver-haired man watched as the crew began to load their crates and supplies onto the strange-looking vehicles he had never seen before. It appeared to be horseless carriages that moved on their own. Trucks, he was told they were called. A strange name he thought, but shrugged it off as he entered the one that everyone was in. Soon, all the cargo was securely packed into the various trucks and the convoy began to slowly creep through the snow-covered roads. If his team of genin were in shock to see the vehicles in action, they didn't show it. Sasuke was brooding over in the corner, completely ignoring the film crew he was supposed to be watching out for, whilst Sakura and Naruto watched as the snow flew by. Koyuki wasn't far from the two lovers, scanning over the script for the movie they were about to start officially filming. I am going to head up top. Naruto announced as he opened the window and swung outwards, landing with a soft thud on the top of the truck they were in. Sakura only shook her head in response and closed the window to prevent the heat from escaping. Knowing full well her mate would be alright. Smirking a little, she approached the distracted actress and sat across from her. Excited to start officially filming. I am. Koyuki smiled. And I am glad it is a movie I can be passionate about again. Sue, who do you think will play the male lead? They questioned, knowing full well they had yet to cast a male lead to play opposite of the demon queen that Koyuki was poised to portray on the big screen. Honestly, I don't know. The young actress frowned. Our usual actor declined to be in the movie, though I don't blame him. He absolutely hated that smut as was appalled that I had been forced into it. Well, how about Naruto-kun? She grinned, catching the blush that grew on the princess's cheeks. I don't know. She stammered, much to the amusement of the. I mean, I wouldn't mind and. You like him, don't you? Sakura giggled. Yes. Koyuki blushed, using the script to cover her face in a bashful manner. Unable to deny that she found the young blonde attractive. Not simply in looks, but also his compassion and intelligence as well. Then why not ask him to do it? The pink-haired Kunoichi inquired. I suppose, but what about you? She asked, looking at the pink-haired teen. Aren't you and him? Oh that. Sakura giggled as she leaned in close to Koyuki's ear and whispered. I don't mind sharing. This caused the poor princess to severely blush, bringing the script up once more to cover her face. This of course caused Sakura to chuckle lightly, though not too loudly, not wanting to attract any attention from the two Sharingan users. Perhaps he would be the perfect choice to play the male lead. Koyuki thought to herself as she continued to cover her face with the script, waiting for her blush to fade away. After all, he did say the hero was based on his own experiences. However, before the two girls could continue their conversation, the truck came to a halt, prompting those inside to wonder why they had stopped. Their silent question was answered as Naruto opened the door. Avalanche blocked the path ahead, going to take some time to dig through. He informed those inside. Alright, might as well stretch our legs while we can. Kakashi commented as he ushered the rest of his team out of the vehicle. Nearly an hour had passed since the trucks were forced to stop, with many of the workers grumbling about the cold conditions. Though they couldn't complain too much as Asama had pitched in to help dig out the path. The only one who was unable to pitch in was Koyuki herself. Not that she didn't try, but none of the workers would allow her to help. As such, she had stayed in the truck, reading the script to memorize her lines. Of course, this did not sit well with the Uchiha, as he had started to rant and rave about how such peasant work was beneath him once again. Shouting out his frustration, ignoring countless warnings to keep his voice down, unless he wanted to unleash another avalanche upon them. However, he merely scoffed at the warnings and continued his rant. It wasn't until a distant rumbling sound that the Uchiha shut his mouth. Without warning, a tidal wave of snow crashed over the center of the convoy, causing alarm among the workers and film crew, as the truck that Koyuki had resided in was swept down the mountain under the torrent of snow. Shit. Naruto cursed as he threw down the shovel he had to the ground and to the surprise of those around him, dove into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Salvage what supplies you can and pack them into the remaining trucks. Asama ordered after the avalanche had calmed down. Fortunately, they didn't lose too many trucks, but the middle-aged man was still concerned over the safety of the princess. Congratulations Sasuke, Sakura spoke up. Your arrogance may have finally killed our client. She didn't wait for a reply as she moved forward to help gather what supplies could be found that were not scattered across the hillside. Meanwhile, Kakashi was equally disappointed in the raven-haired genin. Sasuke had been warned countless times that such loud noises could trigger another avalanche and he had ignored those warnings. This is not going to look good on the report. Kakashi lamented. I can only hope Naruto is able to find her and that she is safe. But Naruto, the blonde had quickly found the princess, homing in on the seal he had placed on her a few days ago. When he arrived, he found her buried under the snow and unconscious, no doubt from being knocked around the inside of the truck. A small amount of blood coming from a wound on her head. He quickly assessed her injuries and was relieved to find them non-life-threatening. Gently, he picked her up in a bridal-style fashion and proceeded to make his way out of the crumpled truck. It was a sheer miracle that she only suffered minor injuries, considering the condition the truck was in. Knowing that the sun would be setting soon, Naruto knew he had to set up camp and get her out of her wet clothing before hypothermia set in. Taking a quick glance around, he spotted a cave not far off. Wasting no time, he quickly moved towards the cave opening and was pleased to see it offered plenty of shelter from the elements. Gently, he set Koyuki down and proceeded to create a dozen shadow clones. Alright, we need to set up camp and get a fire going now. Naruto began barking out orders. You two, get firewood and get a fire going, and you two, take this ninja wire and set up a line to hang her clothes on to dry. The rest of you are to be on watch to ensure no hostiles come close. Hi. The clones responded and set to work completing the tasks given to them. Meanwhile, Naruto removed his jacket and rummaged through his scrolls. Finding the ones he was looking for, he quickly unsealed a tent and sleeping bag. And instructed a few more clones to set them up as he began the embarrassing task of undressing the unconscious princess. As soon as she was nude, he moved her into the now set up tent and wrapped her up in the sleeping bag before quickly proceeding to remove his own clothing, knowing he would have to use his own body heat to keep her warm. Once he was also nude, he took care to apply a special seal to his own body to prevent anything from suddenly popping up before he entered the tent and closed it behind him and finally slipped into the sleeping bag. Wrapping his arms around her frigid body. This is going to be awkward when we wake up tomorrow. He thought to himself, with Ari snickering a little in the back of his mind. Before long, the blonde succumbed to sleep just as the crackling of a freshly started fire began to sound just outside the tent. Signifying that his clone succeeded in starting the campfire. With any luck, they would keep the fire going all night and Koyuki's clothes would be dry. Otherwise, he was sure Sakura would give him a hard time if Koyuki and him arrived with the princess wearing his clothes and jacket. Chapter 24. If you look closely, you can see the future. A gentle and deep voice echoed in the darkness as a young girl, no older than 6, with dark blue hair, stared into the mirror in front of her. Attempting to look into it at different angles. Frowning slightly, as she couldn't see anything other than her own reflection staring back at her. I can't see anything. She finally replied, disheartened. Of course you can. The voice encouraged the young girl, prompting her to look in his direction, revealing a large man with glasses and a slightly receding hairline. A gentle smile on his face. When the spring comes, you will. A spring? She questioned, looking inquisitively at her father. What is spring? It may have seemed like an odd question for the young girl to ask, but all she had known through her short 6 years of life had been cold weather and endless snow. Hence the land's name, Yuki no Kuni. Her father could see her confusion and chuckled softly at it, earning himself a small pout from the girl. That's right, you've never experienced spring, have you, Koyuki? It was more of an observation than a question. Receiving a saddened shake of her head, answering the rhetorical question. Koyuki? The man smiled, catching the young girl's attention. Close your eyes. Frowning slightly, the young Koyuki did as she was instructed and closed her eyes. Now, try to imagine yourself surrounded by flowers. Her expression lightened a little as she focused her imagination to bring forth a field of flowers within her mind. A small smile came to her face as she had filled it with some of her favorite flowers. Orchids, tulips, and various other wild flowers she had seen in books and in some of the market stalls being sold in the nearby town. But isn't that beautiful there now? Her father commented, seeing on her face that she was picturing a field full of flowers. Now, run through it as fast as you can. Smiling, she spread her arms out as she imagined herself running through the field of flowers. She could just almost feel the petals touching her hands and tickling her legs as she ran through the field within her own imagination. It makes you feel all warm and happy. Her father smiled. Doesn't it? She smiled, feeling a sense of warmth around her. That is spring. Her father smiled, snapping her out of her imaginary run through the flower field, causing her to look at her father. And if you never give up, if you believe in the future, then spring is sure to come. Believe in the future, if you do, spring will surely come. He repeated as he stood up from where he was kneeling and walked over to where she stood, placing his hands on her shoulders. What will you do when it comes, Koyuki? The young Koyuki adopted a thinking pose before smiling and looking up to her father. I'm going to become a princess. She smiled. Oh? Her father smiled down at her. What sort of princess? Let's see. She adopted another thinking pose. One that is strong and kind and most of all, fights for justice. This earned her a belly full of laughter from her father, causing her to smile. That's some dream. He laughed, ruffling her slightly, causing her to pout and quickly work to organize her hair once more. Well, so long as you believe in your dream and never give up. One day, you will be that princess. Saying this, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a beautiful necklace with a simple hexagonal crystal hanging from it and secured it around her neck. You can see it, can't you? He continued as he placed his hands back on her shoulder, prompting her to look into the mirror once more. There is a beautiful princess standing right there in front of you. But, I have sort of a problem. The young Koyuki spoke, looking up at her father. There is something else I want to be. Really, what's that? He asked. An actress. She proudly exclaimed with joy. Her father could only laugh in response. Knowing full well his daughter would be anything she set her mind to, so long as she believed in her dreams. Slowly, Koyuki began to open her eyes. Noticing she had tears streaming down her face from the memory she had just dreamed. Unconsciously, she snuggled into the object of warmth that was in front of her, breathing in his scent before feeling an embrace tighten around her firmly in a comforting manner, causing her eyes to shoot open. Finally awake, Koyuki-hime? The other figure inquired. It was at this moment that the princess realized two very important things. The first and foremost was that the young blonde before her had an extremely captivating body, with well-defined muscles that would no doubt make some of her past male co-stars envious of the young blonde. The second thing was that neither of them had any clothes on, giving her a good look at his body up close, causing her to blush at the situation she was in. Though she craned her neck upwards to look at his face, she noticed something that made her smile slightly. The young blonde had placed his aid over his eyes, preventing him from seeing anything whatsoever. While it was a small gesture, it was endearing to her to see that he had respected her enough not to ogle her body, despite their unique situation. Though that did beg the question, how did they end up in this position with a blonde? However, before she could voice her question, he rolled away and moved to the entrance of the tent they were in, leaving her completely covered, though lacking in warmth, due his sudden absence from the sleeping bag, causing her to frown slightly. Cracking the entryway open slightly, he poked his head out. Are our clothes dry? She heard him ask someone outside, making her a little nervous that others may have seen her in such a state. However, her fears were quickly dispelled as she heard his voice answer back to the blonde and hand a bundle of clothing to Naruto. Zipping up the tent again, Naruto placed the princess's clothes inside the sleeping bag with her. You were buried in an avalanche and knocked unconscious. He began to answer her unasked question. Your clothes were soaked due to the snow. I had to undress you and use my own body to keep you warm to prevent hypothermia from setting in. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She replied from under the sleeping bag. Blushing like crazy at the realization that she had been naked the entire time with an equally naked Naruto. However, she was broken out of her thoughts when she heard the tent open up once more. Taking a peek out of the sleeping bag, she saw the nude blonde exit the tent, giving her an eyeful of his entire body. This of course caused her to blush even further. He is well endowed. Was all she could think as she worked to calm her racing heart and begin to get dressed. After a few moments had passed, Koyuki had exited the tent now completely dressed and was immediately greeted by the scent of freshly cooked eggs, ham, and some rice. Looking around, she finally found her blonde savior at the mouth of the cave they were inside, talking to one of his shadow clones. Receiving its instructions, the clone quickly disappeared into the shadows before the blonde turned to greet her. "Breakfast is ready, and as you saw, I just sent one of my shadow clones to let the others know we are alright and should meet up with them later today." He smiled as he dished out a plate of breakfast and passed it towards the blue-haired princess. Offering a soft smile, she accepted the plate and sat down next to the campfire and began eating. Noting its flavor and how everything tasted. "How did the avalanche start, Naruto-kun?" she asked after a few moments, earning a small frown from the blonde. "While we were digging out the path, the Uchiha theme kept ranting and complaining loudly about doing what he calls servant's work. That is probably what caused the avalanche. Ironic that even Koyuki Haim had offered to help with no complaints, but the damn Uchiha acted like he was asked to work the mines or something." Ari scoffed from inside the blonde's mind. "Agreed." Naruto mentally nodded. "Though you know the Elder Council will only allow Jai to lightly scold him, despite nearly killing our client." This of course caused the kitsune girl to growl in disgust at how the Elder Council of the village would grovel at the Uchiha's feet and let him get away with damn near anything. Something she knew was going to bite them in the ass at some point down the road. At least after the whole Kra debacle, the boy had lost a bit of favor among the civilian side of the council. "How did you find me if I was buried in the snow?" she asked, looking at the blonde. "It couldn't have been that easy." "Well, the truth is." He sighed, putting his empty plate down. "I've got a mark on you that lets me know if you're in danger and where you are. That is how I was able to find you so quickly." This revelation of course caused the princess's eyes to widen slightly. "If you're wondering, I put it on you when we first met in that bar," he explained. "I knew you were going to run, so instead of being a jerk like Sasuke team, I simply prepared. Besides, even then I could feel something was off. But I've changed clothes since then," she pointed out, frowning in confusion. "True, but my mark bleeds through clothing and anchors itself to your skin," he stated. "Furthermore, it moves around to avoid detection, so anytime you felt something like a bug bite, that was the mark moving to a new location." "Well, that explains why I was itching yesterday." She frowned. However, she did recall one thing. The mark never ventured into any obscene places. Every bite she felt was either along her back or shoulders. "Anyways, once you are finished with breakfast, we will meet up with the others," he instructed as he stood up and set to work breaking down the campsite. Working quickly to get everything stored back into their respective storage scrolls. By the time Koyuki had finished her meal, the entire campsite was completely cleaned up. Despite the blonde's offer, she had insisted on helping at least wash the dishes. Citing that she didn't want to appear as one of those spoiler princesses you would always read about in various articles and other stories. Chuckling, Naruto relented and allowed her that. "Ready, Koyuki Haim?" Naruto asked as he offered his hand towards the princess, who gladly took it, unlike the first time he had offered it to her. "We'll be back with the others in the blink of an eye." Koyuki blushed slightly, catching the blonde's attention. "Could we perhaps take the long way back? I think she wants to spend some time alone with you." Ari teased. "So what's the tally now? You have 2 clan heirs with Hana-chan and Hinata-chan, an actual Kage with Mei-chan, and now an actual princess. Perhaps she just wants to talk about the script in private." The blonde mentally offered, earning a slight scoff from the kitsune girl. "Oh, I can imagine." Ari grinned. "She is going to want to add a hot, passionate, steamy scene between the demon queen and the hero after of course, she asks you to be in the movie. And what makes you think she will ask me to be in the movie? She's been eyeing you all morning and blushing at the same time," Kitsune pointed out. "So I fully expect her to ask you to play Dante. Seeing as you already told her you based him off of yourself, we'll see." Naruto mentally smirked before turning his attention back to the princess. Though if he was honest with himself, he knew the kitsune was right and was half expecting the princess-turned-actress to ask him to be in the film. "As you wish." He smiled at her. Team 7. Kakashi let out a long sigh as he leaned against the inside of one of the trucks that had survived the avalanche, his nose buried in his trademark orange book. Accompanying him was Asama and Sasuke, the former pacing around nervously as they waited for the arrival of the blonde genin and the princess. While he didn't show it on the outside, the masked man was worried. He had expected Naruto to be back last night with the blonde's ability to travel through shadows. However, it was late morning and there was still no sign of the two. A small part of his mind that was heavily influenced by the orange smut he constantly read had produced some scenarios as to why the two have not yet arrived. After all, trapped alone in the cold with only their body heat to keep them warm, it was the perfect scenario to be added into the Icha Paradise novels. Perhaps when this is all done, I could suggest this to Jiraiya-sama. He thought to himself, with a perverted giggle. However, his perverted musing was interrupted as the door opened, revealing his pink-haired student who had been outside helping to finish clearing what was left of the snow that had blocked the pass. Despite her boyfriend being missing for the past 12 hours, he seemed to be in a good mood. A ghost of a smile on her face. Naruto-kun and Koyuki Haim should be arriving sometime this afternoon. She informed the group, earning a confused look from the masked Jonin. How do you know? He inquired. I just spoke with one of his shadow clones. She explained as she fully entered the truck and closed the door behind her. Naruto-kun and Koyuki Haim were forced to camp out last night due to the princess being unconscious when Naruto-kun found her. Well, that's a relief. Asama let out a sigh in relief that the princess was safe. Why didn't Naruto just use his shadow ability to get back here last night? Kakashi questioned, having seen the blonde team do it a handful of times. One of which was during the aftermath of the bridge battle when Naruto had used the technique to take Sakura to the house to get some rest. Naruto-kun didn't want to risk causing any further injury. Even though he can use his shadow step ability flawlessly, he still doesn't know everything about it or if there are any side effects from taking an unconscious person through it. Sakura explained. But if she is awake, he should be able to use it now, correct? The mask inquired. Why would it take him until later this afternoon to arrive with her? Sakura merely shrugged. Perhaps she is still disoriented from the avalanche or she simply doesn't want to rush back. The offer. Though with the urging you gave her, she probably wants to spend as much time alone with Naruto-kun. Inner chuckled. No doubt. They mentally replied. I wish they would return quicker. Asama sighed but shrugged. But at least I know she is safe. Looks like we have little choice but to wait until they return. Kakashi sighed. Sasuke, for his part, had wisely kept his mouth shut throughout the entire conversation. Opting instead to silently brood in the corner. The previous night, Kakashi had made it abundantly clear that his little outburst had jeopardized the entire mission and it would be a miracle if he would escape this without receiving some form of punishment. Be that from the Hokage or the princess once this mission was complete. Anyways, I'm going to go train until they return. Sakura stated, leaving the truck once more. I suppose I should get things ready with the film crew. Asama said, departing the truck as well. Leaving the two Sharingan users alone. Silence hung between the two for a handful of minutes before the mask lowered his book and eyed his favorite student. I suggest when she returns, you do everything within your power to impress her. Kakashi advised, knowing the Uchiha had his eyes set on the princess and hoped they could make it work to get the raven-haired boy to focus on other things rather than pure revenge. HN. Sasuke grunted. She should already be impressed with me being an Uchiha elite. Regardless, give her a good impression. If you do, she may ask you to be in her movie. The masked man gave one of his eye smiles. After all, they are supposed to start filming the start of the Uchiha Paradise movie once we reach the village. I believe the first scene is in the hot springs. Sasuke merely scoffed at the perverted masked, though he wouldn't deny that he was a little bit enticed by the idea of seeing the princess completely nude for him. Not to mention knowing what kind of books the movie was from, he knew all too well what the scene would lead to. A small grin appeared on his face as he planned to make the princess his woman and show her what a true elite could do. Naruto and Koyuki. It had been roughly an hour since the two had set off from their campsite, with Naruto carrying the princess on his back as he carried her through the snow. Not that the princess minded as she laid her head on the blonde's back as he effortlessly bounded through the snow and took in his scent. Getting a feeling of comfort and contentment from it. Naruto-kun. What is it, Koyuki Haim? He asked, craning his head slightly to look back at her slightly blushing face. I was wondering. Hoping that you would consider playing the role of Dante in the movie. She asked softly, though loud enough he could still hear her. Why me? He inquired with a teasing smile. Surely now that you are out of that smut film, your usual male leads will sign on. Perhaps, Koyuki sighed, a little disheartened at the prospect that the blonde may turn down the offer. It's just that, despite all the films I have done, I have never done a full romance scene and I would like it to be with someone I trust. At that, Naruto turned serious and nodded his head. Feeling the seriousness behind her request. Very well, I accept. He gave her a soft smile. When we get back, I will write up a request scroll to send to Jai to extend my and Sakura-chan's stay. Why request Sakura-san to stay? She asked, trying not to sound as jealous as she felt. I don't fully trust the Uchiha theme nor my supposed sensei not to try something if I am not around. The blonde replied while looking ahead. Has something happened before? Koyuki asked with a slight frown. A few weeks ago, we had a diplomatic mission to Kurigakure and set up an alliance between the two villages. Naruto began. I guess during that time, Sasuke team had expressed interest in Sakura-chan and Taita-sensei did everything in his power to try and get them alone together. Which is probably why he assigned the duck-ass to guard you. The blonde continued. Once he learned of your heritage, he probably set his sights on you. Willing to bet if he hadn't already, he will be throwing around his elite status as a Uchiha soon. He already has. The princess responded, a tone of disgust in her voice, as she recalled her interaction with the Uchiha just outside her room while on the boat. Had the audacity to say I should feel honored to bear his children. Naruto could only scowl at that. I refuse to be alone with him for even a second. She commented with disdain. Stay close to either me or Sakura-chan. The blonde offered her a smile. We'll protect you, even from our own teammates. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She smiled, laying her head back down on his back. We should be back with the others in about half an hour. He decided to inform her as he took in his surroundings and noticed they were getting close to where the convoy had been halted. Receiving a nod in acknowledgement. Half-hour later, true to the blonde's word, a line of trucks came into view as he bounded over a small drift. A lone pink-haired girl could be seen standing in the open, waiting for their arrival. For her part, Koyuki was both relieved and disappointed at the same time. She had greatly enjoyed her time alone with the blonde, as they had talked about a great deal of different topics. She had even learned the reasons as to why they had informed her that she didn't mind sharing, after the princess had flat out brought it up to the blonde, much to her own embarrassment. Koyuki was relieved as to how honest the blonde was in regards to that topic. It had helped allay many of the concerns she had about any potential relationship she could or would have with a young blonde. Though she still wasn't fully welcoming to the idea of sharing him, she had decided to discuss it in more detail with Sakura later, since they seemed completely comfortable with the concept and even happy, and had encouraged her to seek out a relationship with Naruto. Enjoy your camping trip. Sakura teased as she approached the duo, which earned her a blush from the princess. We ran out of s'mores. Naruto responded with a chuckle as he set Koyuki down. How have things been here? A bit boring, but we got the path cleared this morning. The answer before turning to the princess, a look of concern in her eyes. And please be careful, I overheard Kakashi telling Sasuke to make a good impression on you when you returned. This of course caused both Koyuki and Naruto to narrow their eyes. He is probably going to try and assign the duck ass to her again. Naruto pointed out, earning a nod in agreement from Sakura. I refuse. Koyuki stated defiantly, clenching her fists tightly. Don't worry. The blonde winked at her, causing her to blush slightly. Koyuki-hime, it is a relief to see you safe. Asama stated as he approached the trio, bowing in respect to the young princess. And I thank you, Naruto, for looking after her. Well, unlike some members of our team, we prefer to keep our client alive and safe. The blonde responded, eyeing the approaching Uchiha, who only scoffed in response. That's enough, Naruto. Kakashi chastised as he approached the group. Sakura, I want you to guard the film crew today, well Sasuke. No. Koyuki explained, cutting the mask off. I absolutely refuse to be left in the care of that arrogant asshole. Naruto and Sakura both couldn't help but snicker to themselves and the princess outburst, whilst the Uchiha looked like he was about to blow a gasket. Meanwhile, Kakashi looked taken aback. In case you forgot, Haddock-san. She continued, causing the mask to flinch at the use of his last name. I already refused to have him as my protection detail earlier, and I still refuse to be anywhere near him. I see. Kakashi sighed, before looking between Naruto and Sakura. Very well, Sakura, you will be watching Koyuki-hime. Nodding, they stood next to the princess, who was still glaring at the masked man for a few more seconds before turning and leaving the group, along with Sakura. Though not before giving one last look towards the blonde, who merely gave her a subtle nod. Sasuke, you watch this time while Naruto watches over the film crew. The silver-haired man finished his instructions, earning another scoff from the Uchiha and a shrug from the blonde. Having his instructions, Naruto immediately took off towards the truck the film crew was in. Though not before making a few shadow clones to keep watch, not fully trusting the Uchiha to perform his given duty. Arriving at the truck that housed the film crew, Naruto let himself in and quickly set to work, writing out the request scroll he had promised Koyuki. Deciding to keep it short, no matter how tempting it was to inform the old man of the avalanche incident, the blonde finished up the scroll quickly and rolled it up. No, the blonde explained, slamming his hand to the ground, causing a small poof of smoke, revealing the same slender blue snake that had appeared to him the other day. Greetings, Naruto-sama. Nagini hissed, quickly crawling up the blonde's arm. Sorry for calling you back to this cold place, but I need you to deliver a scroll to the old man for me. The blonde stated as he pulled out the scroll he had just written. If it isn't too much trouble, Nagini-chan. No trouble at all, Naruto-sama. The snake hissed, taking the scroll with her tail. Thanks. The blonde smiled as the snake disappeared in another plume of smoke. The blonde was fairly certain the old man would allow the extension for himself and Sakura, as it was on the client's request. Though he had kept the reasoning for the request for just the two of them a secret, wanting to surprise the Hokage when the film finally did come out. However, he did have to reveal that the Icha movie deal had been cancelled due to the director meeting with Yu Kitsune and that the new film was from the Demon Heart books. Which wasn't exactly a lie, as they had met the author. Shouldn't take long to hear back from the old man. The blonde spoke to himself. Now to prepare for the inevitable ambush that's to come. He thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes slightly. I swear, if this dodo didn't orchestrate an ambush in this pass, I will swear off Raymond for a year. This of course earned a small giggle from the kitsune girl, as she could imagine her blonde mate going through Raymond withdrawals should he actually be wrong about the ambush. Though, like the blonde, she felt it was coming, and the only thing they could do is spring the trap. Hokage's tower, Konoha. Here is inside for what seemed like the millionth time within the past hour as he sorted out another stack of paperwork to be filed away. While allowing his shadow clones to do most of the work, it was still expected of him to at least help out. He had just lifted up the stack when a plume of smoke erupted from his desk, causing the poor old village leader to stumble back and drop a stack of papers, causing a domino effect as other stacks of papers fell over, adding to the ever-growing mess. "Oh!" he cried out as tears poured from his eyes, groveling as he imagined how long it was going to take to clean up this mess. "Hokage-sama?" Nagini inquired from the desk, looking down at the crying old man. "Yes." Hiruzen replied as he slowly picked himself up off the floor, turning to his desk and seeing the light blue snake coiled around a scroll. "Ah, Nagini-chan. It's been a while. Message from Naruto-sama." The snake hissed as she uncoiled from the scroll, allowing the Hokage to pick it up to read. "I see." The village leader commented as he read the contents of the scroll. Raising an eyebrow as to why the actress had specifically requested Naruto and Sakura to remain for an extra 2 weeks to finish up personal matters outside of the mission parameters. Shrugging slightly, he decided he could give his surrogate grandson this much. Pulling out a fresh scroll, he quickly jotted down his permission to allow both of the requested genins to stay for the requested 2 extra weeks before rolling it up and handing it off to the snake. "Please give Naruto-kun my regards and wish him luck." Hiruzen started with a smile. "Of course, Hokage-sama." Nagini hissed as she took the new scroll and disappeared once more to deliver the message. Letting out another sigh, he looked around the office before making a few more shadow clones to help him clean up the mess of paperwork. After nearly an hour of picking up and sorting out all the papers, the village leader had finally finished cleaning up the last of the mess. Not taking any chances this time, he assigned each of his clones to file away their respective stacks of papers to avoid another colossal mess from happening. "There." The Hokage smiled as he sat back down in his chair, though upon looking at his desk, he found something peculiar. Unknown to him, a certain purple-haired Anbu had swapped out his usual orange book with the first of the Demon Heart series. Being curious, he picked it up and flipped it open, only to find a small note written on the inside cover. "Hokage-sama, while I respect your love for your students' books, I strongly recommend giving this a read. I think you may enjoy it. With regards, Nico." "Very well, Nico-chan." He chuckled as he proceeded to open the book, not one to turn down a thoughtful gift. Though, he may as well read it if the new movie Fujikis is based off this book series. Though he had to admit, the summary of the book did sound interesting. However, before he could begin to get into the book, a presence at his window caught his attention. "What do Jiraiya need?" the Hokage inquired, placing the book back down on his desk to give his former student his full attention. "Well, sensei, came across something interesting," the white-haired man stated, turning serious. "A group of missing nins has formed, calling themselves the Akatsuki. Do you know what they are after?" Hiruzen asked, a little concerned. When missing nin began to group up, it was never good. "Not yet, but I have my network keeping an ear out for anything new," the Toad Sage stated. "The moment you learn something, let me know." "Will do, sensei." Jiraiya nodded. "So how's it?" "He is doing well, currently on a mission in Yuki no Kuni." Hiruzen replied with a smile. "Protection detail for the actress Fujikas while she films her new movie." "Aha, so they get to see my movie being made then?" The white-haired man laughed at the irony of his godson being on the set for the upcoming Icha movie. "Actually, the studio cancelled the Icha movie." The Hokage informed the pervert, who immediately stopped laughing, a look of horror washing across his face. "Well, what?" he asked, his voice stuttering. "According to the scroll I just received, Fujikas ran into NU Kitsune before they set off to Yuki no Kuni and finalized the deal on a movie based on those books." Hiruzen informed his now heartbroken student. "How? How?" Jiraiya mentally questioned himself. "Damn that Kitsune to the depths of the Shinigami's stomach. Damn." The white-haired sage finally responded out loud. All that effort to intercept his letter for nothing. "Jiraiya, are you telling me that you misused Konoha resources to further your own gain?" the Hokage inquired in a cold tone. "Sensei." Jiraiya held up his hands in a surrendering position, his eyes flickering to the older man's desk, catching sight of the Demon Heart book sitting on top of it. A sense of betrayal worming its way into the perverted sage. "This was the best time to get my movie made, and with Fujikas starring in it, it would have been a sure hit and furthered my book sales at the same time. That doesn't help your case at all." Hiruzen sighed. Because not only did you use the village's resources for your own gain, which could be considered treason, you also engaged in corporate sabotage. Jiraiya could only gulp at the serious implications. You had better hope that your actions don't come back to bite this village in its ass. The Hokage warned. I should go check on my contacts. The white-haired sage clumsily replied as he moved towards the window before jumping out of it and disappearing into the sunset. One of these days, Jiraiya, your perverted ways is going to catch up to you. Here is inside and turned back to the book on his desk. Picking it up, he began reading. Above him, Yugao couldn't help but smile. Mick, the doctor is in. And what's so special about your taijutsu style anyways? Uchiha asked, clearly not impressed by it. If a dope like you can do it, it can't be that effective. At least not in your hands. But a true elite like me could no doubt make it better. What's so special about it? Naruto grinned. Is that even if you copy it with your precious little pink eye, it would be useless to you. You dare insult the power of the Sharingan? Sasuke demanded. Pick it. Naruto suddenly said, catching the Uchiha off guard while gesturing towards the mast. What? Pick it as hard as you can. The blonde instructed, much to the confusion of the raven-haired teen and even Kakashi, who was wondering what Naruto was planning. What use would it be to kick the post? Kakashi asked. Fine, if the vaunted Uchiha is too scared to do it, I'll do it first. Naruto shrugged before taking a stance, bringing his leg back and swinging it forth. Driving his shin into the large wooden mast, causing the deck in the immediate surrounding area to shake and groan under the power of the strike. What surprised the two Sharingan users further was that Naruto made no reaction upon the impact. Almost as if he didn't feel it. Not wanting to be outdone, Sasuke copied the strike. However, when his leg made contact with a massive chunk of wood, a sickening snap echoed across the deck of the ship as the Uchiha collapsed to the deck, holding his now broken shin, screaming in agony. That is why it's useless to you. The blonde sighed. It takes years to condition your body to use this style, but don't worry Sasuke-chan, I have a doctor on call that could even rival Tsunade. Sasuke could only glare at his blonde teammate through tear-stained eyes as Naruto stood up and performed a series of unknown hand seals before slamming his palm into the deck. However, instead of the traditional plume of smoke associated with a summoning, a steel cage began to rise from the deck. Slowly, the door spread open to reveal a rather tall individual wrapped in a cape. Their faces are evenly covered with white makeup, dark red lipstick on their lips, and dark blue eyeshadow around their eyes. Stepping out, Naruto greeted the strange man. Greetings Dr. Frankenfurter, I have a patient in need of your care. The blonde stated as he gestured to the fallen Uchiha. How do you do, love? The now identified doctor greeted the raven-haired teen, who could only look up in horror as the man began to approach him with a slight strut in his step. Throwing off his cloak in the process, revealing him to be dressed in a rather scandalous outfit that would normally be worn by girls looking to surprise their lovers for the evening. No. 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 Sasuke screamed as he vainly attempted to crawl away. I'm fine. It's just a bruise. It's just a bruise. Sasuke, Sasuke, Sasuke. Naruto shook his head. It is important to get your leg fixed. After all, Dr. Frankenfurter is a professional. Though, as the blonde was talking, the doctor broke out into a song and dance number about showing the raven-haired teen about not getting strung out by the way he looked and to not judging a book by its cover. As well as a few implications of showing the Uchiha what love really was. All the while dragging the poor raven-haired teen back into the elevator to disappear back to wherever it had come from, leaving behind a very confused and terrified Kakashi. Don't worry about Kakashi-sensei. The blonde reassured the still stunned masked. Sasuke-chan is in very good hands. Chapter 25. It had been nearly 2 days since Naruto and Koyuki had rejoined the convoy and it had gone about as well as the blonde had expected. Throughout the day, Sakura would watch over and converse with the princess, telling her further embarrassing stories about Naruto, much to the blonde's dismay. Kakashi continued to assign Naruto to other sections, away from the princess, and had at least one more time attempted to assign Sasuke to her. Which had backfired spectacularly in the masked pervert's face when the princess had erupted in another tangent and had not so kindly reminded the man that the brooding emo had nearly killed her with his egotistical rant not too long ago and that it was only due to Naruto that she had survived. Something the mask did not like being reminded of. Aside from that, the blonde had continued to plan for the inevitable ambush. Though he could see that both Kakashi and Sasuke were not taking his warning seriously, prompting him and Sakura to plan to pick up the slack so that none had to pay the price for the duo's blind ignorance. During his planning, Naruto had also discovered that while Koyuki and himself were in the cave, Asama had sent a scout ahead of the convoy through the snow to gather the rebels from the village in hopes of creating a counter-ambush, having taken Naruto's warning seriously. With the life of the princess at stake, the elder man did not want to take any chances. Though the man had meant well, that had left Naruto with another problem. How to protect the rebels as well. Naturally, he knew Kakashi would refuse to aid the rebels, citing some bullshit that it was not within their mission parameters, and technically he would be correct. However, Naruto would not allow others to suffer if he could do something about it. It was only a matter of determining how the ambush would happen. Imagining a multitude of scenarios that could happen. Everything from the snow shinobi attempting to overwhelm them with sheer numbers, triggering another avalanche to bury the convoy in the snow, or use of technological superiority, judging by the armor that the three snow shinobi had worn during their first engagement. But, he had settled on one plan that should cover all angles. He just hoped it would work. It's about to happen any moment now, isn't it? Sakura asked, as she came up beside the blonde who was staring out through the window at the snowy mountainside, snapping the teen out of his thoughts. Yeah. Be ready for anything, Sakura-chan. Naruto replied before turning to face her, a true look of concern in his eyes. And above all, be careful. I will, Naruto-kun. She replied as she leaned into the blonde and laid her head on his shoulder. Closing her eyes as she fell into her mate's comforting presence. From the corner of the cabin they were in, Koyuki could only mentally sigh to herself as she peered over the script she was pretending to read, as the couple consoled one another before the upcoming ambush. Like her producer, the young princess also took the blonde Hanyu's warning seriously and was intent to do her best to not be a burden. As she watched the couple, she couldn't help but think back to how it felt to be wrapped in the blonde's embrace while they were in the sleeping bag, a small blush creeping across her face, which deepened even further as she recalled the lack of clothing neither of them had. Koyuki Haim. The director of the film shouted as he swung open the door of the trailer they were in, allowing a burst of cold air to invade the warm interior. We need to find a male lead for the film. The young princess could only sigh as she knew this was going to be brought up eventually, since she had not notified any of them that she had requested Naruto to take the role. Though before she could respond to the director to reassure him that she had already secured a male lead, the masked man stood up and placed his hands on Sasuke's shoulders in a manner to present the arrogant Uchiha as a candidate for the role. I am sure Sasuke here could handle it no problem. Kakashi gave his trademark eye smile to the director. The director was silent as he looked the raven-haired boy up and down, rubbing his chin in thought. Can he act? The man finally inquired, still unsure of the young teen being presented to him to be considered for the part. I am sure he can pull it off. The masked person responded, giving another eye smile. With it being an Uchiha film, I don't think too much will be required. At this, Koyuki couldn't help herself but to giggle at the silver-haired man's statement. At first, Kakashi thought that she was giggling because she was considering the idea of having Sasuke star in the film with her, however that quickly changed when he saw her narrow her eyes at him. I'm afraid you are behind in current events, Haddock-san. Koyuki responded with a clipped tone, though still flashing a malicious and almost gleeful grin as she continued. That trash got cancelled before we even left port. Despite himself, the masked man couldn't help but flinch as the princess called the smut he loved so much, trash. Mentally, he imagined himself rubbing the favored orange book as if he were consoling it from the hurtful things the young actress had said about it. Even more so, the perverted man felt absolutely crushed that the Uchiha movie had been cancelled. And don't worry, I've already talked with someone I trust to take up the male lead for the film. She continued, turning her attention towards the director. However, he will not begin filming until all this is sorted out. What do you mean, sorted out? The director asked. And who did you get to come play the male lead? It is clear that we will not be able to film while my uncle is sending shinobi forces to kidnap me and no doubt to kill anyone who is with me. Koyuki stated. So until my uncle is no longer a threat, all filming is to be put on hold. Koyuki Haim, does that mean? Asama approached her, hopeful. I will be taking my throne back from my uncle and free these people from his oppressive rule. She replied to the unasked question, earning a nod of approval from both Naruto and Sakura. Meanwhile, the elder producer had tears running from his eyes at the princess's proclamation. I don't care who you have called in, there is no way he is better than me, Uchiha elite. Sasuke stated as he moved towards the princess, causing her to scowl, whilst Naruto and Sakura poised to react if need be. You should be honored that I would even consider being in this film. Listen here, Uchiha, and listen well. Koyuki narrowed her eyes at the arrogant raven-haired emo. You may flaunt your Uchiha arrogance within your village and get your own way, but you are in Yuki no Kuni and your name is worthless in these lands. Furthermore, I feel absolutely disgusted to have you within my presence. It is only because of Naruto-kun and Sakura-san that I even tolerate your foul stench. Kakashi, Asama, and the director could only stand there and gape at the princess's words, while the Uchiha seethed in anger that the young woman had dared to talk down to him, as if he were below her, like some lowly peasant. Now you listen here, bitch. Sasuke exclaimed as he moved towards her in an aggressive manner, intent on putting the princess in her place beneath him. However, before he made it halfway, Naruto had flashed between them. Holding his dark blade in a reverse grip position, with the point aimed directly at Uchiha's throat. shocking both Sasuke and Kakashi as neither had seen Naruto move. Just behind him, Sakura was beside Koyuki, gently pulling her back out of harm's way in case the arrogant duckass attempted something. I believe that is quite enough. The blonde stated in an even tone, his piercing blue eyes staring directly into the Uchihas, causing the raven-haired boy to flinch slightly at the coldness of Naruto's voice. Naruto. Kakashi began, only to be interrupted. Haddock-san, I strongly suggest you put this arrogant fool on a tighter leash. Koyuki stated, with a cold edge to her voice from behind the two Hanyas. Lest he finds his head on the gallows once I claim my throne. The masked man gulped at this and silently nodded before he placed a firm hand on Uchiha's shoulder to pull him back. Once the raven-haired emo was a satisfactory distance away, Naruto cancelled his blade. Though kept an eye on the two Sharingan users in case the Uchiha attempted something else. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto spoke up, catching the masked Jonin's attention as the blonde hardly ever called him by his name unless it was absolutely serious. Perhaps you should take Sasuke team outside for a bit to cool down. It won't do us any good if he is set on attacking our own client. As much as the silver-haired had wanted to chastise the blonde for essentially taking over, he knew Naruto was right. Sasuke was already treading in dangerous waters with his latest actions, and the masked pervert was sure that his favored student was going to have to face some sort of punishment when this was all over. Either from the Hokage or from Koyuki herself. The latter had already threatened execution, in which the council and Konoha would have no jurisdiction over to get their beloved Uchiha out of it. Come on, Sasuke. Kakashi stated, leading the raven-haired teen out of the cabin. Leaving those remaining to breathe a sigh of relief. Are the rebels in position, Asama-san? Naruto turned to the elder producer. They should be by the time we reach the pass you suspect the ambush to happen. The man replied. But why have them so far away? They are eager to fight for Koyuki Haim. I know, which is why I've asked you to have them stay back. The blonde stated, earning a confused look for not only the elder man, but also Sakura. Naruto-kun, what are you planning? They inquired with a small frown. Something that will save a lot of lives. He sighed. Truth was, he wasn't sure if it was going to work, but it was a chance he was willing to take. Given that it had consumed nearly 3/4 of his chakra reserves to initiate his plan to begin with. Still, the blonde had a feeling in his gut that Dodo was going to attack them with something so brutal, it would crush the rebellion in a single stroke, and the best way to avoid that was to not have the rebels there at all. Hence why he had replaced their entire ranks with shadow clones he had sent ahead to henge as the rebels, with the actual rebel army hiding well behind the fake army. I expect to see the three we fought before to show up. Naruto continued. When they do, I will square off against Fubuki, the pink-haired one. What, my hair isn't pretty enough for you? Sakura teased, causing the blonde to chuckle slightly. Don't be jealous of Sakura-chan. You'll always be my cherry blossom. He teased back, earning a blush from his pink-haired mate. But in all seriousness, I want to talk to her and ensure she is safe. Because one way or another, this ends today. Either they manage to wipe out the rebellion, or we take them out and go after Dodo himself. Please, be careful. Koyuki said, concern laced in her voice. Both of you. Don't worry. Naruto winked at her, causing her to blush. We won't leave you alone with that arrogant duck ass. This of course caused both Sakura and Koyuki to laugh softly at the absent Uchiha's expense. Allowing a sense of levity to fall between the three. Half an hour later, silence passed between the occupants as they continued on their way towards the village that they were set to arrive in within the hour. Sasuke had opted to stay on the far end of the cabin, mostly due to Kakashi's insistence that the young Uchiha not cause further trouble for himself. Though that didn't stop the raven-haired teen from casting angry glares towards the princess and Sakura. The two had noticed this, but had ignored the brooding emo, which only infuriated him further. Meanwhile, Naruto had taken position on top of the truck to keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. Stretching out his sensing capabilities as far as they could go, picking up locations of the various wildlife in the immediate area, and of course, the awaiting forces of the snow shinobi just a bit further up the road. Closing his eyes, he focused on the enemy forces, aiming to get a more accurate reading for what they were about to encounter. Among the forces, he could feel the chakra of the 3 snow shinobi that had attacked them on the boat. However, as he focused on the enemy forces, he noticed something that caused him to frown. While they were a considerate size, it was nowhere near as much as he had expected Dodo to send. It was as if the tyrant had something else planned. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto began to speculate what the madman's plan could be. Yes, we will find out soon enough. The blonde thought to himself as he jumped down to let the others know. Be ready for anything, Hari-chan. Right, Naruto-kun. The Kitsune girl nodded. Better let the others know of what's about to happen. Naruto mentally commented as he pounded on the roof a few times with his foot to give Sakura the signal to get ready. Inside the cabin, the occupants all looked towards the source of the pounding before looking amongst one another. Nodding to one another, Sakura and Koyuki moved over to where Asama and the director were, earning a questioning look from the masked. "What's going on?" Kakashi inquired, looking up from his orange book. "Naruto-kun is warning us of the upcoming ambush so we can get ready and keep Koyuki Haim and the film crew safe." Sakura replied, earning a scoff from the brooding Uchiha. "The dope is probably just faking it to make himself look better than he actually is." Sasuke commented dismissively. "I highly doubt an ambush will happen." Kakashi mildly agreed with the Uchiha. "If anything, we will only see the three that attacked us previously." This of course prompted both Koyuki and Sakura to roll their eyes, while Asama frowned at the masked man. The elder producer for one was glad that at least two of the Konoha shinobi he had hired were capable of doing the job. One of which had even gone well above and beyond what was asked. "If you do not trust Naruto-kun to relay accurate information about an impending attack, then why assign him to keep a lookout if you will just ignore his warnings?" Koyuki countered, causing the mask to sigh and relent to the princess's reasoning. However, Kakashi didn't get much time to dwell on it as the truck and the convoy came to a sudden halt. "It's happening," Sakura stated as she looked to the film crew and princess to issue instructions. "Everyone outside, but stay near the trucks for cover." "Sakura, why?" Kakashi's words fell on deaf ears as everyone aside from himself and Sasuke had exited the truck, prompting the masked man to sigh as he jumped out as well with the Uchiha behind him, becoming a little frustrated that both Sakura and Naruto had essentially taken over this mission. Once outside, he was greeted with the sounds of a massive battle as shouts and screams echoed from just beyond a large snowbank that now blocked the path of the trucks. Three familiar forms standing atop them, sneering down at the Konoha shinobi. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Haddock?" Natter greeted sarcastically, earning a chuckle from both of his teammates. Knowing what was about to happen, Kakashi uncovered his Sharingan eye and braced himself for the inevitable attack from the three snow shinobi. Meanwhile, Naruto jumped down from the roof of the truck he was standing on, causing the larger of the snow shinobi to flinch slightly at the sight of the blonde, causing him to chuckle to himself. "Hey, a big guy," Naruto stated with a sadistic grin, zeroing in on Mizer. "How's the ribs?" Once more, the large snow shinobi flinched slightly, unconsciously bringing a hand up to cover his barely healed ribs that had been cracked from the man's earlier encounter with the blonde. "Alright, pleasantries are out of the way," Fubuki commented as she crouched down, ready to leap into action. "Let's take care of these assholes and bring the princess back to Dodo-sama." "Fine fine." The lilac-haired shinobi shrugged. "You take. I got the pink-haired bitch," the larger shinobi stated. He absolutely refused to fight Naruto once more. "The FFT, whatever." Fubuki shrugged. "I'll take the handsome one." "Flattering, but you're not my type," Sasuke retorted as he readied himself with a kunai. "I was talking about the blonde one, you duck-ass emo." The pink-haired snow shinobi scoffed. Though she didn't miss the blonde in question as well as his pink-haired teammate chuckling to themselves at the Uchiha's expense. "Whatever, just kill them," the lilac-haired man ordered as he moved to engage Kakashi. "You will not take Koyuki Haim," Asama exclaimed as he came running up to the group, dressed in a traditional samurai armor, signifying the elder man's former position of the royal guard for the princess's father and by extension, the princess herself. Stopping atop a hilltop not too far from where Team 7 and the princess were. Behind him were a large contingent of rebel troops, all equipped with various makeshift armors and weapons. Very few actually held anything that could truly be considered as armor or weapons, as most of them were just leather hides with fur and various farming tools to use as weapons. However, there was determination in their eyes, telling those before them that they would not yield, even if it cost them their last breath. "Oh look, the farmers want to play soldier." Mizer scoffed at the ragtag group. "Good." Natter started with a malicious grin. "We can crush these pathetic ants in one swift stroke." "Ready the kunai launchers." All the Konoha shinobi, including Naruto's eyes, widened at the lilac man's last orders. None of them liked the sound of what a kunai launcher could be. Immediately on the mountainside, multiple snow piles exploded, exposing small groups of snow shinobi standing behind what appeared to be a weird cannon of some kind. "Fire!" the lilac-haired man shouted. "Shit." Naruto mentally cursed as he quickly ran towards the princess and tackled her down to get her out of harm's way, ensuring that his own body shielded her from any potential threat from the launchers. Grunting slightly as a few stray ones struck him in the back. Without hesitation, Sakura went through a series of hand seals to summon a large enough earth wall to protect the film crew and the director from the volley of kunai that now rained down upon them. While Kakashi did the same to protect Sasuke from the onslaught. The rebels however had no such fortune as the kunai tore through their ranks, eliciting screams of terror and pain from the ragtag rebellion forces. Even the elder man's armor proved useless against the onslaught of blades that tore into his chest and stomach, with one even wedging itself into the man's knee, causing him to crumble down to one knee. Using his sword to keep him steady as he stared up at the snow shinobi. "You." will not win. He rasped out before collapsing onto his back as the hail of kunai ceased as the launchers ran out of ammo. I think we already have. Natter laughed as the Konoha shinobi began to emerge from where they were hiding. As they did, a snowy field of bodies greeted them of what was once the rebel army that retaliated against Odo and his rule. Kakashi silently lowered his head in mourning for the fallen before turning his attention back to the lilac-haired man that had ordered the massacre that would be forever etched into his memory due to his Sharingan being active at the time of the massacre. For his part, Sasuke remained quiet, completely apathetic to the fallen rebellion. On the other hand, Koyuki let out a sharp gasp, bringing her hands up to her mouth to cover a silent scream that threatened to erupt from her throat. Tears formed in her eyes. What made it even worse for her was knowing that they had all laid down their lives for her. Turning to the blonde in front of her, her eyes widened as she saw 4 kunai embedded into the blonde's back. Don't worry about Koyuki Haim. He smiled at her before channeling some of his chakra to his back to force the embedded weapons out, allowing them to drop harmlessly to the snow beneath him. By this time, Sakura had also emerged from the earth dome she had made for the film crew, closing it behind her to ensure the crew would remain safe until the battle had subsided. Seeing the snow strewn with bodies, she couldn't help but to feel a swell of sorrow for the fallen, turning her attention to the 3 snow shinobi that still stood atop the snow pile, blocking the path. Her eyes narrowed at the 2 males of the group. Well, that takes care of the trash. Mizer commented, earning a scowl from the 2 Hanyas and the princess. Let's wrap this up. Natter instructed. Kill them. Immediately the 3 snow shinobi launched themselves at their chosen opponents, with Fubuki making a dash towards Naruto, who merely smirked and jumped away, leading the pink-haired snow shinobi away from the group. Meanwhile, Mizer launched himself toward Sakura, intending on smashing her into the ground as he raised his large hands and brought them down viciously into the snow, creating a cloud of snow and dirt to obstruct his vision momentarily while Sakura leaped away. Stay still, so I can crush you. The large man exclaimed, trying to find them in the flurry of snow. Yeah, sure, let me get right on that. She thought sarcastically to herself, earning a small chuckle from her inner self. You shouldn't waste your time on a weakling like her when you can face an elite like me. Sasuke started cockily as he landed off to the side of the larger snow shinobi. Idiot. Inner Sakura commented. He could have used a distraction to take him out. What do you expect? Taita-sensei has constantly praised him for such actions. Sakura mentally rolled her eyes. We should hang back and see how he does. Inner giggled, imagining the arrogant Uchiha getting laid out on the ground. Agreed, but keep on guard just in case either of them try something. In agreement with her inner self, Sakura bounded a fair distance away from the 2 males as Sasuke charged at the larger man with his kunai, aiming to disable the snow shinobi as quickly as possible, only for the weapon to deflect harmlessly off the large man's chakra armor. What the? The raven-haired Uchiha wasn't able to finish as the Mizer took a swipe at him with his iron gauntlet, forcing the Uchiha to leap back to avoid being struck. Though before Sasuke could counterattack, Mizer had launched the same iron gauntlet into the raven-haired teen's direction, leaving Sasuke vulnerable in mid-air to the attack. From a distance, Sakura watched as the Uchiha evaded the initial strike from the larger shinobi. Then as Mizer had fired off his gauntlet towards his intended target who had yet to land before she felt a familiar pull in her gut, causing her to narrow her eyes as she once again found herself in the path of the attack while the arrogant teen was in her spot. Smirking slightly, she quickly turned the tables and switched herself out with him, allowing Sasuke to take the full brunt of the attack in the chest, knocking him out cold. Not this time, asshole. Sakura stated as she looked down at the unconscious emo, half tempting to spit on him for attempting the same cowardice act he pulled on her in Nami no Kuni. Ha! Mizer laughed. You got spite, I like that in a woman. Not interested, I already have a mate. The scoffed as she crouched down into a defensive posture. You won't have a say in the matter. He grinned. I'll even let that blonde brat watch as I make you scream. And once I am bored of all of your holes, I will kill him and sell you to a brothel. Hearing this, Sakura narrowed her eyes as she felt her blood boil, screaming out for the arrogant snow shinobi's blood. Slowly, her canines began to extend slightly as her pupils turned to slits. Her fingernails extended into 1.5-inch long claws. The raging boiling over, the infuriated launched herself towards the larger shinobi, who was caught off guard by her sudden aggressiveness and viciousness. Even more so, when he had launched his gauntlet-like weapon towards her, only for her to catch it and crush it within her bare hands. What the hell? Mizer exclaimed as he barreled upon him. Once within melee range, Sakura wasted no time to rain down a flurry of punches onto her opponent, each strike echoing through the mountainsides as the man's chakra armor took more and more damage, buckling under the sheer amount of abuse it was sustaining. It was then that Mizer noticed the Pinkette's face and how demonic it looked, so full of fury. Vainly, the large man tried to cover himself, but to no avail, as the inhuman strength broke through any defense he feebly attempted to put up. With one last push, Sakura jumped up and performed a spinning back kick directly into the man's chest, cracking the circle like the design the chakra armor had, while sending Miser a good distance away. As the large man went sailing back, his chakra armor began to spark and crackle as the overload of energy began to build up in the chest area, causing Miser to panic and try to rip his armor off in mid-flight, though it wasn't to be as the power surge that built up exploded, sending bits of the large man all over the mountainside and snow-covered ground, effectively knocking the pink-haired out of her bloodlust. He's dead. Sakura thought numbly while in shock. Though also a bit disappointed that she wasn't the one to kill him and that it was due to the damage his armor took. Frowning a bit, she looked around to see Sasuke just now starting to regain consciousness. Frowning slightly, she let out a sigh, knowing she was about to get an earful for returning the favor to the arrogant emo. Still, it felt good to give the Uchiha a taste of his own medicine. Better go check on Koyuki Haim. The thought to herself as she quickly bounded over to where the princess was. However, she was broken out of her thoughts as a scream echoed off the mountainsides, which alarmed the pink-haired, prompting her to dash as fast as she could to where the convoy was. Arriving just in time to see Koyuki being pulled into what appeared to be a ship in the sky, a rope wrapped around the princess's waist. Naruto-kun. Sakura-san. Koyuki screamed out before she disappeared into the vessel. Damn it. Sakura cursed to herself. With Naruto, the blonde leapt through the tree branches, weakly throwing his shadow kunai at the pink-haired ice user as she continued to pursue him deeper and deeper into the forest until they were well away from everyone else, which slightly concerned her. She knew what the blonde was mildly capable of due to the injuries Miser had sustained after their initial attempt to kidnap the princess, and she was not looking forward to feeling that happen to her. Without warning, Naruto stopped and turned to face her, causing her to panic and deploy her wings from her pack to slow her down. She would have turned tail there and flew away if the blonde hadn't spoken up. I think we are far enough away from the eyes and ears of everyone else. Naruto smiled as he leaned up against the tree. Right, Fubuki-san. What do you mean? She tentatively asked as she landed on a tree branch across from the blonde. Well, for one, Koyuki Haim would be upset if I hurt her best friend. The blonde shrugged, causing Pinket's eyes to widen in shock that he knew of her friendship with the lost princess. And don't worry, only myself and Sakura-chan know that you are a spy for the rebels. Aside from Sandayu-sen, of course. For what good it did, I couldn't warn them about the ambush. The pink-haired girl frowned. Now they're all dead, including Sandayu-sama. Nope. The blonde grinned, catching Fubuki's attention. What do you mean, no? She demanded. I just saw them get massacred. No, you didn't. Naruto retorted, his grin never leaving his face. You saw my shadow clones get massacred that were hanged as Asama-san and the rebels. Fubuki could only stare at the blonde in silence in complete shock. You see, I theorized countless scenarios of how this ambush would play out. The blonde vegan, squatting down to get more comfortable. As I know this place would be the best opening for an ambush, judging by the map. So I planned around it. I also counted on that bastard Dodo to want to wipe out the rebellion, though I didn't expect him to employ such weapons. But if they were just clones, why didn't they disperse when struck? She questioned in confusion. Takra reinforced, thanks to a very special girl in my life. He cryptically replied, earning a dumbfounded look from the. I'll explain later. So what's your plan? Fubuki asked. Go and kill Dodo or something. That's exactly my plan. The blonde grinned. And we'll free your parents as well. However, instead of happiness, he only saw sorrow. Are they? He didn't finish as he saw the tears leak out of her eyes. I had to kill them a month ago. She sniffled, curling her knees up into her chest as she leaned against the tree. Dodo was becoming suspicious of me, so to test my loyalty to him, he had me kill my own parents. With a quick movement, Naruto was on the same branch as Fubuki and brought her into a comforting hug to try and calm her down. Rubbing her back as he did so while she cried into his chest. I'm sorry. He whispered. It's not your fault. She sniffled. My parents were prepared for something like this. They said they would proudly die if it meant that I remained safe. I promise you this, Dodo will pay for all that he has done. The Uzumaki vowed, now having a new reason to send the vile man's soul to Jashin. For now, we need to get back to the others. So, please forgive me. Before Fubuki could question what the blonde was talking about, she felt a chop to the back of her neck before her world went black. It didn't take long for Naruto to return to the convoy, only to see a distraught Sakura and an upset Sasuke who was glaring at the entire time. Meanwhile, Kakashi was leaning against the side of the truck, reading his orange smut. What did I miss? Naruto inquired, though looking around, he noticed Koyuki was missing. That must be why Sakura-chan is upset. Dodo has Koyuki Haim. Sakura answered flatly, causing the blonde to brown slightly. He could tell that his pink-haired mate was beating herself up over Koyuki being taken. Who's that? Kakashi asked, referring to the blonde's arms. Fubuki. Naruto simply answered before making his way over to where Sakura stood. Put her in Koyuki's bed. I'm going to go get Koyuki Haim back. Nodding, Sakura took the snow shinobi and entered the trailer, ignoring the glare the Uchiha was sending her way. We should interrogate her to find where Dodo is. The masked man suggested as he moved to follow Sakura into the truck. No. The blonde stated. Under international shinobi law, she is my prisoner since I am the one who defeated her, therefore she is under my care. Speaking of which, what happened to the other two snow shinobi? Nader escaped, and the other one was killed when his armor malfunctioned. Asama stated as he came out of his hiding spot, much to the surprise of Kakashi, who quickly looked over to see the prone body of him laying on top of the snow mound he was killed on. Your plan worked like a charm, Naruto-san. The entire rebellion is in your debt. Wow. How? Was all Kakashi could stammer out, earning a grin from the blonde. Ain't shadow clones the most useful technique, especially when you can make a small army of them? To prove his point, the bodies of the rebels began to dispel in small sections, causing the blonde to slightly wince as he experienced how some of them died. Shaking the feeling off, he turned and began to walk towards the tree line. Where are you going, Naruto? Kakashi asked. To get Koyuki Haim back. The blonde simply answered. We need to wait and find out where she is being held before we rush in. The masked man argued as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a hexagonal crystal on a necklace that had been on the princess's neck before he switched it with the fake she was now wearing. Besides, I have what Dodo is really after. This caused Naruto to pause and look over his shoulder back at his supposed sensei. Congratulations, Taida-sensei. The blonde commented. You just further endangered Koyuki Haim. Without that necklace, Dodo has no reason to keep her alive. Good job. Without waiting for a response, the blonde took off with renewed speed and disappeared into the shadows of the trees. Chapter 26. Koyuki glared defiantly at the two men standing before her. Dodo with a smug expression that he had captured her while her protection detail was distracted with the attacking forces he had sent to ambush them. Meanwhile, Nader had a lecherous grin as he eyed the princess up and down, causing her to shiver in disgust. Vizir was killed, and there has been no word from Fubuki, so best to assume she was either captured or killed. Nader reported with a slight shrug, not caring in the slightest for his two teammates. He never liked the big brute, and he was beyond frustrated that the sole female of the team would constantly refuse his advances. If she has been captured, then she will be executed for failing her objective. Dodo stated with authority as he focused his attention on the princess. Oh, why the angry expression, Koyuki Haim? You should be happy for this family reunion. You ceased to be my uncle when you murdered my father and usurped his throne. She spat as she narrowed her eyes. My pathetic brother was weak. Dodo sneered as he moved towards the princess, lowering his face so he could look her in the eyes. The fool built a weapon that could be used to keep the country in line, but he never used it. My father never built any weapons. Shows just how naive you really are, Koyuki Haim. The tyrant chuckled, quickly reaching out and grabbing the necklace that was around the princess's neck before ripping it off of her. Your father spent an exorbitant amount of time and money on his ultimate project. A creation so awe-inspiring, it would shake the very foundation of Yuki no Kuni. Turning, Dodo began to walk away before he froze. Staring at the necklace in his hand before he clenched his fist around it. Shattering it within his hand. It's a fake. He exclaimed as he swiftly turned around, his eyes mad with rage. Hearing this, Koyuki couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock at the revelation. Her mind quickly raced to think of when it could happen. Briefly she wondered if Naruto could have switched it, but quickly shook that thought away, as the blonde had been forthcoming with all of his plans and what he had intended to do. Her thoughts then shifted to when she retired to her room the morning Kakashi assigned the duck ass to protect her. She vaguely recalled seeing him inside her room while she slept that afternoon, causing her eyes to narrow in realization. She is of no use to us anymore, kill her. Dodo ordered as he turned to leave the room. Dodo-sama, would it be? You can have your fun with her, just kill her afterwards. Was all the tyrant said before leaving the room, slamming the door shut behind him in a fit of rage. Well, you heard Dodo-sama, I get to have you all to myself. Nader grinned as he slowly began to approach the princess, his hands working to loosen his pants. Don't worry, I'll enjoy every minute of it. Naruto-kun will come for me. Koyuki stated with defiance. You mean that blonde brat? The lilac-haired man laughed. By the time he finds you, I will have already fucked you and left your corpse to rot. Are you sure about that? A distorted voice came from behind the snow shinobi. Just as Nader turned to see who spoke, a sudden wave of coldness washed over his body as he felt a slight pressure in his neck. Unable to move his head, he looked out of the corner of his eyes to see Naruto holding a black blade in a reverse grip position, with the edge of the blade going through the snow shinobi's throat. Though what stood out was that the blonde had a rather feral look about him. The whisker marks that adorned his cheeks were far more defined, his pupils had become slits, with an eerily yellow glow around them. The fingernails on his hands had elongated into what appeared to be claws, and his canines had become more pronounced. With one quick movement, Naruto had brought his right hand around and impaled Natter through the chest before allowing the body to drop to the ground. Having done that, the blonde flicked his right hand away to remove any blood that lingered on his hand. Taking a deep breath, he slowly turned towards Koyuki. His features returned to normal. "Sorry you had to see the Koyuki Haim." The blonde apologized, his head bowed. "But I strongly despise rapists. I knew you would come to Naruto-kun." Koyuki smiled as she launched herself into him and wrapped him in a hug. For his part, the blonde was surprised. He had half expected her to shrink away in fear due to his transformation. But here she was, embracing him with all that she had. Still, he returned her embrace, rubbing her back in a comforting manner. After a handful of seconds, Koyuki broke the hug and looked up into the blonde Hanya's eyes. "Is Fubuki?" she began. "She's safe." He smiled, allowing the princess to breathe a sigh of relief that her childhood friend was safe. "Sakura-chan is watching over her right now. Thank you," she whispered, burying her face into his chest. "Come on, let's get you back to the others," the blonde stated as he moved away from the princess. "No," she said quietly, not moving from where she stood. "My uncle is on board this airship. This is our chance to end this once and for all." "Are you sure about this, Koyuki Haim?" Naruto inquired. While he had no issues in ending the life of the tyrant, his primary objective was to ensure the safety of the princess. "Yes," she replied with confidence. "His rule must end today." "As you wish." He smiled, taking hold of her hand as the two moved through the ship in search of Dodo. After a few minutes of moving through the vessel, the two eventually found themselves out on the deck of the large airborne boat-like vessel. This was where they found the tyrant looking over the bow of the ship before turning to face the two new arrivals. Almost as if he had been expecting them. "You must be the brat that banged up Miser." Dodo spoke as he fully turned to face the blonde and the princess, a sadistic grin spread across his face. "To think, mere taijutsu could cause so much damage to my chakra armor creations, though I suppose I must thank you for that. And why would that be?" Naruto inquired, moving the princess behind him to keep her safe from harm. "If it wasn't for you, my scientists would have never seen the flaws in their own designs and give me this new and improved chakra armor," he exclaimed as he threw open his robes, exposing a pristine black-looking armor outfit with a light blue and greenish-looking yin-yang-like seal in the center of the man's chest. Thus crafting the perfect armor with no weaknesses. Naruto merely frowned at the man's claim, resisting the urge to scoff at it. If the blonde so desired, he could easily puncture the armor as if it were tissue paper. Still, he couldn't deny that there was a small part of him that enjoyed watching as people like Dodo go from feeling invincible, only to have it all come crashing down around him and then the realization wash over him as he falls into despair. Maybe it was his blood, but so long as he didn't enjoy the suffering of innocent people, the blonde was content with it. "Well then," Naruto smirked. "I guess I would be remiss if I passed up a chance to test such fine craftsmanship. Go on, boy," Dodo exclaimed as he held his hands out wide in a taunting gesture. "Give it your best shot, I'll give you the first one free." Okay, now he is just being delusional. Ari thought from inside the blonde's mind. Well, he is about to be disappointed. Naruto smirked. Taking the invitation, Naruto created a shadow clone to stay with the princess while he charged towards Dodo. Channeling a bit of his demonic chakra into his right arm as he brought it back to unleash a full swing into the man's chest. From the sidelines, Koyuki watched on as the blondes first connected with the madman's armor and then effortlessly, pushing through it until it exited the other end, covered in blood. In his arrogance, Dodo had not once considered the blonde would actually be able to harm him. Though that all came crashing down the moment the Konoha shinobi's fist ripped through his chest and exited out his back, causing to spit up a massive amount of blood out of his mouth. Shakily, Dodo turned to see the blonde, only to be met with an eerie set of yellow eyes with black slit pupils. "Dashin-chan will feast upon your vile soul, Dodo Kazuhana," Naruto stated before quickly removing his hand from the man's chest and in a swift movement, summoning his shadow side and spinning it around before he severed the tyrant's head from his body in one swift motion. Once the body had fallen to the deck, the shadow clone next to Koyuki had dispersed itself as the princess ran towards the blonde. However, before she could make it halfway, an explosion ripped through the ship, causing her to stumble to the side, dangerously close to the edge. Seeing this, Naruto quickly began to make his way to her, applying chakra to his feet to allow him to stick to the deck. Damn bastard must have had a kill switch on him to set the ship to blow if anything happened to him. The blonde thought to himself. However, he was broken out of his musing as he heard a surprised shriek. Looking up just in time to see Koyuki fall over the edge of the airship. "Koyuki Haim," he shouted, pushing more chakra into his feet to propel himself over the edge. Narrowing himself as much as he could to reduce as much drag as he could, he zeroed in on the falling princess and rocketed towards her. Within the blink of an eye, he had caught up to her and embraced her in his arms as they plummeted towards the ground. Immediately, she latched onto him. Closing her eyes as she buried her face into his chest, not wanting to witness her own death. However, she quickly snapped out of it as she felt the blonde's calming aura, prompting her to meet the young Hanyu's gaze. "It's going to be alright, Koyuki Haim." He smiled, ignoring how fast they were approaching the ground. "Do you trust me?" She didn't even need to think about it and immediately nodded her head. As they fell, both stared into one another's eyes before darkness embraced them for a handful of seconds. The next thing Koyuki knew was cold air was hitting her face as they skidded across the ground through the snow for some distance, all the while she kept her eyes locked with the blonde's. Until said blonde hit a tree, the abrupt stop causing her to slip forward, their lips meeting, catching both by surprise. Before they quickly broke apart. "Sorry, Naruto attempted to apologize however, Koyuki had grabbed his face and lunged forward once more, capturing his mouth with her own in a passionate kiss, which he returned. Earning him a satisfied moan from the princess. After a handful of seconds passed, the two broke the kiss, both breathing heavily due to the lack of air between them. The princess sported a heavy blush across her cheeks as she nuzzled into the blonde's chest, letting out a sigh in contentment as she took in his scent. "Are you sure about this, Koyuki Haim?" the blonde asked while rubbing her back. "I mean, you saw my semi-transformation and all. And I also heard you say that my uncle's soul was sent to Jashin." Koyuki replied, looking up at him with a soft smile. "That's right." Naruto nodded with a small sigh. "I am Jashin-chan's champion, and by extension I am also a Jashinist, and I have been tasked to slay corrupted souls and cleanse Jashin-chan's name across the elemental nations. I'll admit, when I first saw you kill an adder, I was frightened." She began, nuzzling into him once more. "But throughout this entire trip, you have selflessly put myself and others before yourself and asked nothing in return. I believe you're exactly the same as Dante in your books. A devil with a human heart." Naruto could only smile at her words. Relieved that she didn't hate him for what he had laid bare before her. "And that is exactly why I have fallen in love with you, Naruto-kun." She finished, looking up into his eyes once more. "Very well, Koyuki Haim." The blonde smiled. "We'll talk about this more later, for now, let's get back to the others before Sakura-chan kills Sasuke team." This earned a small giggle from the princess before she leaned in and snuck another kiss before getting up off the blonde. Allowing him to get up as well. Taking hold of his hand, the two began to make their way through the snow towards where the convoy was last stopped. An hour and a half later, things were a bit boring, to say the least between those who remained with the convoy. As instructed, Sakura had laid the unconscious no shinobi in Koyuki's private trailer and watched over her to ensure neither Sasuke nor Kakashi could try to interrogate the pink-haired girl. Thankfully, the masked man had not even suggested it since Naruto had left. Sasuke on the other hand had spent the entire time glaring at Sakura while he brooded in the corner of the trailer. Speaking of Fubuki, the young pink-haired snow shinobi had woken up within an hour after being laid down. At first she had been frightened as to where she was, having not seen Naruto nor Koyuki around, but Sakura was able to calm her and allay any fears she had. Giving her a brief update of what happened while she was unconscious and reassuring her that Naruto and Koyuki would be returning shortly. Meanwhile, Kakashi had taken to talking with Asama. The masked was shocked into silence when the elderly man had informed him of how Naruto had come up with a plan to keep the rebels safe as well as himself, with the use of the boy's shadow clones, making the silver-haired man a little ashamed with himself that he didn't put more trust into his blonde student and had constantly downplayed the teen's suggestions and early warnings of the imminent ambush. Soon however, the sounds of cheers erupted from outside the trailer from the film crew, workers, and the rebels that had gathered after the battle had ended. This of course prompted all those inside to exit quickly to see what the commotion was about. Doing so, they were greeted by the sight of the princess and Naruto approaching the group as the crowd parted ways for the duo. Sakura couldn't help but smile as she saw the two holding hands. Of course this didn't go unnoticed by the other members of Team 7 either, eliciting two different reactions. "Looks like he got himself another girl." Kakashi thought to himself with a bit of amusement. "Lucky bastard." While the masked man was amused by the new couple, Sasuke could only see the anger that once again, another woman had chosen the blonde dope over him. "Welcome back, Koyuki Haim." Asama greeted the princess as the two closed a distance. "And thank you once again, Naruto-san, for ensuring her safety." "It was nothing, Asama-san." The blonde replied with a slight shrug. Meanwhile, the princess looked directly at Kakashi and held out her hand. "I believe you have something of mine," she stated. Nodding, Kakashi withdrew the necklace she had worn and placed it in her waiting hand. The next thing he knew, his head was jolted to the side as his left cheek stung from where she had slapped him. His eyes widening in surprise, though he supposed he did deserve it for taking it without her knowing. "Never take my things again, Haddock-san," Koyuki stated before turning back to the group. eyeing a certain pink-haired girl who had her hair free finally, giving it a wild and untamed look, almost reminding Naruto of Tsume's hairstyle. Just pink. Fubuki-chan. I'm here, Koyuki-hime. The wild-haired pink cat commented with a smile as the two girls embraced in a hug. What's going on? Kakashi asked, a little confused about how the princess was reacting to the enemy shinobi that had attempted to kidnap her just a few days ago. Fubuki-san is a childhood friend of Koyuki-hime and has been our spy for the past few years. Asama replied. Naruto knew, didn't he? The silver-haired inquired, piecing together the pieces of how his blonde student had insisted she not be interrogated, receiving a nod from the elder producer. He did, right after the trio attacked us on the ship. Asama continued. He witnessed Fubuki-san tossing a scroll towards Koyuki-hime. Look underneath the underneath. Kakashi thought to himself with a slight frown. Something I have been failing to do as of late. Meanwhile, while Koyuki and Fubuki began to catch up with one another, Naruto had split off from the group and approached his pink-haired mate, who was leaning against the side of the trailer they had been resting in. Reaching her, he gently lifted up her chin to meet her emerald eyes. What's wrong, Sakura-chan? He inquired, feeling his mate being in emotional distress through their mark. I don't know. She sighed as she laid her head down on his shoulder, wrapping her arms around the blonde. He died due to my actions, but I feel disappointed that I didn't get to see life fade away in his eyes. Like I was cheated out of a prize. Am I a monster for feeling this way? She must be talking about Miser. Ari commented with a frown, earning a mental nod from the blonde teen. No, you are not a monster. Naruto whispered into her ear as he rubbed her back in a comforting manner. Giving her a light kiss along her neck. This is our burden as a. So long as you never take pleasure in the suffering of the innocent, you will never be a monster, Sakura-chan. Sakura nodded, looking up and claiming her mate's lips in a passionate kiss before breaking apart after a handful of seconds. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She smiled before laying her head back on his shoulder. You're welcome, my cherry blossom. He replied with a smile of his own. When we get back to Konoha, I will ask Anko-chan if we can take you out and get you bloated. That way you will have an easier time with your urges. Sakura merely nodded in acknowledgement. Both scared and excited at the same time at the prospect of actually taking a life and getting blood on her hands. Figuratively and literally. As the two Hanyus basked in each other's presence, Koyuki and Fubuki approached the two. The former had a smile on her face as she watched the two. Thank you again, Naruto-kun. The princess stated. For all you have done for me. For us, and for Yuki no Kuni. We're not done yet. The blonde smiled as he and Sakura separated from their embrace, earning a confused look from the princess. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? She inquired. Do you know where your father was building that machine Dodo was talking about? It should be behind Kazahana Castle. Koyuki replied, still not understanding where her blonde love interest was going with this. Well, I think we should go take a look at it and maybe even activate it. Naruto smiled. What? Why would you even suggest that? She asked, clearly shocked at the blonde's suggestion. She wasn't alone either as those that had gathered around began to mumble amongst one another. Besides, we don't even know where the key is to activate it. Naruto merely chuckled and shook his head at her reaction, causing her to pout slightly. Making Sakura giggle softly at how cute it made her look. Actually, I believe I know where the key is. And I think Kakashi-sensei knows as well. The blonde commented before gesturing towards the necklace that the princess was wearing once more. Why else would two teams have been after that? But why do you want to activate the machine? Koyuki inquired while looking at the crystal necklace that hung around her neck. Tell me, Koyuki-hime, would your father really create something that would harm others? Naruto asked with a grin. No, he was a pacifist. His dream was to bring spring to. She trailed off as her eyes widened in realization of what her father's final creation could very possibly do. Looking up, she could see the blonde nodding in agreement at her, as if on the same thought as her. At these trucks ready to move out. We're heading to Kazahana Castle. Koyuki quickly shouted out instructions. After a chorus of acknowledgements, the drivers and workers set to work to carry out the orders the princess had given them. Shall we, Koyuki-hime? Naruto inquired as he held out his hand towards her. Smiling, she accepted it as she pulled Fubuki along with her as the group entered the truck and departed with the rest of the convoy, heading towards Kazahana Castle. Kazahana Castle, 1 hour later. Within an hour, the convoy of trucks and massive rebels diverged upon the castle. Much to the shock and elation of the citizens within the town. To finally see that the tyrant had fallen and the true heir to the throne had returned to claim her throne. After quickly addressing the citizens, reassuring them that she would see to it that they were all taken care of and that they need not live in fear anymore, Koyuki led the Konoha team to the back of the castle. After walking for around 15 minutes, the group arrived at a large opening with 3 massive pillar-like monoliths that stood in a triangle formation around a massive disc-like center. Frowning slightly, Koyuki looked over the site before slowly and cautiously making her way over to a large box with a clear top, allowing her to see a sort of control panel underneath. Gently brushing off the snow, she lifted the lid. Slowly, she removed her necklace and with a deep breath, inserted the crystal into the single opening and gave it a small twist. At first, nothing seemed to happen. No sounds, nothing. But as the minutes ticked on, she began to feel warmer and warmer, prompting her and various other members of the group to remove their outer coats. It was then that she noticed cracks beginning to appear on the ice that covered monoliths, revealing a sort of crystal underneath. Gradually, before her very eyes, the snow and ice began to melt away, giving way to lush meadows full of wildflowers and babbling brooks. "It's really here," she whispered as Naruto came up beside her, accompanied by Sakura and Kakashi. "My father's dream has come true. Spring has come to Yuki no Kuni." Using the natural geothermal vents under the ground to power the machine, very impressive. Sakura commented. "Your father was a genius. And you have made his dream come true, Koyuki Haim." Naruto smiled as he took in the beautiful landscape that was present before him. Though much to the three girls' disappointment, the blonde had not removed his long trench coat. Despite the rising temperature. Turning around, the princess couldn't resist but to bring the blonde into another hug, burying her face into his chest as tears of happiness and joy leaked from her eyes, all while mumbling thanks into his chest. Smiling, Naruto merely rubbed her back. "Now, I think we have your coronation to plan and a country to make a much-needed announcement to, don't you think, Koyuki Haim?" The blonde asked, earning a nod from the princess. 5 days later, it had been nearly a week since the fall of Dodo, the tyrant ruler of Yuki no Kuni, and the ascension of Koyuki Kazuhana to the throne. Word had spread like a wildfire across the country, which had led to the citizens across the country to hold massive celebrations in the princess's honor. During that time, the princess had sat down and talked in great detail with Naruto and Sakura in private, away from any prying ears about the brunette's relationship with the young. During their talks, Naruto had explained everything to Koyuki. From his earlier years in the village to his first meeting with Jashin, how he became and his subsequent training sessions with said goddess, which had surprised the princess to hear that he had actually met a goddess, not once, but multiple times, and had even been trained by her. Another thing that the princess took great joy in was that one of the most feared goddesses was a woman. When Koyuki had inquired about Sakura and by extension, the blonde's other mates, they had simply smiled and showed her the mate mark on the base of her neck. Explaining that she had agreed to be one of his mates after she had her eyes opened about her former crush after their missing in Nami no Kuni. Much to her embarrassment for her past actions, he had confessed to at one point being a fangirl to the brooding emo. Though when asked if Sakura had any regrets in becoming she merely shook her head and smiled. Citing that she would easily make the same choice if given the option to go back in time and change things. After receiving a detailed explanation of the positives and negatives of being Koyuki had insisted upon being marked as one of the blonde's mates. Once again, Naruto had reminded her that this would be a lifetime bond that would last centuries, if not more. This did not dissuade the princess any as she made a small jest that she would be able to take care of her people and ensure the travesties that her uncle had committed would not befall her people once more. But Sakura as their witness, Naruto marked Koyuki as his mate. The blonde and princess share a passionate kiss afterwards, making them feel a little jealous of being left out. Giving a slight pout, only to earn a kiss from Naruto. "I suppose we should drop the news to Taita-sensei that we will be staying an extra 2 or 3 weeks." Naruto chuckled as he held both girls close. "Do you think the two of them suspect you being in the movie?" Sakura inquired as they broke apart and began to make their way down the massive hallway that led towards the throne room. "I am sure Kakashi has, but he's kept it quiet," the blonde replied. "Duck ass can barely see past his own nose, so I doubt he suspects anything. Should be a good surprise for him." This caused the two girls to giggle. After a short walk, the trio reached a double set of large wooden doors. Pushing the doors open, Naruto allowed the two ladies to go before him before closing them behind him. Inside the massive room, they could see Kakashi and Sasuke packed and ready to go and simply waiting for the remainder of the team to arrive. "Say your goodbyes, Naruto?" the silver-haired asked with his trademark eye smile. This of course earned a scowl from the breeding Uchiha. "Forgive me for not informing you earlier, Kakashi-san." Koyuki spoke up, using her diplomatic tone. "But I have requested that these two remain to handle matters outside of the mission parameters." To further prove her point, the princess produced a mission scroll and handed it to the mask to read over. Seeing that the two had the Hokage's seal of approval, Kakashi merely sighed and nodded his head in acceptance. This of course prompted the Uchiha to scoff and begin walking away in anger, not bothering with any farewell to either of them. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation before turning back to Naruto. "You're the male lead, aren't you?" It was more of a statement than a question. Causing the blonde to merely chuckle while scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "Well, good luck Naruto, Sakura." See you back at the village, Kakashi nodded before turning to leave. And Naruto, try not to produce an heir to the throne just yet. The last words of the masked man caused a crimson blush to wash over the princess's face at the implications and nervous laughter from Naruto, while Sakura couldn't help but to hold her stomach in laughter at the two's embarrassment. Chapter 27 Konoha, 10 days later, the silver-haired let out a long sigh as the gates of the village came into view. It had been a long 10 days traveling back from Yuki no Kuni, now named Hara no Kuni, the land of spring. Almost the entire trip back he had to endure the complaining and ranting from the Soul Uchiha. Most of it revolved how it was all the blonde daub's fault that the princess had rejected him and that she was a fool to refuse such an honor to bear his children. It had gotten to the point that 2 days ago, Kakashi had snapped at the raven-haired teen. Reminding the breeding emo that he had strongly suggested that he take it slow with the princess and woo her with his charm. Failing to realize that the last Uchiha had about as much charm as a dead fish. Instead, Sasuke had all but forced himself onto the princess, destroying any chances the Uchiha would have had with the young woman. Since then, Sasuke had barely said a word to the masked man. Opting instead to silently seethe and stew in his own anger and hatred towards his blonde teammate. Arriving at the village gates, Kakashi quickly signed the two of them in before dismissing the raven-haired teen for the day. Ignoring the scoff the Uchiha made, the masked man slowly made his way towards the Hokage's tower. Before he knew it, he was at the large wooden doors. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves for the report he was about to give the Hokage about the previous mission, the actions of Sasuke, and his own failure, he pushed the doors open and entered. Welcome back, Kakashi. Hiruzen greeted the masked man as he set down the scroll he had just received less than an hour ago. I trust the mission went well. Mission was a success, Hokage-sama. The silver-haired man replied, before sighing. All thanks to Naruto. I sense there is something you need to get off your chest. The old man answered with a slight frown. Nodding, the silver-haired man began to report his experience on the mission. The mask had left nothing out. Reciting how the team had encountered the princess and the film crew, the princess ran off initially after Sasuke had attempted to force her to return to the film crew, and how Naruto had managed to calm her down to the point that she was suddenly eager to start filming again. Revealing that he later learned that it was due to finalizing the deal for the Demon Heart movie that had spruced up the princess once more. Hiruzen remained silent as Kakashi continued to give his report as the masked man began to explain what had happened during the boat ride. How he had attempted to have Sasuke seduce the princess once her heritage was learned by assigning the Uchiha to watch over her, and how it had subsequently failed due to the boy's ego and forcefulness. Then moving on to how Sasuke had nearly killed the princess during his rant that had triggered the avalanche. Once again citing that it had been Naruto that had saved the day and had managed to secure Koyuki and keep her safe on his own. Though admitted that he didn't know the details of what had transpired between the two. Then the masked man began to recount what had happened during the ambush and how he had brushed off Naruto's warning about the possible ambush, shrugging it off as the blonde genin only wanting to make himself look better at the time and admitting his own failure to look underneath the underneath as he had always preached. Though with no small amount of pride in his voice, he praised Naruto for not only having the foresight to predict such an ambush, but also saving the rebels from being slaughtered by the snow shinobi forces that had set up the ambush to begin with. Through it all, the elder village leader remained silent as the masked man finished his report. Taking a puff from his pipe, Hiruzen let out a long sigh, turning his gaze towards Kakashi. I have to say, Jonin Haddock, I am very disappointed in your recent judgments. The Hokage began, though his expression softened a little. However, I am thankful that you reported your failings honestly and that your own report lined up with the scroll I just received from Princess Koyuki. Kakashi remained silent, hanging his head down in shame, though was a little taken aback by the fact that the elder man had already received a report from the princess. Of course, Naruto has snake summons. He mentally reminded himself. Regardless of your honesty, I'm afraid I must still punish you and Genin Uchiha for your recent misconduct. Hiruzen sighed. While punishing the masked man wasn't an issue, the village leader knew that the elder council would intervene in favor of the Uchiha boy. I understand, Hokage-sama. The silver-haired man stated. I accept any punishment you deem appropriate. Nodding, Hiruzen thought a moment before an idea came to mind. Until Naruto-kun and Sakura-chan return, you will be temporarily demoted to Chunin and serve as a gate guard. That's not so bad. Kakashi thought to himself. Furthermore, your pay will be cut in half. Hiruzen continued with a mischievous grin on his face, which worried the masked man. You are also banned from reading any Icha book during your punishment. Okay, I can just leave it at home. And before you think you can just leave your book at home, it must be on you at all times. The Hokage grinned as he saw the masked pervert pale. It wouldn't be much of a punishment if you could simply ignore it. I understand, Hokage-sama. Kakashi relented, mentally crying and I'm tears of what he will have to endure the next few weeks. Very good, you're to report to the front gates tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. The elder man informed him. And you will not be late. Understood. The masked now nodded before frowning. What of Sasuke's punishment? Hiruzen frowned slightly, feeling that Kakashi was already going to slip back into his old ways and try to get the Uchiha boy out of being punished. However, that was quickly brushed aside at what the silver-haired man said next. The elders will attempt to have his punishment swept under the rug. To be honest, I have half a mind to revoke his shinobi license and seal his chakra for the stunt he pulled while in Yuki no Kuni. The Hokage sighed. However, with the Chunin exams fast approaching, with no immediate replacement genin in need of a team, that would only serve to punish the other two team members. And as you have said, the elders will aim to sweep the incident under the rug. May I suggest something? Kakashi inquired. Have him do nothing but D-rank missions inside the village. Hiruzen couldn't help but grin at the thought. It was perfect, since the Elder Council would be unable to interfere because it wouldn't be sanctioned as a punishment, just solo D-rank missions. I believe that will work. The Hokage agreed. I do believe I heard Tsume complaining about her son being lazy about cleaning the Inuzuka kennels. However, before they could continue talking, a knock was heard from the doors. The council requests you attend a meeting that has been called. A voice nervously called from the other side of the door. They probably saw Sasuke and myself returning alone and no doubt have questions or have jumped to conclusions. Kakashi speculated. Very well, let us go. Hiruzen sighed as he stood up to leave the office. No doubt they will want to hear from you. Nodding, the masked jonin followed the village leader out of the office and down the corridor where the council chamber was. Council chambers. Murmurs echoed throughout the large room as nearly the entirety of all the council members were present, minus one. Miyuki Haruno, who had to travel to the fire capital a few days ago to take care of family and business-related issues that had been brought to her attention. It had appeared that her brother-in-law had been caught padding the numbers to make him look better in the eyes of his in-laws, possibly in hopes of them leaving the family business over to him when they eventually passed on. Now though, he was sitting in a cell for fraud and the Haruno family was forced to take an accounting of every transaction the business had made. However, the murmurings ceased once the large doors opened, revealing the Hokage, along with Kakashi next to him. The sight of the masked man brought a small smile to the face of the elders and a few of the civilian council members. Is there a reason why this meeting was called? Hiruzen inquired, his tone clipped. Signifying he was not happy about yet another meeting being called behind his back. We heard that Haddock-san and Uchiha-sama had returned. Kaharu stated. And without the Haruno girl and the Uzumaki child. Both Sakura-chan and Naruto-kun were requested to remain to attend to matters outside of the initial mission parameters. Hiruzen replied, leveling a glare at the lone female elder for her near slip-up. And why would the actress request the Uzumaki brat to remain behind? One of the few civilian council members that were still loyal to the Uchiha inquired. Surely Uchiha-sama would have been able to handle any additional task she would have required. Though it wasn't said, the implication that was implied prompted a few of the shinobi clan heads to narrow their eyes at the civilian counselor that had just spoken. Meanwhile, Hiruzen puffed his pipe as he contemplated just how much he should divulge. Letting out a mental sigh, as he knew even if he didn't want certain members to know, they would still find out regardless due to gossip and loose tongues. The reason why Princess Koyuki Kazuhana, who was using Yuki Fukaki's as an alias, requested Naruto and Sakura to remain behind was due to the two being the driving force of the mission's success. Hiruzen began, earning a series of gasps of shock upon learning the actress's real name. As for Genin Uchiha, he is one of two people that have been banned from entering Yuki no Kuni, now named Hara no Kuni. This sent the elders and a handful into an uproar upon hearing that their prized Uchiha was banned from entering the country. Why was the Uchiha banned from the country? Inoichi. And who is the second person banned? Tsume added. Due to engaging in corporate sabotage, Jiraiya has also been banned from the country. Along with his Icha book series. The elder man sighed. As for Genin Uchiha, I will allow Kakashi to explain. Nodding, the masked man stepped forward and began to repeat his report of the mission. As expected, the elders and the handful of civilian council members that were still in the Uchiha camp were none too pleased that Naruto was receiving such praise and their vaunted Uchiha was being overlooked. Crying foul when Kakashi had reported that the actions of the arrogant Genin had nearly killed the princess in the process, if not for the blonde's quick thinking and foresight. And that is why Sasuke Uchiha is banned from entering Hara no Kuni and why the princess had requested Naruto and Sakura to remain. The masked sighed as the room erupted with shouts. Some defend the Uchiha and condemn Naruto. But surely this princess should have felt honored that Uchiha-sama was interested in her. The same civilian from before, as the room quieted down. In her own words, the Uchiha name holds no value in her land. Kakashi stated. Add to the fact that he all but forced himself onto her and nearly got her killed. Princess Koyuki holds no love for the boy. This is a grave issue. Hiashi stated, earning nods of agreement from his fellow clan heads. All of them knew full well that such an incident could have led to a war between the two countries. What should the Uchiha boy's punishment be? Before the village leader could answer, Hamura interrupted. You can't possibly be serious about punishing Uchiha-sama. The spectacled Eider stated. Surely you can apologize on his behalf and perhaps get the princess to lift the unjust banishment from him and we can work something out so as not to upset the boy. How much? Tsume growled at the elder man. How much will it take before you stop licking that Uchiha brat's ass crack? Until we are plunged into war with another country or village due to the brat's arrogance. The brat nearly killed the client due to the ego you all have given him and now you are saying his banishment from the country was unjust, the Inuzuka matriarch continued. The boy is lucky not to be executed. Tsume has a point. Inoichi stated, agreeing with the feral woman. It would have been well within the princess's rights to execute the boy due to his actions. So what punishment should the Uchiha receive? Hiashi inquired, ignoring the grumblings from across the table. As I told Kakashi, I have half a mind to revoke the boy's shinobi status and seal his chakra. Hiruzen replied. However, that would only serve to punish his teammates with the upcoming Chunin exams. Hearing this, the three elders inwardly smiled. Feeling they have gotten their way. So, instead. Hiruzen grinned. Gen and Uchiha will be doing solo D-rank missions until Naruto-kun and Sakura-chan return. As I understand it, Tsume Dono, your son has been slacking off in cleaning the kennels. At this, the feral woman allowed an evil smirk to grace her lips. Knowing full well what the village leader was suggesting. Have the runt be there before 6 in the morning. Furthermore, as punishment. Gen and Uchiha will not be receiving any pay for these missions. The Hokage added. Now then, this meeting is adjourned. Leaving no room for the other council members to speak out, the Hokage departed the room with Kakashi in tow, while those still favoring the Uchiha boy grumbled about not getting their way. Eri no Kuni, formerly Yuki no Kuni, Koyuki smiled lovingly as she looked down at the blonde beneath her. Arching her back in pleasure as she moved her hips back and forth, giving the blonde beneath her a good view of her ample chest in all its glory, as sweat glistened on her exposed skin. Giving her a more angelic look. Reaching up, Naruto gently guided his angel back down to him, capturing her lips with his own as, eliciting a pleasure-filled moan from the young princess. Breaking the kiss, she smiled as she gazed into his eyes, a glazed look of lust shone within her violet blue eyes. And cut. That's a wrap. The director yelled, earning a round of cheers and applause from the entire film crew as they had finally filmed the last scene for the movie. All that was left now was the post-editing and such. Smiling, Koyuki leaned back up and draped a blanket around her so that the rest of the film crew didn't see her body. Though not moving from her position on top of her blonde mate. Before doing the scene, the princess actress had insisted that the camera be set up in a way that it only showed her back, allowing only Naruto to see her bare chest. So, how does it feel to be a movie star, Naruto-kun? Sakura asked as she approached the two. I wouldn't say I am a movie star yet. The blonde chuckled from his position under the princess. I could be the reason this movie bombs. I doubt it. Koyuki laughed. You hit your marks perfectly. Just imagine, Naruto-kun having to run away from fans wanting his autograph. They giggled, eliciting a small giggle from the princess as well. So, shall we get dressed and get something to eat? Naruto inquired. Not that I mind being beneath such a beautiful angel. Koyuki couldn't help but blush at the compliment before leaning in and giving him a sensual kiss. Actually. She whispered, just loud enough for the two to hear her. I would like to continue this scene. Smirking, Sakura got the hint and gave her mate a wink before turning and issuing orders for everyone to clear the set. Ensuring that all the cameras were off and the doors locked. The pink-haired girl bid the two a good time before disappearing out the door, locking it behind her. Are you sure about this, Koyuki-hime? Naruto asked, bringing his hand up to tenderly cup her cheek. Prompting her to lean into it. I am Naruto-kun. She smiled as she leaned in once more and kissed him deeply. One of which he eagerly returned. Nearly an hour had passed as the two laid there. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he gazed down at the sleeping form of the princess. Gently, combing his lover's hair. Though he knew he should get her someplace more private. Knowing the last thing either of them needed was for some curious stagehand to walk in on them. Gently, he picked her up and shifted her into a bridal position before melting into the shadows. Within the blink of an eye, the two arrived in the princess's private quarters. Walking over to the bed, Naruto summoned a shadow clone to prepare the bed before he set the sleeping princess down to allow her to sleep. However, before he could pull back to leave, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him into bed with her. Stay. She murmured, half asleep. Smiling, Naruto complied. Silently ordering the shadow clone to inform Sakura of the change of location. Konoha, the next day. No. I absolutely refuse to do this peasant work. The arrogant Uchiha exclaimed before grinning Tsume. Tough shit runt. She stated, her grin becoming feral. Because your pathetic ass is mine. Now get to cleaning. Fuck you, bit. He never got to finish as the feral woman was upon him in an instant, her clawed-like fingers at his throat. An animalistic growl came from her throat as she stared down at the now frightened Uchiha. Bringing him closer, she let out a curious sniff before she leaned back and sniffed again. Looking down, she saw a dark and wet stream starting from the boy's crotch and running down his leg. Dropping the boy, she let out a loud laugh at the boy's embarrassment. "Alright Mr. Peabody, get to work," she ordered as she waited and dared for him to lash out again. Wisely, he chose not to and slowly began to set to work cleaning the first kennel. Which was a disaster zone. The breeding Uchiha could have sworn that the woman had fed the dogs, something that caused them to shit everywhere, considering he couldn't see the floor of the kennel. However, as he made a step to enter the kennel further, he had managed to slip on a fresh pile of dog droppings, causing him to slip. Desperately, he tried to catch himself, only to fall forward and fall face first into a fresh warm pile of dog shit. "Damn you Naruto," he mentally screamed. Placing all the blame on the blonde, refusing to accept that his current predicament was his own fault. And much to his misfortune, his suffering had only begun. Chapter 28. Yubuki never considered herself a girly girl. Always focusing more on her training as a kunoichi, instead of obsessing over her looks to catch the eyes of boys in her class. While the other girls were fussing over their hair and makeup, she was out improving her. When the rest of the girls in her class were spending their weekends at spas and salons, she would be in the training field practicing her taijutsu. So why now was her face doing a perfect impersonation of a tomato? Because her hand was firmly being held by the blonde shinobi that had all but single-handedly saved her country and restored its rightful ruler to her throne. "Are you okay, Fubuki-chan?" Naruto inquired about his impromptu date as he noticed the heavy blush on her face. Mentally chuckling as to how this had all come about. From the quick briefing he was told from Sakura, Fubuki had confided in Koyuki about her attraction towards the blonde. The end result, the young princess and pink-haired, had set the two of them up on a date at the last minute. To add to the pinkette's embarrassment, Koyuki had insisted she wear something other than her typical battle-ready gear. Gone was her chakra armor set up and hooded coat, instead she wore an elegant kimono, showing off her figure more than she would have liked. Even her wild hair had been done up in braided loops. The only piece of attire from her old outfit she had been allowed to wear was her eight, which now hung loosely around her neck. "I'm fine," she replied, rather quickly. "I swear, daimyo or not, I am going to get Koyuki back for this. If you say so." The blonde chuckled, causing the pink-haired snow shinobi to scowl. Though the scowl softened when he gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. "So how about we kick off this date with a simple lunch?" "Fine." Fubuki relented though with a small smile tugging at her lips. "There is a good restaurant just a few blocks away." Nodding, the blonde led his date through the bustling streets of now named Hagakure, formerly known as Yukigakure, due to the heat generator bringing spring to the country. Though after a bit of debate, it was decided that Koyuki would only have the generator on for 6 months out of the year, so as not to hurt local business and trades. Not to mention, allowing the citizens to become more acclimated to the new weather patterns brought on by the heat generator. After walking for nearly 20 minutes, the duo arrived at their destination. A quaint-looking cafe nestled in between two large buildings, making it easy to overlook if one was not paying attention. Entering the establishment, the two were immediately hit with the scent of freshly baked pastries, along with a mixture of various coffees, tea, and chocolate permeating through the air. "Smells good here," Naruto commented. Meanwhile, Ari was salivating at the aroma in the blonde's mindscape. "It does." Fubuki smiles as the two sit down at a vacant table in the corner that has a chair on one side and a bench seat on the other near the wall. "This was my parents' favorite place to relax at. I'm glad it survived Dodotheme's reign." A twinge of sorrow washing across her face at the memories of her parents. Seeing this, Naruto reached over the small table and reassuringly squeezed her hand to comfort her. Receiving a small smile from the gesture. Just before anything could be said, a waiter had arrived to take their orders. Fubuki had gone with a sweet roll filled with chocolate and a mug of hot chocolate, while Naruto had gone with a simple hot strawberry and vanilla tea with small baked rolls filled with cream cheese. "Would you like to tell me about them?" Naruto inquired. "My father was a doctor, probably one of the best in the hospital he worked at. He could diagnose what was wrong just at a glance. Taking his job very seriously." She began with a soft smile as she recalled her parents. "And your mother?" "She was a no-nonsense kunoichi," they replied. "She took her career very seriously and trained hard, making sure I didn't become one of those useless fangirls that obsessed over looks when I began the academy. Something tells me there is a funny story as to how they met." Naruto grinned as he speculated that something, no doubt embarrassing for one of her parents, had happened to get them to meet one another. "Well." Fubuki couldn't help but giggle slightly. "From what I was told, my mother had been training with her teammates when one of them accidentally set off an explosive tag next to where they had set their training kunai. As a result, when it went off, one of the kunai got impaled into my mother's rear. And as chance would have it, my father was the only doctor on duty at the time. They continued. Usually with such an injury in a sensitive area, a female doctor would administer the treatment. But with no other female doctor on call, my father was forced to treat her. So, I am assuming that your father asked her out on a date shortly afterwards. Naruto ventured. Taking a sip from his tea that had arrived, along with their other orders while Fubuki was reminiscing about her parents. Actually, from what my mother told me, she demanded that he take her on a date. She chuckled, taking a drink from her hot chocolate. While she was grateful that he didn't even chuckle at her predicament, her pride demanded that he treat her to dinner for seeing her in such an embarrassing state. Sounds like a book-worthy meeting. The blonde commented, prompting them to giggle once more. I just wish I could have saved them. She sighed, gaining a distant look in her eyes. Seeing this, Naruto moved out of his seat and sat down on the bench and brought her into a firm hug as he rubbed his hand along her back in a comforting manner. Allowing her to bury her head into his chest as tears fell freely from her eyes at the memory of her parents. They loved you a lot. He finally spoke softly into her ear. They knew what kind of bastard Dota theme was and they were prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice to ensure you lived to see a better future for this country. Gently lifting his hands to her face, he softly positioned her head to look him in the eye as he wiped away her tears with his thumb. And now look around you. He smiled softly at her. With your information, we were able to remove Dota theme from the throne and restore Koyuki Haim to her birthright and freed this country. You made this possible. To punctuate his words, he lightly kissed her forehead, causing the poor girl to blush up a storm. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She smiled. What about your parents? Well. The blonde frowned slightly. Both died the night I was born. My mother died to protect me, while my father died trying to make me into a weapon for the village when he sealed the Kyuubi inside of me. At this, Fubuki's eyes widened in shock. With a small sigh, Naruto began to tell her the story of his life thus far. Finding out his father had intended to have him conditioned to be a mindless weapon for those who were power-hungry within the village and how he avoided such a future with the help of his precious few people. Namely his Hibi Haim, Anko and his Queen of Blades, Yugao. After a short debate with himself mentally, he had even decided to reveal his encounter with Jashin as well. Citing that she was the main reason he was able to avoid such a fate and how she gave him her blessing and made him her champion. This bit had caught the pink-haired Kunoichi by surprise, as she had always thought that Jashin was a being of malice and carnage. Though the way the blonde before her had described the goddess, as she had learned, Jashin seemed more of a chaotic neutral agent in the grand scheme of things. As Naruto had explained that the goddess desired the souls of corrupted individuals, stating that the bastard Dodo was now suffering in her realm. Which made them feel a bit better, knowing the tyrant would get no peace, not even in death. Naruto had then gone on to tell Fubuki how Jashin had changed him into it to help him escape the beatings the villagers would organize for him with his new abilities, and how he had met his first mate, Anko, who had come to his defense during such an attack. Of course this led him to explain just how his mate Mark worked and what it all entailed. Koyuki Haim is one of your mates, isn't she? Fubuki inquired with a slight blush. Yeah, she is. The blonde replied honestly. She asked to be marked a week ago. So that means she is also just like you and Sakura-san? She asked in a low voice, ensuring the waiters of the establishment couldn't overhear what was being said. It really didn't need to get out that the princess who now sat on the throne was a half-demon. That is correct. Naruto stated softly. Right now, Sakura-chan is helping her with her new shadow abilities. How can you mark me too? She stuttered with a blush. Are you sure you want me to? The blonde asked in a serious tone. Like I said, this would be a lifetime bond spanning hundreds of years, if not more. He received his answer in the form of a deep kiss initiated by the pink-haired Kunoichi. Probing his lower lip with her tongue, begging for entrance. Which he allowed, as he returned her kiss. Letting his tongue battle hers for dominance. After a few seconds the couple broke the kiss, with Naruto smiling at the now flustered Fubuki. Very well. He smiled before turning his attention towards the waitress and requested the check. Paying the tab and leaving a nice tip, he got up and held out his hand towards the who took it. Allowing him to help her to her feet before being led out of the small cafe. Both feeling excited and nervous at the same time. Wrapping her arm around his in an affectionate manner as she leaned her head on his shoulder. After walking around for another 20 minutes, the two found themselves alone in the middle of a spacious park full of sakura trees and various other foliage that was coming to life with the arrival of spring within the country. Giving it a beautiful setting. Smiling softly, he turned towards his pink-haired date, bringing her in close as he wrapped his arms around her waist, prompting her to return his embrace. Are you ready, Fubuki Haim? Receiving a nod in confirmation, he watched as the young woman closed her eyes. Leaning in, he bit down on her shoulder, causing her to gasp slightly as he began to pump his chakra into her. Out of instinct, she bit down on his shoulder as well. Allowing their chakras to mix and in the process, accepting his mark. After a handful of seconds, they released each other. "Welcome to the family, Fubuki Haim." He smiled. "How do you feel?" "I feel." She thought for a moment as she reached out with her senses. Her ears were a bit more sensitive, picking up the sounds of birds singing and people chatting amongst themselves in the distance. Her sense of smell had also increased, allowing her to smell the tea on the blonde's breath as if it were freshly brewed in front of her. Incredible. I'll give you a crash course in how to utilize your abilities." Naruto smiled before going into an explanation on how to use her new abilities. Going over their uses and practicality in combat and other survival encounters. Uzumaki compound, later afternoon. Laughter and chatter filled the Uzumaki household as the girls who resided there had gathered for the evening for dinner and to catch up and bond with one another. AM had come over earlier in the afternoon to help cook for all of the girls. Unsurprisingly, she whipped up a massive batch of ramen for dinner for all the girls. Though Anko had snuck in some dango as well. Sitting at the massive table in the dining room were Anko, Yugao, Haku, AM, Hinata, Hanabi, Hana, Izumi, and Yakumo. The latter two surprisingly sitting close to one another as they. Their topic, Naruto of course. The purple-haired sword's mistress couldn't help but smile at the way the two were interacting. Especially considering their history with one another, albeit not by their own choice. Leaning over, she whispered something into the snake mistress's ear, causing Anko to take a glance towards the two young ladies and flash her own trademark grin. Seeing them like that, you wouldn't think that the two of them had such an unfortunate history with one another. Anko commented in a low tone so that only Yugao could hear her, who nodded in confirmation. When the two had first met under Izumi's insistence, it had been a tense moment for those in the room at the time. In the Uchiha's own words, she would rather address if there would be any issues with one another early, before it became more severe. In other words, before Izumi got too comfortable within the household with this new family. Understandably, Yakumo had been rightfully upset at the Uchiha girl who had begged for forgiveness from the prodigy on her part to isolate the girl for Danzo to claim and had caused the girl much grief as a result. However, what Yakumo did next had surprised the former root member. She brought her into a hug. Merely stating that this is what Naruto would have wanted. Not to mention, the young prodigy had also been informed about the seals that are placed on root members, as she almost had one on herself, if not for the blonde Hanyu's intervention. It helps that they have a common interest. The Queen of Blades chuckled slightly. "So we got two new prospective sister wives." The snake mistress teased, though loud enough that the entire table heard her. Earning a round of giggles from the other girls, with the two insinuated soon-to-be sister wives, blushing madly. "So Anko-chan, seeing as you are the most experienced out of all of us," Hana spoke up with a fear-like grin. "How is Naruto-kun?" While it wasn't outright said, the implication hung heavily in the air as all the girls quieted down and turned their attention towards Anko. After a few seconds, the snake mistress allowed a mischievous grin to grow on her lips. "And just what do you want to know about exactly?" she asked. "Are you wondering how well endowed he is? How good is his tongue? Or perhaps how long he can go?" Each question the snake mistress asked only served to cause all the girls to blush like crazy. Izumi and Yakumo developed a slight nosebleed as impure thoughts entered their minds. "Hinata-chan knows what I am talking about." Anko singled out the Hyuga heiress, who only returned the snake mistress's grin. "Of course." Hinata replied. "Just you, me, and Naruto-kun." Celebrating his entrance into the crowd. 3 thumps were heard as both Hanabi, Izumi and Yakumo had fainted as the minds overloaded with perverted thoughts of the blonde. "Kind of reminds me of your academy days, Hinata-chan." Anko teased the Hyuga heiress, who only pouted in return. Not wanting to be reminded of how shy she used to act. "So, Hana-chan." Yugao called out, catching the Inuzuka woman's attention. "Any particular reason you are asking? Is Hana-chan thinking of taking it to the next level with Naruto-kun?" Haku chimed in with a teasing smirk of her own, though a blush still evident on her face. "I don't know." Inuzuka replied, a little bit embarrassed. She had initially asked to tease the snake mistress and didn't expect to have the tables turned on her in such a fashion, now putting her in the spotlight. Though in truth, the brunette had put serious thought into taking things to the next level with her mate. As she felt she was emotionally ready for the next step, not to mention her Inuzuka instincts were screaming at her to mate with her alpha. Of course hearing Anko reminisce about how good their mate was didn't exactly calm her instincts down either. "Hana-chan," Yugao spoke, catching the girl's attention. "If you are ready, then go for it." Anko nodded in agreement in one of her rare moments of being serious. "To fully answer your question, Hana-chan, Naruto-kun is sweet and caring, especially if it's your first time," the snake mistress stated. "Though, if your clan instincts need to be sated, he can easily accommodate for that as well. Jashin knows how many times I have goaded him into dominating me in the bedroom." Hana could only blushed in response, though smiled nonetheless. appreciative of how supportive her future sister wives were. Despite the teasing they did to one another. It was around this time that the three who had fainted began to stir and regain their bearings. Each still carrying a blush upon their faces as they retook their spots at the table. "When's Naruto-kun supposed to return?" AM inquired, missing her favorite customer and mate. "They'll be leaving Haru no Kuni tomorrow afternoon, so probably another week." Anko answered. "Unless they use their shadow step ability, then they will be here tomorrow." Yugao added. "That's true." The snake mistress commented as she took a bite out of one of her dango. "I can't wait, I miss my Foxy-kun." This earned a series of giggles from the girls around the table, seeing the usual tough-as-nails Kunoichi show such softness. Though all of them understood just how much the blonde meant to the snake mistress. Despite their circumstances of coming together, he was the first to actually make an effort to bond with her and get to know her on a personal level. "Just you wait, Foxy-kun." Anko smiled to herself. "Soon as you get back, we are making up for lost time." But Kakashi, the masked former, now let out a bored sigh as he leaned against a large gatepost of the village. Kakashi was no stranger to having to wait long periods of time, but usually he had his favorite orange book to keep him entertained. However, due to his punishment he was unable to read it, though his fingers twitched dangerously close to the pocket that held his treasured book before he pulled his hand away. To make matters worse for the disgraced sensei, his rival, Mido Guy, had come through not too long ago and upon seeing the silver-haired man on guard duty, had immediately asked as to why his eternal rival was not with his team training them. Kakashi had honestly replied and admitted to his own sins and failures as their sensei, earning himself a passionate speech of his youthfulness. Followed by a declaration by the green spandex-wearing man that he would do an ungodly amount of mundane and extreme exercises until Kakashi got his youthfulness back. Picking up from the post, the silver-haired shinobi walked over to the guard post and sat at the desk that had been provided for the guards on duty. However, as he entered the small shack, he noticed something sitting on the desk. A simple book. Frowning slightly, he quickly flared his chakra to dispel any henge that may have been placed over the suspicious book, not trusting that one of the Anbu, namely Nico, would plant a copy of Icha just to prank him. However, nothing had happened. Satisfied that the book was not a trap, he picked it up and looked it over. "Demon Heart," Kakashi noted. "That is the name of the movie Koyuki was going to be filming." With a shrug, the silver-haired shinobi sat down and opened the book. After all, he was only told he couldn't read his Icha books. Nothing was said about any other book, and if one of his students was going to be in the movie, he may as well get to know the story before the movie comes out. "Thought you weren't allowed to read." A voice broke the masked shinobi out of his musings. "I'm not allowed to read any of my Icha Paradise books, Izumo." Kakashi corrected his replacement. "About time you started reading something other than that smut." The brown-haired commented with a chuckle, earning a light glare from the masked pervert. "At least he chose a good book," Kitetsu stated as he approached the two. "Hell, Kakashi, I think you're the only one in the village that hasn't picked up that book series. Even Hokage-sama has been reading it. Then you two will be pleased to know that the actress Fujikaze will be starring in a movie based on these books." The silver-haired man informed the two with his trademark eye smile, using the princess's alias. Not to mention, one of his own students would be in the movie as well. At this revelation, both of the Eternal Gate guards had a look of shock. "But I thought she was supposed to be in the Icha movie that Jiraiya-sama had been bragging about," Kitetsu commented. "Well, during the mission, she had got in contact with the author of the Demon Heart books and he gave her permission to do the film based on his books." Kakashi informed the two, since it wasn't really classified. "As for Jiraiya-sama, I don't know the details, but he was found guilty of engaging in corporate sabotage. From what I know, he intercepted the letter addressed to Kitsune." "Well, shit," Izumo stated, blinking slightly at the news. "I am sure Fujikaze is relieved not to have to be in such a film. You have no idea." Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of how the princess reacted when she revealed, with great pleasure, that the Icha movie had been cancelled. "Anyways, I am off." Bidding their goodbyes, the two Eternal Gate guards watched as the masked shinobi left, his nose firmly in the book that had been left on the desk. Though it was at that moment, both of the guards realized something. Izumo, I think that was your book." Kitetsu pointed out, earning a string of curses from his partner. "But Sasuke, damn runt, you work like shit." Tsume prodded the irate Uchiha, who had only finished cleaning 4 kennels in the span of a day. The Inyazuka matriarch was less than pleased with the progress the boy had made. Even Kiba got it done faster. "Shut up." The arrogant Uchiha exclaimed, seething at the feral woman. "I hate these fucking mutts." So far, the poor Uchiha had slipped multiple times in the mess left by the dogs, causing his clothes to be full of dog feces and urine. To make matters worse, one time after he had slipped and fell, one of the canines had decided to show the Uchiha just what it thought of the boy and urinated on his back. "Mind your tongue, runt, or you'll be eating dog food," Tsume threatened with a growl. You still have 18 more kennels to go, now get the lead out. Sasuke could only grumble to himself about how he was going to have all the mutts put down and skinned to be used as rugs in his compound, and how he was going to put the bitch of a woman in her place beneath him, as well as her daughter for good measure to teach them to cross Uchiha. Unfortunately for the vaunted last Uchiha, he forgot one minor thing about Inuzukas. They had exceptional hearing. Thus, he found himself planted face first in another pile of dog shit, courtesy of Tsume smacking him in the back of the head. Damn Inuzuka bitch. He mentally seethed. I'll teach that bitch to humiliate an Uchiha elite. Chapter 29 Harem no Kuni. It had been an enjoyable 3 weeks for the 4 figures that now stood at the massive gates of the village. Naruto had treated all 3 of them to separate dates throughout the week, though his date with Koyuki had garnered the most attention from the populace. Though the 2 of them should have expected that, since it was their own daimyo out with a young man in an intimate manner. However, since the young man in question was viewed as a hero throughout the land, many had rejoiced at the fact that the young princess had landed such a fine young man. Aside from treating his girls, Naruto had also managed to sneak away for a few hours alone and acquired some souvenirs. A few that would be very special to a few of his girls in the very near future. Do you two really have to go? Koyuki huffed, earning a small chuckle from the blonde. I'm afraid so, Koyuki Haim. Naruto replied as he cupped her cheek in an affectionate manner, prompting her to lean into his touch. We've already been here for 3 weeks, not to mention both Sakura-chan, and I have to be ready for the Chunin exams that starts in another 3 weeks. Koyuki merely nodded sadly, still not wanting her mate to go. Cheer up Koyuki-chan. Sakura smiled, catching the princess's attention. You'll get to see us again during the finals, then you can meet the other girls. At this, the young ruler couldn't help but smile. Since hearing about the other girls that were in her mate's life, she had been interested in meeting with them. Especially the one named Anko, whom she had learned from Sakura was Naruto's first mate and no doubt had interesting tales to tell of the blonde. Fubuki on the other hand was interested in meeting with Haku and comparing. We'll be there. Fubuki started with a small smile. Naruto-kun, Koyuki blushed. Could you perhaps make a stop at the port we departed from in Tetsu no Kuni and give these to those 2 children? In her hand were 2 autographed posters of the upcoming movie both of them were in, though these particular posters only showcased the demon queen that Koyuki had portrayed in the film. Smiling, Naruto gently took them. As you wish. He replied. With one last bid farewell, the blonde embraced both of the girls into a firm hug, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks before he returned to his teammate, before finally sinking into the shadows to make their first stop to drop off the autographed posters for the children before heading home. Konoha Gates, a few hours later. It had been a dull afternoon for the Eternal Gate guards. Even more so for Izumo since Kakashi had borrowed his book and had yet to return it, which caused the brown-haired Chunin to grumble in complaint. With little else to do, the man blankly stared at the long path that led into the village. Squinting slightly as he saw 2 figures approaching the gates at a leisurely pace. As the 2 travelers neared, Izumo could finally make out the distinct pink and blonde-haired individuals with black lowlights. Hey Kitetsu, look who it is. He called out to his partner and best friend while gesturing at the approaching duo. So they're finally back. The other chuckled. Kakashi is going to be happy when he learns of this. Maybe I'll finally get my book back. Izumo grumbled again, earning another laugh from his friend. Welcome back Naruto. Kitetsu greeted the blonde as he and Sakura finally reached the massive gates. And Sakura. Still haven't moved up in rank. The blonde teased the 2 guards. I swear, I am going to make it before you 2 do. Why move up when we're comfortable right here? Izumo shot back with a laugh. Exactly. His best friend agreed as he signed in the 2 returning genin. Pay is good, the missions are safe, and we are the first to meet new people entering our village. You 2 do make a good argument for your laziness. Naruto grinned. Anyways, we need to check in with the old man, try not to work too hard. Their banter done, Naruto and Sakura departed for the Hokage Tower to deliver the scroll to finalize the alliance between the 2 countries and give their own oral report of what had transpired after Kakashi and Sasuke had left, leaving the Eternal Gate guards to their work or rather, lack thereof. Though both had agreed that Naruto's part in the movie would remain a surprise for the old man. It only took the 2 a handful of minutes to cross the village via rooftop and arrive at their destination. Ignoring the glares sent his way from the secretary, Naruto quickly made his way up the flight of stairs with his pink-haired mate right behind him. Arriving at a large pair of wooden doors, the blonde knocked before entering. Ah, Naruto-kun, Sakura-chan. Hiruzen smiled as he saw the 2 genin. You're back. Yep. The blonde replied with a grin. And as you know, the mission was a success. Here are the documents to finalize the alliance between Konoha and Harem no Kuni. Taking the scrolls, Hiruzen opened them up and began reading over the treaty that had been drawn up. Looking over the various trade proposals, taxation, and the usual boring, though important bits of detail regarding the overall treaty and partnership. However, the elder village leader's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he read the last bit of the treaty. A political marriage between one Koyuki Kazuhana with one Naruto Uzumaki. I wonder if this is what the princess had in mind when she requested the two of them to stay behind. The Hokage couldn't help but wonder. Looking up, he could see Naruto sheepishly scratching the back of his head while Sakura was struggling and failing to hold in a tirade of giggles. Are you going to leave any women for the rest of the male population, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen couldn't help but tease his surrogate grandson. Maybe? The blonde in question shrugged. It wasn't as if he went out of his way to seduce the women who were interested in him, he merely did what he thought was right. So how have things been here in the village, the council still giving you a hard time? Well, some were less than pleased to learn that Sasuke has been banned from Harem no Kuni. Hiruzen sighed, rubbing his temples at the reminder of that particular headache. Those still firmly in the boys' camp have been trying non-stop to come up with a means to have him allowed back into the country. Even going as far as to offer him a political marriage. Though thankfully, his supporters on the council have dwindled since the Croft fiasco. Well, those idiots are going to hate the fact that Koyuki Haim is engaged to me now. Naruto stated with a slight chuckle as he imagined the three elders blowing a gasket when they inevitably learned of the blonde Hanyu's relationship with the princess they desired to present their vaunted Uchiha to. Speaking of which, could you summon Anko-chan for me, Jai? Very well, though I also need to summon Kakashi as well now that you're back. The Hokage stated, earning a nod from the blonde. Good, I want an audience for what I am planning. Naruto grinned, earning a chuckle from Sakura and a raised eyebrow from the elder village leader. Very well, Nico. He called out, immediately the female Anbu appeared in front of his desk, standing at attention. Have Kakashi and Anko report to my office immediately, please. With a quick nod, the purple-haired Anbu disappeared in a swirl of leaves to carry out her orders. Though not before giving her blonde mate a quick nod in greeting, which the young returned. A handful of minutes passed before the requested figures were present, with Anko immediately jumping and latching onto Naruto with a deep kiss, having missed him due to his mission that had extended to over a month. However, what stood out to both Sakura and Naruto was the book their sensei now had his nose buried in. Ahem. Hiruzen coughed, catching Anko and Naruto's attention, breaking them out of their impromptu make-out session, though the snake mistress was about to open her mouth to say something before Hiruzen cut her off. And before you ask Anko, you may not borrow my desk for a few hours. Damn. She muttered in disappointment, earning a series of blushes and perverted giggling from the other occupants in the room. Moving on, Kakashi Haddock. The elder man began, prompting the masked man to lower the book he was reading and focus his attention towards the Hokage. As Naruto-kun and Sakura-chan have returned, you are now released from your punishment. Kakashi merely nodded in acknowledgement, though both Naruto and Sakura looked confused. Seeing this, the masked explained. Due to my negligence and mishandling of the latest mission, I was temporarily demoted and assigned gate duty, as well as being banned from reading my Icha books. Well, that explains why you were reading Demon Heart. Sakura commented with a small giggle, prompting the silver-haired to sheepishly scratch the back of his head. Anyways, Naruto, Sakura. Kakashi began. I have not been the sensei you needed me to be. So much so that Naruto had taken over your training, Sakura, and turned you into a respectable kunoichi. For that, I apologize for my blatant favoritism I played over my students. Sakura, Anko, and Naruto were all a bit taken aback by the Jonin's apology. With his actions in the past regarding the vaunted Uchiha, the three were not expecting such an apology from the silver-haired man, let alone admittance that he was in the wrong. However, Naruto could feel no deceit in his voice. Turning to look at his pink-haired mate, who nodded in acceptance, Naruto turned his attention towards the now bowing form of Kakashi. Apology accepted by Taita-sensei. He grinned. Though I think it would be fitting if the three of us at least start over with an introduction this weekend. Why over the weekend? Kakashi inquired, earning himself a pointed look from Anko and unknown to him, Yugao as well. Because I have been gone for over a month. Naruto deadpanned. I do believe my girls would love to spend some time with me. Damn straight, and we're making up for lost time. Anko grumbled, crossing her arms over her chest with a cute pout. Speaking of which, Anko-chan. Naruto smiled as he turned towards his snake mistress, feeling a sense of anxiety and nervousness falling over his first mate. Reaching into his pocket, he gripped the item he desired and slowly dropped to one knee in front of the usually energetic snake mistress, who now had her hands covering her mouth as tears began to pool around her brown eyes and presented the now open box towards the purple-haired, exposing an intricately designed ring that appeared to be a snake coiling around the stand with its mouth holding a blood-red ruby. Anko-chan, my Hibi-Haim. Naruto began with a smile as he looked up at his mate. You've been with me since the beginning, and I want you to be with me until the end of time as my love and my mate. What I am asking is, would you marry me? Yes. She exclaimed as she allowed her blonde mate to slide the ring onto her left hand ring finger, while tears streamed down her face. pulling Naruto up and engulfing him in a firm hug as her lips hungrily claimed his as she continued to cry due to the swirl of emotions she was feeling. After a few minutes had passed, Anko had finally reined in her emotions, though she was still sniffling slightly before she cast a glare towards the other two men in the room. "You two saw nothing," she hissed threateningly. "If I hear so much as a peep from either of you about this, I swear, I will hang you both by your intestines and beat you like I am playing Sukawari, are we clear?" Crystal. Hiruzen gulped, while Kakashi merely silently nodded in agreement. "Anyways, Kakashi. You and your team have a week off starting tomorrow. Be sure to let Gen and Uchiha know." "It will be done, Lord Hokage." Kakashi bowed. "Very well, dismissed," the village elder stated. With a nod, Kakashi bid his two returning students farewell and disappeared in a swirl of leaves to relay the message to the Uchiha boy, who was no doubt still knee-deep in dogshit. "Is there something else you needed, Naruto-kun?" Hiruzen inquired, seeing as the blonde and Sakura had yet to leave his office. "Actually there is," Naruto stated as he glanced at his pink-haired mate. "I would like to request that Anko-chan and myself take Sakura-chan out tomorrow afternoon to get blooded." "I see no problem with it, but why not?" asked Kakashi. "Well, his apology is sincere, having your first kill is best done with someone you fully trust," Naruto pointed out. "And I doubt I need to recount our past experiences with our sensei." "Point taken." Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Knowing full well that taking your first life was mentally draining and emotionally challenging and is usually best done with those you care about and have a mutual trust with as backup. It also helped to be with those who you love, and given the blonde's relationship with the pink-haired Kunoichi, it really was best to send them out as a team. Which gave him an idea. "Very well, tomorrow I am going to send you three along with Team 8 and Nico to clear out a few bandit camps just north of the village." "Understood, Jai Hokage-sama." Both Naruto and Sakura replied, with Anko giving her own mock salute. "Well, shall we, Mrs. Uzumaki?" Naruto asked his now official fiancée with a smile, extending his hand towards her. With a grin of her own, she took his hand into her own and led the blonde from the office with Sakura behind them, chuckling at her sister's wife's antics. Uzumaki compound, 1 hour later. "We're home," Anko called out as the trio entered the compound. They would have arrived sooner, but Naruto had decided to stop by and get some ramen and visit with Am. Knowing the ramen queen would punish him severely if he didn't let her know he was back. Well, the blonde did that, Sakura had reluctantly stopped by her mother's home, if only to keep up appearances. Fortunately for her mother was still preoccupied with the mess her brother-in-law had created, allowing the pink-haired woman to let her mother know she was back in the village and disappear without any resistance or unwanted encouragement to pursue the last Uchiha. "Welcome home, Naruto-kun." Haku smiled as she came to greet them, followed by Yakumo and Izumi. The ice mistress planted a loving kiss on the blonde's lips, prompting the other two girls to blush at the display of affection. "Hana-chan, Hinata-chan, Aim-chan, Yugao-chan and Hanabi-chan should be by later this evening for dinner," Haku informed her mate. "Yeah, I stopped by and let Aim-chan know I was back." Naruto chuckled before she turned his attention to the other two women standing there. "Izumi-chan, please allow me to formally welcome you to my home," the blonde stated, causing the fallen Uchiha girl to blush, though offered him a shy smile nonetheless. "Give me a few moments to settle in, and I will remove that seal from the back of your neck." "Thank you," the raven-haired woman replied, feeling a sense of warmth in her chest as she looked upon her blonde host. Despite her initial mission to investigate and neutralize the blonde boy, he had been forgiving and friendly towards her. Even his girls, his mates as he called them, had helped her when she needed someone the most. "And how are you settling in, Yakumo-chan?" Naruto turned his attention towards the budding mistress. "I am doing fine, Naruto-kun." She smiled with a faint blush. "Kurenai-sensei has been stopping frequently to continue my training and I have made a new friend in Izumi-chan." "That's good to hear." He smiled. He was proud of his two new house guests, that despite the history between the two girls, albeit not of their own volition, that they had managed to put the past behind them without his intervention and form a true friendship with one another. Something he knew both of them needed desperately. With Yakumo being ostracized from her own clan and Izumi being mentally conditioned from her time en route. "Anyways, I am going to unpack and get settled in," the blonde notified the girls. "Yakumo-chan, could you please bring Izumi-chan to the ceiling room?" "Of course, Naruto-kun." Yakumo replied before turning and leading the former root member towards the room that the blonde had helped her settle her issues with her own inner demon at the time. Though, with how Idu had continued to tease her over her growing crush on the young teen, she was beginning to doubt her choice to accept the demon as a part of her. It didn't take long for Naruto to unpack, mainly because he cheated and had his shadow clones do it while he made his way through the compound towards the ceiling room. He wanted to get that seal off of Izumi as soon as possible, not knowing if it could still be activated or not, and he really didn't want to take any chances. Arriving, he was met with both girls sitting idly and chatting with one another, their backs to the door. The subject matter was of himself of course, causing him to smirk as neither had realized he had arrived yet. "Any ideas?" Izumi asked the budding mistress, as both girls were trying to plan on how to approach their host, and in both of their cases, their savior, about their growing crushes on the blonde. Though both were thankful that the blonde was part of the clan restoration act. Otherwise their newly found friendship in each other would have no doubt come to an abrupt halt. "Well, if we go by what Anko-chan suggested. We simply tie him to the bed and have our way with him." Yakumo stated bluntly with a slight blush, as the snake mistress was very descriptive in what they should do to lay claim to the blonde. Though, Haku-chan has stated that Naruto-kun likes to let us set the pace, with her being the only exception due to the Uchiha team trying to lay claim to her. No offense. None taken. The Uchiha girl chuckled slightly. "I am only Uchiha in name anyways, since I can't even use my Sharingan for long periods of time without falling to chakra exhaustion." This caused the brunette Uchiha to frown slightly. Due to her father not being from the clan, her ability to utilize the clan's famed. However, this also made her less reliant on it, allowing her to grow in other areas, unlike most Uchiha. During her time observing potential recruits for Root, she had witnessed how arrogant the official sole survivor of the Uchiha massacre was, despite not having activated his Sharingan at the time. She could only surmise how worse he has gotten since activating it. Deciding to let himself be known, Naruto entered the room silently and draped his arms over both of the girls, causing them to stiffen as the blushes on their faces deepened. "How about next week I take you both on a date so we can sit down and get to know each other?" he inquired. "But what about Danzo theme?" Yakumo asked, fearing that the man and his rude Anbu would attempt something if she left the compound, with Izumi mirroring the other girls' thoughts. "You will be safe with me." Naruto reassured both of them. Besides, the old man is a coward, he won't try anything out in the open like that. It's not his style, he prefers to move in the shadows. "I agree, he hates to bring attention onto himself unless he is being praised for something," Izumi pointed out. "Anyways, let's get that seal off of you." Nodding, Izumi moved her hair out of the way, exposing the seal that was on the back of her neck. Upon seeing it, Naruto immediately knew why it didn't work as it should. Which was probably the reason the young woman had any sense of personality when he had first run into her. A simple stroke was missing from the seal. So small, so easily overlooked. However, seeing the seal added on to his original idea to make a counter seal to combat the effects of such seals and potentially other styles of mental manipulations. Taking a sheet of paper, he applied it to the back of her neck. "You're going to feel a slight burning sensation," he warned. Receiving a nod, he began to apply his chakra to the paper. In doing so, Izumi grit her teeth as she felt the back of her neck heating up. As he had told her, it felt like the skin on the back of her neck was being melted away. Though as quickly as it began, it stopped as seemingly foreign thoughts flooded her mind, all with a renewed hatred towards the bandaged man that had taken advantage of her vulnerability. The burning feeling now replaced with a cooling sensation. "And done." He smiled, showing her the piece of paper that now held the seal that was once on the back of her neck. Getting up from her sitting position, Izumi turned and bowed towards the blonde, showing her thanks. However, she was surprised when the blonde brought her into a comforting hug. Freezing up for only a split second before she buried her face into the crook of his neck and let her tears fall freely as she wrapped her arms around him. "It's alright, let it all out." He cooed as he combed his fingers through her hair. Knowing that the Uchiha girl was feeling a swirl of emotions, since part of the seal he had removed had dampened her ability to feel any emotion fully. After a few moments, her sniffling began to die down, allowing her to pull away. Her eyes stained red from crying. Though before the blonde could ask how she was feeling, Izumi snaked her arms around his neck and brought him in for a deep kiss, catching both Naruto and Yakumo off guard at her sudden boldness, the latter feeling a sense of jealousy that the Uchiha girl had been so daring in front of her. Naruto, however, gladly returned her kiss, eliciting a small moan from the girl. "So, how about next Thursday at 6? Izumi smiled shyly after breaking the kiss. Not believing that she had actually done that. "It's a date then." He smiled before turning to Yakumo, who still sported a healthy blush due to what she had just witnessed. "Does Friday night sound good for you, Yakumo-chan?" Not trusting her voice, the young mistress simply nodded her head. Naruto-kun. What are you going to do with the seal?" Izumi spoke up, noticing that the blonde had yet to destroy the paper that now held the seal. "I'm going to study it and work on making a counter seal to prevent mental manipulation," Naruto explained. "Hopefully, I can make it so it blocks all forms. Be it from seals or jutsus, or even." Both Izumi and Yakumo couldn't help but smile at the young teen's resolve. Both having been victims of such seals could see the value in being able to have a counter seal to protect not only them, but others from being forced to act against their will. Let us relax and enjoy the rest of the night." Naruto stated as he led the two girls out of the room to join the rest of the girls that had gathered in the living room area, while Naruto himself disappeared into his own bedroom to get some much needed rest before evening fell over the compound. The blonde knew he was going to need every minute of rest he could gather as Anko had made it very clear that she wanted her Foxy-kun time and she was set on making up for lost time. All while teasing his pink-haired mate that she had been monopolizing him due to being on the same team as him and having back-to-back long-term missions outside of the village. Though, underneath all the teasing that Anko was dishing out toward Sakura, there was an underlying sense of affection in the snake mistress's voice. The next afternoon, Sakura, Anko, Naruto, Yugao, and teammate all found themselves standing in front of the Hokage's desk. Though both Kiba and Shino were unaware as to why they were summoned before the village leader. Hinata on the other hand knew and as a result was feeling a little anxious as her demon blood screamed out for her to indulge in what was to come. Though it was not missed by anyone in the room that the Inuzuka boy was glaring at Naruto since Hyuga Era snuggled up next to him in a very Anko-like manner. Damned Obe, not only does he have my mate, but also my sister. The feral boy mentally seethed, despising the fact that Naruto was with the two girls, as well as with Anko. Who's next, Kurenai-sensei? Now then, the Hokage began, catching the group's attention. The reason I have summoned you all here is to get you genin-blooded before the Chunin exams start. Hearing this, Hinata's eyes widened as she licked her lips in anticipation. Sakura also supports a similar expression. What do you mean, blooded? Kiba asked, not familiar with the term. In short, we are taking you out to get your first kill. Anko explained bluntly with a sadistic grin on her face, prompting the feral boy to turn white. Correct? Hiruzen stated. It's important that this is done now, as there will be foreign teams competing that will not think twice of killing other competitors to clear out the numbers and give them an edge over the ones remaining. So where are we heading, Jai? Naruto inquired, eager to get this over and done with. He could feel the bloodlust and eagerness rising between both Sakura and Hinata. Both Anko and Yugao seemed to also sense it, as each placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders, calming them down slightly. There are two camps just north of the village. The Hokage explained, giving the three senior Kunoichi a map of where the camps were located. Nothing big, but should be suitable for what is needed. We will leave at once, Hokage-sama. Kurenai bowed, though there was a tone of concern in her voice. Please be careful. The elder man expressed. While he knew it was necessary, he never liked putting his shinobi in danger. Especially when they were young and inexperienced. Though he did have faith that the three ranked Kunoichis and Naruto would ensure that everyone would make it home. Don't worry Jai, I'll make sure everyone makes it home. The blonde reassured with a smile as he left the office with the rest of those who would be going out to get their first kill. A few hours later, it only took the group of Konoha shinobi a few hours to reach the two campsites that were indicated on the map the Hokage had given them, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon. Which was perfect for the group of genin, as the twilight hours would obscure the bandit sight, allowing the shinobi to hide well within the sunlight itself. Pausing just above one of the camps, Naruto leaned over and whispered into Yugao's ear to watch over Hinata. Since he and Anko were going to take Sakura to the other campsite to allow her to sate her own bloodlust. Nodding, Yugao quickly informed Kurenai of the plan, who reluctantly agreed. The mistress wanted to argue, but she knew Anko could easily take care of anything the bandits threw at them. Not knowing that Naruto could easily wipe out both camps without even breaking a sweat. With that in mind, Yugao and Kurenai lead teammate towards the nearest camp. Taking their places within the trees, allowing them to map out the campsite and the various bandits' locations. Though it didn't go unnoticed that Hinata's hands were twitching as her eyes scanned the camp. Imagining where and when she would strike. Kiba had seen this and smirked before quietly moving over to her side. Don't worry Hinata-chan, I'll protect you. He grinned, using his arrogance to hide his own fear. This of course only caused the Hyuga heiress to roll her eyes at the boy, pushing him away as she silently dropped down into the bushes below and waited her sensei's instruction to initiate the attack. Though it was taking all of her willpower not to just simply go ahead and spill blood all over the ground. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait much longer as the signal came in the form of Yugao dropping down and plunging her blade into the back of an unsuspecting bandit. Allowing a sadistic grin to spread across her face as she moved out from the bush she was in. Slowly drawing one of her kunai as she activated her Byakugan, which only made her facial features all the more frightening. Furthermore, some of her features were becoming more prominent as her pupils became slitted and her canines lengthened. Moving forward towards her unfortunate target, the bandit didn't even get a chance to react as he turned around, only to have the kunai thrust into his throat, causing his blood to splatter all over the girl's face. Which had only served to increase the young Hanyu's bloodlust as she moved towards her next target. With a fluid motion, she arched her weapon upwards, cutting deep into the man's gut, causing his intestines to spill out onto the ground. The last thing he saw was the sadistic smile on the girl's face. Turning to her right, she saw her teammate Kiba standing there, frozen as he stared at the blood on his hands from the bandit he had just killed. It was clear that the feral boy was beginning to hyperventilate. Seeing another bandit moving in to attack the vulnerable Inuzuka, Hinata acted quickly and in another fluid motion, drove her kunai into the man's throat. Much to the shock of Kiba and Kurenai, who had just witnessed how easily the Hyuga heiress had taken to killing as said girl began to cut through the onslaught of bandits that ran forward to kill her. Causing the mistress to feel conflicted. Should she be proud that the girl didn't hesitate, or should she be shocked at how effortlessly it came to her? On the other side of the camp, Yugao struck down the last of the bandits before she turned her attention towards her fellow. The sword's mistress could already tell that the young girl was already experiencing a blood frenzy as the Hyuga laid waste to a fair chunk of the bandits. Quickly moving over to the young Hanyu's location, Yugao placed her hand on Hinata's shoulder. Almost immediately, the girl whirled around to stab the owner of the offending appendage before she recognized who it was, immediately dropping her kunai, dropping to her knees. "It's okay, Hinata-chan." The purple-haired Anbu smiled as she knelt down and brought the young girl into a hug, all while whispering into her ear. "Reel it in, you control it. It doesn't control you." Nodding, Hinata closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths before she opened them again as they had reverted to their more human-like appearance. Which was a relief to both Hanyus that no one had noticed the change. Well, no one alive at least. As Kiba was too shell-shocked, while Kurenai and Shino were too busy contending with their own battles. "I'm sorry, Yugao-chan." Hinata whispered, hanging her head slightly in shame for almost attacking her future sister wife. "It's okay, Yami-hime." The Queen of Blades smiled, using the girl's nickname. "The first time is always the hardest. Remember, you only become a monster if you take joy in killing those that are innocent." These fiends were not innocent and now their souls have been sent to Jashin-sama for punishment. Nodding, the young Hyuga proceeded to attempt to clean the blood off her face, though only served to smear it around further, causing Yugao to chuckle as Hinata pouted. "But Sakura, Naruto, and Anko, are you ready, Sakura-chan?" Naruto asked, looking at his pink-haired mate. Whom like Hinata earlier, was fidgeting in anticipation. Though unlike the Hyuga heiress, he was given permission to let loose with her abilities, as the only witnesses would be Anko and himself. "Let's do this." She replied as she summoned forth one of her dark blades in a reverse grip position. Nodding, both Anko and Naruto moved out from the hiding places, while the latter created a half-dozen shadow clones to ensure his mate would be safe. Though they had explicit instructions to only intervene if she truly needed the help. Just like Team 8, the three Hanyas quietly moved into the camp and began to silently cut down the bandits. Much like Hinata, Sakura had taken to it like a fish to water as her blood screamed out for more blood to be spilled onto the earth. Using her dark blade to stab into a bandit's heart before bringing the blade up, causing the poor bandit's top half to split open like a flower. At the Pinket sides, both Naruto and Anko cut down their own bandits with ease and effective brutality. Though I had taken care to allow them to set the pace. Both knew she needed to get this out of her system, or else she would run the risk of losing control in the future, possibly at the worst time. During the Chunin exams for example. The last thing both Naruto and Anko wanted to deal with was a blood crazed in the midst of a crowded village filled with foreign visitors. For her part, Sakura was unaware of what her two fellow Hanyas were thinking. All she knew was how good it felt to have the warm blood of her foes splatter across her skin. Causing her features to fully come out, which only served to incite further panic and fear among the bandits as they began to scream hysterically about demons coming to kill them. Which they were right, as all three effortlessly cut down each and every one of them, leaving no survivors. Once it was over, both Naruto and Anko quickly worked to calm their fellow workers. Reassuring her that the worst of the blood frenzy was behind her now and that she would have an easier time dealing with it in the future. After a few minutes, Sakura had managed to rein in her emotions before pouncing on top of the blonde and assaulting his mouth with her own. Much to the amusement of the snake mistress, as she had discovered that seeing her mate killing the bandits in such a manner had made her incredibly horny. "I want it," she rasped between kisses. "Right now." "I know, Sakura-chan." The blonde managed to answer as they attempted to strip him of his clothing. Her hands desperately clawed at his pants before he had managed to gently restrain her. "But wait until we get home and I will sate your desires. I promise. Besides my little cherry blossom, I don't think you want teammate to see you getting pounded." Anko added with a grin, earning an embarrassed blush from the. Not to mention, Hinata would no doubt be feeling the same way and the snake mistress was fairly certain Kurenai would not want to witness her prized student in such a state. Naruto seemed to have the same line of thought as he looked over at his first mate. "I'm not getting any sleep tonight, am I?" he asked. "Nope." Both Sakura and Anko replied with a grin. Okage's office, 2 hours later. Hiruzen looked over the group that had just returned. Noting that both Sakura and Hinata were still covered in blood, no doubt from the bandits, though he did note an aura of relief coming from the two. As if the two of them had just vented a large amount of pent-up frustration all at once. While Shino and Naruto seemed relatively calm and collected despite what they had just done. Though the elder man knew that Naruto had killed a few times before, so he was desensitized to it, while Shino was too logical in mind to allow it to fully affect him. Tiba on the other hand looked pale and sweaty. Clearly shell-shocked from the experience. The old man could only hope that the boy would move past it and be able to perform when the time was needed. Though he was sure the feral boy's mother would help in that department. The Inyazukas were always a hardy clan. I am pleased to see you all have returned safely, if not a bit messy. Hiruzen smiled, earning a few embarrassed chuckles, namely from the two girls covered in blood. This is not an easy life, and far too often are we forced to take a life. He continued. While we have always strived to simply subdue our enemies, there will always be some that cannot be subdued and must be removed permanently to prevent them from becoming a future threat to not only yourselves, but the village as well. We understand, Jai. Naruto spoke up. Some will force our hands, but so long as we take no joy in killing those that are innocent, we keep our humanity. Hiruzen nodded sagely at the blonde's words. Not knowing their double meaning that his mates had picked up on. It was the same thing he had repeated before to both of them. Very good, Naruto-kun. He smiled. Once again, good job. All of you are dismissed. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kurenai bowed before she turned to her team. I'm going to take Kiba home, Hinata, would you? I'm going to Naruto-kun. The heiress interrupted her sensei as she latched onto the blonde's arm as Sakura claimed his other arm. Meanwhile, Anko had wrapped her arms around his neck from behind. Resigning to his immediate fate, he understood what his three mates wanted and brought them all with him into the shadows as he sunk into the floor. Without a doubt, neither one of them wanted to wait, so walking home was out of the question. Meanwhile, all Kurenai could do was stand there and stare at the spot that the four of them had been standing, a strong blush adorning her cheeks at the implications her surrogate daughter had left open. Hiruzen on the other hand had passed out from the fountain of blood that came from his nose. While Kiba was still shell-shocked from his first kill. Seeing all this, Yugao couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle at the reactions of everyone. Chapter 30, Day of the Chunin Exams. With a tired yawn, Naruto leaned back against one of the training posts of his team's designated training grounds as he waited for the rest of his team to arrive. The only reason Sakura had not accompanied him to the training ground was because she had reluctantly stayed at her mother's house. Naruto had ventured to ask why she just didn't tell her mother the truth, but they had countered that it would only cause more headaches for them. Naruto had accepted his mate's reasoning, knowing full well with her mother on the civilian council and one of the few still firmly rooted in the Uchiha camp, she could no doubt make their daily lives within the village far more annoying than it needed to be. His thoughts then turned to the other member that made up Team 7. The breeding Uchiha, who was no doubt still in the shower trying to wash out the stench of the canines he had been forced to clean during his and Sakura's absence. Hana had regaled the two Hanyas with tales of the multiple times her mother had planted the arrogant Uchiha face first into a pile of dog shit. Much to the amusement of both Sakura and Naruto. Releasing another bored yawn, Naruto thought back over the events of the past few weeks, which for lack of a better word, had been extremely eventful, constantly keeping the blonde busy. Ever since he had returned to the village from his mission in Yuki no Kuni, now named Hara no Kuni, Naruto had been busy non-stop. Balancing his time between training for the upcoming exams and spending time with his girls. With the help of Yugao, he had also even managed to sneak away with Sakura and Hinata a few more times to wipe out more bandit camps, allowing them to fully get control over their tendencies. It also helped to allow the girls to fully go all out with their abilities. Which was a sight truly to behold, as both Sakura and Hinata had torn through the bandits, slavers, and such with brutal glee. Aside from that, he had also taken both Ikumo and Izumi out on their respective dates as he had promised. However, both dates had encountered their own hiccups due to some unwanted visitors. Despite that, both dates had gone well, and each girl enjoyed their time with the blonde. The memories still brought a smile to Naruto's face. Flashback no Jutsu, Yakumo's date. Naruto couldn't help but to chuckle silently to himself as he observed how nervous the budding Jinjutsu mistress was acting as they left the Uzumaki compound. Though he could understand the reason why she felt so anxious. Not only was she going out on her first date, but it was also the first time she had left the compound since Naruto had brought her into his home after the rude incident, so it would only be natural for her to feel a bit nervous. Smiling, he grasped her hand and gave it a firm squeeze, catching her attention. "Are you ready, Yakumo-chan?" He inquired with a smile, earning one in return from the budding mistress. "Where are we going, Naruto-kun?" she asked, as the blonde had yet to reveal what he had planned for their date. "That is a secret." He grinned. "But I promise you will like it." Casually, the two strolled through the village hand in hand. Earning a few curious looks at the Kurama heiress being out and about alongside Naruto. Fortunately for the blonde and his date, many of the village's populace had changed their view of the blonde, much thanks to his accomplishments within the village, as well as his feats outside of Konoha as well. Though there were a few quiet whispers among the onlookers, mostly pertaining to the young mistress, as rumors had spread that she was dead. "They're staring at us, Naruto-kun," Yakumo whispered, a little embarrassed by the attention they had attracted. "Let them." The blonde smiled, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. "You're beautiful after all." Blushing, the brunette proceeded to rest her head on her date's shoulder. A few more minutes found the duo in the middle of a festive-looking market filled with various art supplies, portraits, and other miscellaneous items for aspiring artists. Seeing this, Yakumo's eyes widen in shock as Naruto leads her through the marketplace, allowing her to look over various paintings and other art pieces that were on display. "This is..." She struggled to find the words to describe her joy. "I told you that you would enjoy where I was going to take you." The blonde smiled as Yakumo began to drag him to the various stalls and vendors in excitement. As the hours ticked by, the young couple had decided to sit side by side for an evening meal at one of the various food vendors that littered the marketplace that offered a wide assortment of food and refreshments. This had also given Naruto the chance to safely seal all of the gifts he had bought his date into storage scrolls that he had brought along, as he had fully intended to spoil the young Genjutsu mistress. Which he did. Having bought her a brand new easel, along with buying out one vendor's entire stock of canvas. Not to mention an entire collection of new brushes of various sizes, as well as paint of various colors. But the item she cherished most was a portrait that had done with just the two of them, as they embraced one another in loving comfort. Even if it was a little embarrassing as to how the artist had captured the moment. While the two were having an intimate moment together, sharing a kiss, the artist had snapped their picture and had all but begged to do the portrait. While Yakumo blushed in embarrassment of the situation, Naruto had agreed and the artist had set to work immediately on the portrait, using the photo as reference. Once it was finished, Yakumo was breathless due to how beautiful it was. "Naruto-kun, you really didn't have to do all this for me." Yakumo started with a slight blush as she gestured to the small pile of sealing scrolls that contained everything the blonde had bought her. "Yakumo-chan, you are a very special woman." Naruto smiled at her. "You deserve all of this." "I thank you, Naruto-kun," she replied, taking a bite of the dango she had ordered. A slight blush on her cheeks from the compliment she had just received. "You're very welcome." The blonde smiled back before digging into the curry before him. Having opted to have something other than ramen during their date. As the two ate in comfortable silence, a shadow grew before them. Looking up, Yakumo's eyes widened in fear at the man that now stood before them. A deep scowl etched across his aging face as he glared at the young mistress, causing her to shrink back slightly until she felt a comforting squeeze from the blonde next to her. "Something I can help you with, Unkai-san?" Naruto inquired in an even tone, catching the aging man's attention. "Yes." Unkai stated. "As acting head of the Kurama clan, I demand that you surrender Yakumo Kurama to be executed immediately for the murder of my brother and his wife." Slowly, Naruto stood up from his seat and leveled his own glare towards the acting head of the Kurama clan, causing the elder man to flinch under the blonde Hanya's cold gaze. All the while, guiding Yakumo up from her seat and behind him. "Well, acting clan head." Naruto smirked. "As the official clan head of the Uzumaki clan, I am going to have to not so politely tell you to fuck off with your demands, as Yakumo-chan is under the Uzumaki clan protection. Do you have any? Furthermore, I am well aware of your numerous requests for Yakumo-chan's execution. I am also well aware that each request was denied by the Hokage. So no, I will not be handing over Yakumo-chan just so you can murder her. Also you can be filled with a false sense of justice to inflate your fragile ego." At this, Unkai felt enraged that the young blonde would embarrass him so and make such accusations that all he wanted to do was murder his niece in cold blood. "Boy, you have no idea," the elder man began. "Yes I do." Naruto interrupted. "Now, this will be your only warning. Walk away." A moment of tense silence passed between the two clan heads. "This isn't over." Unkai was unable to finish as he suddenly felt three sharp edges lightly pressed against various parts of his body. Turning his head slightly, he could make out three clones of the boy in front of him, all holding a black blade ready to impale him at the slightest movement against the two lovers. "Know this, Unkai Kurama." Naruto started coldly. "You make any move against Yakumo-chan, any move at all, I will see it as an act of war against the Uzumaki clan, and I will single-handedly wipe out your entire clan. Are you threatening me, boy?" Unkai asked defiantly, though fear was evident in his voice. "No, I'm making a promise." The blonde stated, leaking a small amount of killer intent directed solely at the man before him. "Now leave." A heavy silence hung between the two clan heads as Naruto's promise hung in the air between them. Despite himself, Unkai couldn't help but to slightly shudder in fear before the blonde's eyes. Every instinct screamed at the elder Kurama that this was not an idle promise, that the blonde would massacre his entire clan. This was further reinforced by small flashes of visions of his various clan members massacring bodies, causing the elder man to break out in a cold sweat. Wisely, Ankai opted to retreat, leaving the two lovers alone. Once he was out of sight, Naruto turned to comfort Yakumo, only to be engulfed in a firm hug from the brunette young woman, who was now crying into his chest. Smiling, he wrapped his arms around her, allowing his hands to run up and down her back in a comforting manner. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." She spoke softly, her face still buried into his chest. "For defending me. Yakumo-chan." Naruto smiled. "You are one of them. I will always defend you." Smiling, she looked up and leaned in, giving him a soft kiss before resting her head on his shoulder. Allowing her face to snuggle into his neck as she held him. "So, is this the part where you tell me about you being a Injashin's champion?" She asked softly so that only he could hear her, earning a chuckle from the blonde. "You knew about that, huh?" he asked playfully. "Kind of hard not to when we live under the same roof." She playfully retorted. "Also, Anko-chan is very exciting." "But she is." The blonde chuckled. "So, how do you feel about it? Naruto-kun, you helped me and brought me into your home, and you asked nothing in return." She began, looking up at him. "Not to mention, you and the rest of the girls have given me the love I have missed since my parents died. So if you would allow it, I would love to be one of your mates. Both Izumi-chan and I have both been speaking to Yugao-chan about becoming true Jashinist." She continued with a slight blush. Reinforcing her former statement by exposing the base of her neck as an offer to be marked. However, Naruto merely covered her neck and gave her a caring smile, earning a look of confusion from the budding mistress. "Not here, Yakumo-chan," he told her. "Once we get home." "Okay, Naruto-kun." She nodded, resting her head once more on his shoulder. Letting out a sigh of contentment. Flashback no jutsu to spell. True to his word, once they had returned to the compound that evening, he took the young mistress into her room for some privacy and marked her, after giving her his typical lecture about the intimacy behind the mark and so forth. Hilariously, Yakumo had told him to shut up and mark her already before pulling him into a fierce kiss. Something both Anko and Sakura had gotten a kick out of when they had learned of what had transpired between himself and the newly fledged, much to the blonde's embarrassment. Regardless, the rest of his mates had warmly welcomed Yakumo into the family. Of course, while reminiscing about his date with the young mistress, Naruto couldn't forget about his date with Izumi that had happened the following night after his date with Yakumo. Flashback no jutsu, Izumi's date. Relaxing back into the blonde's embrace as the two of them looked over the village from their vantage point atop the Hokage monument as the sun began to set over the horizon, the young Uchiha woman couldn't even begin to fathom how she got here. Originally, she had been assigned to follow, gain information, and capture or eliminate her target. Instead, during her mission, she had ended up falling for her target. Even before he had welcomed her into his home, she had begun to develop feelings for the blonde. Seeing the way he treated his girls and those close to him, not to mention watching how his girls interacted with one another, had filled her with a sense of longing. As if it was a scene that had come to life from one of those romance novels that she had loved reading before her time en route. However, as it normally does, whenever the young Uchiha woman would reminisce about her current romantic life, ghosts from her past would begin to sneak up on her. Forcing her to recall her short one-sided romance with one Itachi Uchiha. The mere thought of the kinslayer would cause her blood to boil, infuriated that she had bared her heart to him and he had figuratively ripped it out when he had attempted to kill her the night he had slain the majority of the Uchiha clan. "You're thinking too loud, Izumi-chan." Naruto's soothing voice broke the Uchiha woman out of her thoughts as he embraced her lithe frame, giving her a sense of comfort and safety. "Something on your mind? Just thinking about the past is all." She frowned, snuggling into his hold. "If you wish to talk about it, I am willing to listen," Naruto stated after a few seconds of silence had passed between them. "However, I will not pry if you are not ready." Silence hung between the two for a handful of seconds before Izumi sighed and leaned forward, out of the blonde's hold. "Like I said, if you don't want to talk about it." "No, it would probably be best if I get this off my chest," the Uchiha woman stated, interrupting Naruto. Seeing as the last person she had talked to about it had only used her as a disposable tool. Perhaps it would be best to share her pain with someone who was genuinely concerned for her. Turning so that she was face to face with the blonde. "As you know, I am one of the survivors of the Uchiha massacre." She began, playing with the grass in front of her. "What most don't know is that the night that it had happened, Itachi had asked me out on a date. At the time, I had a crush on him. Mainly because he was the only one who treated me well and didn't care about who my parents were. He helped me grow as a kunoichi. He was even there for me when both of my parents died. I thought he loved me." Izumi explained with a slight blush, a little embarrassed that she was telling her current love interest about a past love interest. However, Naruto said nothing, allowing her to continue. "I should have known something was wrong. He was the son of the clan head and I was just a half-breed." She growled at the term that the entire Uchiha clan had labeled her with since she was only half Uchiha on her mother's side. Still, I foolishly gave him all my trust. Maybe because I was desperate to actually have another member of the clan acknowledge me. It wasn't until I was bleeding out on my apartment floor did I realize the truth. I was just a means to an end for him to gain more power. Tears leaked out of Izumi's eyes as she choked back the quiet sobs, prompting the blonde to reach over and pull her into his warm embrace and allow her to cry into his chest, leaning back as he did so that he was laying down on the grass, pulling the crying Uchiha girl on top of him. Rubbing her back and combing his fingers through her hair. I later came to an underground medical facility. She continued once she had calmed down. I only survived because I have a rare medical condition in which my heart is located on the right side of my chest instead of the left side. Well, I for one am glad you survived. Naruto spoke softly. You're a very special woman, Izumi-chan. Izumi couldn't help but smile as she nuzzled into his neck from her position. Thankful for the compliment. It was then that Danzo came to me. He asked me what happened. She continued her tale. After I told him, he then offered me a chance to get my revenge on the man that betrayed me and to give me a purpose to protect Konoha from the shadows. I immediately agreed. You didn't even think it over? The blonde inquired in a gentle tone. No. The Uchiha girl sighed. Then I am willing to bet that he had the seals placed on you just before you woke up. Naruto speculated. And only gave you the illusion of having a choice. She began before stopping. No, that makes sense. He did something like that with Yakumo-chan. So what do you want to do now? He asked. I don't know. Izumi sighed. Part of me still wants to get revenge on Itachi, but the other part of me wants to just move on with my life. May I offer some advice? The blonde inquired, earning a nod from the Uchiha girl. Forget about revenge. Revenge is an ugly road that will only lead you to more pain and ruin. To yourself and those around you. Don't get me wrong. He continued before she could say anything. I am not saying you should forgive him for what he did. Just don't let him dictate your life. Live for yourself. From her position on top of him, Izumi leaned up so that she could look him in the eyes. A smile evident upon her face accompanied with a healthy blush as she slowly lowered her lips to meet him. Allowing them to clash with each other in an intimate kiss as the blonde beneath her wrapped his arms around her frame, holding her close. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She stated once the two had separated, laying her head down on his chest one more. For what? For everything. The Uchiha girl smiled. Despite the circumstances of our meeting, you and your girl still brought me into your home, protected me, and gave me a sense of family I never had. You're very welcome, Izumi-chan. He smiled, looking down at the raven-haired girl on top of him as he allowed his fingers to comb through her hair once more. So, is this where you mark me as one of your mates? She asked after a few moments of comfortable silence, prompting the blonde to chuckle. You know all of what it entails, correct? He inquired, still combing his fingers through her hair. I do. She replied, leaning up so she could look him in the eyes once again. Bearing the mark will turn me into a person like yourself and the others that also bear your mark. I am also well aware of the fact that this isn't a light commitment and that it will span hundreds of years or more. And the fact that I am Jashin-chan's champion doesn't bother me at all. Izumi stated. And as you know, Yakumo-chan and I have both been talking with Yuga-chan about following Jashin-sama. I see. The blonde mused. So your mind is made up then? He got his answer in the form of her smashing her lips against his own in a fierce passionate kiss. Receiving his answer, Naruto broke the kiss and began to trail light kiss down the right side of her neck before stopping at the base of her neck. Giving the area one last gentle kiss before he bit down on her neck, channeling his demonic chakra into her, prompting the Uchiha woman to do the same to him, thus accepting his mark. A few seconds later, he released his mouth from her neck and held her close as her body began to go through the changes of becoming a half-demon, causing her to mildly spasm and shake for a few minutes before her body became relaxed once more. Welcome to the family, Izumi-chan. He smiled as he looked down at her. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Izumi smiled as she leaned up and kissed him once more. This time more tenderly and lovingly, before breaking the kiss and snuggling into him. Feeling a sense of contentment washed over her as she felt his arms embrace her once more. An hour later, their date over, the two newly mated Hanyas casually strolled through the village with Izumi resting her head on her blonde mate's shoulder as they made their way to the Uzumaki compound, his long coat draped over her shoulders, enjoying each other's company. But the other girls were no doubt waiting to hear all the juicy details, which partially made the young Uchiha woman a bit nervous as Anko could be rather forceful when she wanted to hear all the details, especially if anything intimate were to have happened between the two of them. However, their evening was interrupted when a raven-haired figure stood in front of them. A deep scowl etched across his face as he narrowed his eyes at the Uchiha woman. So, the half-breed survived as well. Sasuke commented, his voice full of venom as he glared at Izumi. You could have redeemed yourself for your filthy blood and submitted yourself to be bred by the elite to restore the clan. Instead, you hoard yourself out to this filth. At this, Izumi's Sharingan eyes flared to life as she glared at the arrogant last Uchiha, unknown to her though they had evolved to the next stage, Manjaku Sharingan-1. This of course caused Sasuke to flinch under the woman's glare. Naruto had moved to defend his mate's honor, only to be stopped by a subtle gesture from the raven-haired woman. If redeeming myself means I would have to submit myself to such an arrogant, short-sighted child. She growled as her Manjaku Sharingan burned brightly, her features slightly showing, making her look all the more intimidating to the last Uchiha. Then I renounce my Uchiha blood and proudly take up the Uzumaki name. Naruto could only smirk as he saw the color drain from Sasuke's face as Izumi defiantly denounced her Uchiha heritage in front of the vaunted last Uchiha and even claimed his as her own. Deciding to avoid the confrontation escalating further, the blonde gently took Izumi's hand and brought her into his embrace. "Let us go, Izumi-chan." He smiled. "Everyone is waiting for us back home." Releasing a soft giggle, the now former Uchiha fell in step with her mate. Leaving behind a stunned Sasuke, who was still processing what had happened. Flashback no jutsu to spell. Of course that had led to more tension between Sasuke and himself when the team would attend meetings and perform more D-rank missions within the village walls, but the blonde didn't care. There was very little Sasuke could do in regards to Izumi. Officially, she was declared dead. A victim of the Uchiha massacre, Danzo would not admit to having her secretly working for him. "Morning, Naruto-kun." Sakura greeted as she entered the training ground, snapping the blonde out of his musings. "Morning, Sakura-chan." He smiled as he stood up to officially greet his pink-haired mate. Giving her a soft kiss on the lips. "Sorry to keep you waiting." The pink-haired apologized, a look of annoyance washing over her face. "My mother had insisted on some girl talk, which more or less equated to her pressuring me to pursue Sasuke team again." Naruto could only growl in response, not liking the thought of Sakura's mother pushing his mates towards another male. Let alone one that had nearly gotten her killed on their first mission outside of the village. After the Chunin exams. Sakura spoke, burying her face into his chest. Prompting the blonde to embrace her, "I want to tell her about us. Would you like me to be there when you talk to her?" "I would love that." She replied with a smile. Smiling, the two sat down and rested against the training pole next to each other. No talking, just enjoying each other's company. A few more minutes ticked by before they were graced with the presence of the breeding Uchiha, who shot Naruto a dirty look upon entering the training ground, prompting the two Hanyas to chuckle, knowing full well what it was about. "Yo." Kakashi stated as he appeared in a poof of smoke on top of the training post that Sakura and Naruto were leaning against. "Let me guess, you're late because you were being chased by a naked, oiled-up guy sensei." Naruto ventures, causing the mask to dry heave at the thought of the green beast of Konoha chasing after him, wearing nothing but a radiant smile and covered in body oil. "That was not a pleasant image, Naruto." Kakashi gasped, earning a chuckle from the blonde. All in all, the masked man was pleased that he was able to repair his fractured relationship with the other two members of his genin team. Through their reintroductions the weekend the two returned from their last mission, he was able to learn more about them. Sakura's elemental affinities, which he was surprised that even that early on, Naruto had been helping in her training. Feeling a bit ashamed when the two admitted that since they already knew the tree walking exercise, they had left shadow clones to do it for them while they trained with their elements down on the beach. He was also able to get a more accurate reading on just how skilled Naruto truly was. While not completely accurate, from what Kakashi had learned from the blonde would put him roughly at high to mid-level. Sakura, he had placed at low to mid, making both of his estranged students more than ready for the exams. Regrettably, he had to admit that on their own, they had progressed further than even Sasuke had so far. Anyways. Kakashi coughed, getting his team's attention, pulling out 3 slips of paper. "As you know, the Chunin exams are starting today, and I took the liberty of signing you 3 up." All 3 of the genin could only grin in response as they took their slips of paper, which would give them entry into the exams. "You two better not get in my way." Sasuke started with an arrogant smirk as he departed the training ground, causing both Hanyas to merely shake their head in response. "Come on Sakura-chan, let's do this." Naruto exclaimed. Chapter 31, Hokage's Office. "Each team has submitted their permission slips, Hokage-sama." Iruka informed the Hokage with a slight frown. The scared Chunin wasn't exactly pleased to hear that all of the sensei had endorsed their teams for the exams. Honestly, he felt that only Guy's team was ready for the test, the others were still too green. Having only been genin for less than a year. "You don't approve that each of the teams have been endorsed, do you, Iruka?" Hiruzen inquired with a knowing look. The elder village leader knew all too well how the academy instructor felt about his former students, namely Naruto. It was clear the scarred man viewed the young blonde as a little brother figure. "To be honest sir, I just don't think most of the teams are ready for the exams." Iruka openly stated. With the exception of Team 9, everyone hasn't even been genin for a full year. Be that as it may. The Hokage began with a slight grin. But, as you may recall, Team 7 themselves have had quite the start for their shinobi careers. Their first C-rank mission turned into an A-rank, yet they were still able to complete it with no fatalities or lasting injuries. But then there was their most recent mission in Hara no Kuni. Hiruzen interrupted the instructor. According to Princess Koyuki herself, both Naruto-kun and Sakura-chan were key figures for not only the mission's success, but also keeping the rebels alive. But Naruto is quite capable. The elder man interrupted once more. Most, if not all of Team 7's success, has been due to Naruto-kun. He has proven to have a sharp intellect, enough to rival, if not surpass, any Nara clan member. He also has a drive in him to protect those who cannot protect themselves, regardless of the consequences to himself. In Nami no Kuni, at the risk of being charged with insubordination, he ignored Kakashi's orders and remained with the family on a hunch that the family would be targeted. A hunch that proved to be correct. In Hara no Kuni, Naruto-kun had warned Kakashi countless times of an impending ambush. The elder man continued. When Haddock ignored his warnings, Naruto-kun had taken it upon himself to plan out every detail to protect not only the client but everyone else. Which was complicated even further when he learned of the rebels attempting a counter-ambush. In the end, Naruto saved everyone. Even taking 4 kunai in the back to protect Koyuki Haim from harm. Iruka could only gawk at the aged village leader. While he had known of the team's numerous successes, he had never read the actual reports, as they were generally reserved for the Hokage's eyes only, and thus, he had given credit to Kakashi for the team's success. But to learn that from the team's inception, Naruto was the one responsible for each victory. Still, if you are unconvinced. Hiruzen spoke once more. Feel free to test them yourself. With a silent nod, the scarred Chunin left the office, pondering what course of action he should take. The Konoha streets. Both Sakura and Naruto were casually making their way through the village towards the academy, having just dropped off their entry papers to a receptionist in a makeshift office at the edge of the village, instead of the usual records building, located next to the Hokage's tower. Making the groan in slight irritation. To make matters worse, Kakashi had conveniently failed to mention where they had to turn the papers in at. Seriously, they could have just had everyone turn in their papers at the academy. Sakura grumbled, earning a chuckle from her blonde mate. I am sure they did it this way on purpose. Naruto commented with a thoughtful expression. Probably to throw the participants off their game. Remember what Kakashi did during our genin test? Ugh, don't remind me. They groaned. Her days fresh out of the academy were not her proudest of moments. What I meant was when Kakashi-sensei initially made his work against each other using hunger, tiredness, and irritation. The blonde pointed out. It stands to reason that Konoha is doing the same thing to further weed out any genins who are not ready for the exams. Makes sense. Sakura conceded, though still grumbled about having to walk all the way across the village. So, did Anko-chan or Yuga-chan give you any hints on what to expect? Nope. He replied, earning a defeated sigh from the pink-haired Kunoichi. All Anko-chan said was that there would be a surprise, though still refused to give any hints as to what it is. Even after I bribed her with a case of dango. Wow, there must be a hell of a surprise if she wouldn't even budge after that. Sakura commented, clearly shocked that her future sister-wife had refused her favorite treat. Ouch. A voice exclaimed from just around the corner ahead of the two Hanyas. That hurt you little jerk. Rounding the corner, the pair were greeted by the sight of a bulky-looking guy wearing a Bunraku-style puppeteer's costume with a black hood with what appeared to be cat-like ears on the top. As soon as symbol etched into the boy's hit I-8 that seemed to be stitched onto the cat-eared hood. Makeup covered the large boy's face in some sort of intricate design that appeared to have been drawn on using his sister's lipstick if the color that adorned the girl's lips next to him was any indication. In the makeup-wearing boy's hand was none other than Konohamaru, the grandson of the old man, his other hand drawn back in a threatening gesture against the kid. Next to the boy in cat pajamas was a sandy blonde-haired girl with an annoyed look on her face. She had teal-colored eyes and her hair tied into 4 different pigtails. 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom. Her outfit consisted of a single light purple, off-the-shoulders garment that extended halfway down her thighs. A scarlet sash wrapped firmly around her waist. Underneath the light purple garment, the girl wore a full-body fishnet armor that covered her shoulders and her left thigh, while a separate piece of fishnet covered her right calf. Her aid hanging loosely around her neck as what appeared to be a massive fan was slung over her back. Put him down, you big cross-dressing bully. A girl around the same age as both Naruto and Sakura shouted. Taking in her appearance, the two noted that she wore her dark brown hair up into a pair of buns at the top of her head, giving off the appearance of panda ears. This was especially highlighted by her choice of clothing. A pink sleeveless kipao-style blouse with red trimmings and yellow fastening buttons, accompanied with dark green pants. with a kunai holster secured firmly to her outer right thigh and a pair of blue, ankle-high kunoichi sandals, with her 8 proudly displaying the leaf symbol on her forehead. Kankuro, just put him down. The blonde-haired girl sighed in frustration. You don't want to piss him off, do you? No, this little jerk needs to pay for running into me. The bulky boy stated, bringing his fist back to punch the young boy. Besides, he isn't here, and what he doesn't know won't hurt him. You know. A low voice speaking from directly behind Kankuro made itself known, causing the poor Suna teen to jump. Drag night is on Tuesday evenings at the Rusty Kunai bar, but for crying out loud men, not in front of the children. Face burning red with embarrassment, the Suna teen dropped the young boy, earning a slight eep from him as he landed on his rump and turned to face the blonde-haired teen. It didn't help matters that 2 of the 3 girls were currently laughing at his expense, while the bun-haired girl had stars in her eyes as she gazed upon the blonde behind him, or rather, what the blonde held. Turning to meet the upstart, he was swiftly met with a slight pressure to his throat. Casting his eyes down, Kankuro could make out what appeared to be a black blade-like weapon, held in a reverse grip position in the blonde's hand, aimed directly at his jugular. Now, normally I would ask why Suna Shinobi is in Konoha, but I am going to guess you are here to partake in the Chunin exams. Naruto commented as he withdrew his blade, now that Konohamaru was out of danger. Taking a step back away from the black-clad teen. That is correct, The blonde girl answered, once she had reined in her laughter at her brother's expense. Naruto. The blonde replied. Naruto Uzumaki, and may I have the name of such a beautiful desert flower? Tamari. The blonde girl blushed at the teen's compliment, while Kankuro fumed at the blonde that was flirting with his sister. Tamari of the wind, and this idiot that steals my makeup is my brother, Kankuro. A pleasure to meet you, Tamari-chan. The blonde stated as he gently took hold of the Suna girl's hand and gave a light kiss on her knuckles, causing her to blush even more at the gesture. That's not makeup. Kankuro exclaimed, interrupting the moment between the 2 blondes. It's war paint, if you say so. Naruto shrugged, turning his attention back to the Suna boy. As I said, drag night is on Tuesdays at the Rusty Kunai, enjoy yourself. This earned another round of laughter from Sakura, Tamari, and Konohamaru, causing the black-clad Suna teen to fume further as his hands itched to pull the massive bundle that was secured to his back out and put the blonde upstart in his place. Meanwhile, the bun-haired girl still seemed to be in a trance as she stared blankly at the blonde. Noticing this, Naruto moved over to her and snapped his fingers in front of her face a few times before she snapped out of her daze. Hey, welcome back, have a nice trip. Naruto smirked, causing the poor girl to blush in embarrassment. Sorry, I just kind of zone out when I see a new unique weapon, being Konoha's weapons mistress and all. The dark brown-haired girl replied. Name's Tenten Higurashi. Pleasure to meet you, since you were spacing out I guess I should reintroduce myself. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. He introduced himself for a second time, much to Tenten's embarrassment for being reminded that she had been daydreaming about the blonde's weapon, which prompted her to perk up and look at the blonde questionably. What exactly was that kind of weapon? She asked. This? Naruto asked as he summoned the black tanto once more, still holding it in a reverse grip position, earning a nod from the bun-haired girl as her eyes started to glaze over upon seeing the weapon once more. This is my dark blade technique from my bloodline. Essentially, it's a form of yin release, allowing me to manipulate the darkness element into physical form. That is so cool. Tenten gushed as her eyes developed a starstruck look as she imagined all sorts of possibilities such a technique could produce. It gets even better. Sakura commented as she approached the group, catching the bun-haired girl's attention. Any weapon formed from his dark blade technique will not dull, lose its edge, and is pretty much indestructible. Wait, I know you. Tenten commented as she pointed toward Sakura. Aren't you one of those fangirls for that brooding emo Uchiha? At this, Sakura couldn't help but allow her head to drop in shame at being reminded of possibly the worst mistake she had ever made in her short life so far. Please don't remind me of that. They sighed. Those really were not my proudest of days. That's in the past now, Sakura-chan here has improved by leaps and bounds since her academy days. Naruto stated matter of fact, defending his mate. Yeah, all it took was the bastard to nearly kill me to open my eyes. Sakura half grumbled, recounting the events that occurred during her first mission outside of the village. Hearing this, Tenten, Tamari, Kankuro, and even Konohamaru's eyes widened in disbelief at the implication. You don't mean that he is? Tenten couldn't even finish the question, clearly disgusted by the Uchiha's actions. Yeah, the bastard switched places with me so I could take the blows meant for him. They growled. Thankfully Haku-chan wasn't aiming to kill, only to incapacitate. Wait, you mean Haku that is currently working in the hospital? The bun-haired girl inquired, having recalled seeing someone by that name tending to her teammates' injuries on occasion when they would go overboard on their training. Yup, Naruto chuckled. She's one of my girlfriends. Her dream is to be the #1 Iryonin in all of the elemental nations. Wait. What do you mean by one of your girlfriends? Kankuro inquired, though both girls had the same question running through their mind as well. The short version is that Naruto-kun is the last of 2 clans. Sakura explained, catching the group's attention. So the lucky bastard is in the CRA then. The black-clad Suna boy commented, knowing full well the benefits of being in the program. A hint of jealousy in his tone. Though his lecherous thoughts had only earned him a bop on the head by an irate sister. Yes, I submitted myself into the CRA, but not for the reasons you girls think. Naruto stated, seeing the angered looks from both Temari and Tenten. I took the initiative because I knew once my heritage got out, the council would force their daughters and others on me, and I refuse to be in any relationship that has no love in it. So by making the first move, I got to dictate my terms, and my terms are simple. Free choice. Hearing this, both Temari and Tenten calmed down slightly, a bit surprised that the blonde in front of them had such forethought to avoid having other women being put in such a predicament with no choice. Turning towards the pink-haired girl, the bun-haired girl spoke. You're one of his girlfriends too, aren't you? It was more of a statement than a question. Yeah. Sakura blushed slightly. I was already slowly gaining a crush on him during our mission to Nami no Kuni, but I fully fell for him when he took care of me after the incident. Since then, well, it's only been better. Wait, that Uchiha prick is the last of his clan too, does that mean he can be in the CRA as well? Tenten asked, a little worried, since after hearing what the raven-haired boy did to his own teammate, she knew there was very little chance he would be as kind as Naruto was with such a program. He was. Naruto sighed. Tried to use the act to force Haku-chan and a few others to be with him. Fortunately, they were already involved with me, so they were spared from that fate. After that, Sasuke team threw a massive fit and pulled himself from the program. Shortly after, the old man banned him entirely from entering it in the future. Ain't that right, Yu-chan? Naruto commented, looking towards a tree branch just above the group, prompting the others to look up and see the lone Uchiha standing above them. A scowl on his face due to the blonde's new nickname for him as he jumped down, just outside of the group of people. The raccoon can come out to play as well. At this, a swirl of sand appeared in the center of the group, revealing a fair-skinned boy with short and spiky auburn hair. His green eyes lacked any pupils or eyebrows, with tanuki-like black rings around his eyes, as well as the kanji for love above his left eye. His attire consisted of a short-sleeved black bodysuit with an open neck and almost full-length leggings. The white cloth wraps around his right shoulder and the left side of his hip, with a wide brown leather strap that supports the massive gourd on his back. His Suna hit I-8 wrapped around the aforementioned leather strap. Hey Gaara. Kankuro stammered in fear at the appearance of his younger brother. Knowing full well the youngest of the 3 had observed his prior actions. Listen, we were just messing around is all, and you're a disgrace to our village, Kankuro. The red-headed boy identified as Gaara stated coldly. Now shut up or I'll kill you. Meanwhile in Kurigakure, an auburn-haired beauty sneezed, interrupting her daydream about a certain blonde, causing her to scowl. Either Naruto-kun is thinking about me or someone stole my line. She mentally pondered. Well, Naruto-kun is allowed to fantasize about me, he is my fiancé after all. But if I find that someone stole my line, I will melt their balls off. Back in Konoha, Gaara felt a foreign sensation as a slight shiver traveled up his spine, prompting him to discreetly create a sand barrier around his crotch area, unnoticed to those around him. Mentally shaking off the strange experience, the raccoon-eyed boy turned his attention towards his fellow Suna shinobi with a glare. It annoys me that you'd lose control in a quarrel with children. The red-headed Sunanin started coldly. Have you forgotten why we came here? But Gaara. They started it. Kankuro attempted to defend himself. The little shrimp slammed into me. Kankuro, shut up. Gaara stated icily once more, though oddly enough didn't finish with a threat of death like he did the last time. You're right, Gaara. The blade-clad, makeup-wearing Sunanin replied nervously. I was out of line. We're sorry, Gaara. Temari said, equally afraid of the red-headed boy. Sorry for my team's actions. Gaara sighed, turning his attention to Konoha-nin. I am Gaara of the Sand, Suna Genin here for the Chunin exams. Enten Higurashi, weapons mistress of Konoha. The bun-haired girl introduced herself with a slight bow, though never took her eyes off of the 3 Sunanin. Also partaking in the Chunin exams. Sakura Haruno, also participating in the exams. The stated. Naruto Uzumaki, the Shadow Fox. The blonde grinned. And yes, I am also in the exams. You should ignore these weaklings. I'm the only one you need to concern yourself with. The Uchiha sneered, causing the group to turn their attention towards him. Sasuke Uchiha. Whatever. Temari rolled her eyes at the raven-haired teen's antics. While she would say the raven-haired boy was cute, his attitude was a big turn-off. The blonde one though, not only was he cute, but he had a much warmer personality that seemed to make him easy to open up to. I wonder when all of this is over, if I could probably talk him into taking me on a date. He is part of the CRA after all. and Kuro watched as his sister developed a light blush when she looked at the blonde Konohinin, grinning slightly to himself about the amount of blackmail material he had just acquired. However, Sasuke had also seen the blush and had other, far more selfish thoughts. If you prove yourself to be strong, woman, you'll be given the honor to bear my children. The Uchiha arrogantly stated, his eyes leveling on Temari. He then turned his eyes towards the bun-haired girl. The same goes for you. At this, both Temari and Tenten curled their lips in disgust, appalled by the boy's proclamation as he walked away from the group, feeling he had said his piece. The Uchiha's statement didn't sit well with the others present either, as Gaara made a silent vow to destroy the Uchiha. Even Konohamaru had a face of disgust at the boy's display of arrogance. Temari, Kankuro. Gaara called out, catching both his teammates' attention. We're leaving. Nodding, both of the Sunanin began to make their way towards the academy. However, the red-headed boy remained. Staring at Naruto, a sadistic smile spread across his face. You're interesting. Gaara commented, the psychotic grin never leaving his face. Mother is intrigued by you, and she really wants your blood. Naruto stood there, a bit confused at the red-headed words. Not the fact that the Suna boy had threatened to kill him, he was used to such threats, but by the fact that he referred to his mother. Shukaku was a male, right? The blonde mentally inquired of his vixen. Yeah, only myself and my sister, Madatabi, are the only girls from all the Biju. Ari replied, equally confused as to why her brother's container was referring to him as his mother. So, I don't know why he is having his container call him mother. Questions for later I suppose. Naruto mentally sighed. Though he did recall one other thing about the red-headed. At any rate, I am going to need to fix his seal. It already looked weak and about to break at any moment. I'll see you guys later. Tenten commented. It was nice to meet you both. Naruto-san, Sakura-san. Both Handyus watched as the weapons mistress took off towards the academy, no doubt to meet up with her team, before Naruto turned his attention to Konohamaru, who was still standing where he had landed on his rear after the Sunanin had dropped him. Naruto-san. The young boy began. You want to know about Sasuke, don't you? Naruto finished for the boy, picking up on the young boy's thoughts of what he had just witnessed, earning a nod in confirmation. In short, Sasuke is the product of taking shortcuts. While he does have a natural talent, he has been given everything he has desired, as no one has ever told him no. As such, he feels that anything he wants, whether it be a weapon or even a person, should belong to him. Simply because he wants it. Is this what you meant when you said that there are no shortcuts? Konohamaru inquired, remembering the blonde's words months prior. At the time, his private tutor had told him to ignore the boy's words and that Naruto was nothing but a delinquent that nobody loved or cared for. Now, he could see that not only were there people who loved him and cared for him, but that the blonde was also a highly skilled shinobi for his age. Considering the way he handled the large bully and how he stared down the red-headed boy without so much as blinking. Mostly. The blonde nodded. But also because there is nothing in life that is free. Everything you want or desire or even need comes at a price. Be it of monetary value, emotional or physical. I think I understand. The young boy replied as he mulled over the blonde's words. From here on out, I will train hard and earn my spot as Hokage someday. I look forward to seeing the results. Naruto chuckled at the boy's enthusiasm before turning to Sakura. Well, shall we? Let's. They grinned as she grabbed hold of the blonde's hand as the two departed in the direction of the academy. Seemingly unaware that a pair of eyes were watching them. Iruka, the scarred followed after the two remaining members of Team 7, having just witnessed their exchange with the 3-4 genin from Sunagakure. Iruka had to admit that he was impressed with how his surrogate brother had handled the 3 Sunanin. Able to de-escalate the situation before it escalated further. What had surprised him further was learning that his own teammate was one of his girlfriends. While he knew that Naruto had submitted himself into the Clan Restoration Act, he was unaware of all the girls involved with the blonde, and last he recalled, the Haruno girl was head over heels for the Uchiha boy. He momentarily pondered what could have led to the girl switching her focus from one boy to the other. Though he had to admit that it was a change for the better. It seemed as if Naruto had managed to get the girl off her diet and take her kunoichi career far more seriously, as she appeared to have developed some muscle mass. Not to mention her posture was one of self-confidence. Something she severely lacked during the academy. Still, with those two together, I know exactly how I can test him. Iruka thought to himself before he disappeared from his position. Hoping to catch the two of them off guard before they reached the academy. Getting into position a few meters ahead of the duo, Iruka ensured his disguise was in place, posing as a rogue Iwanin with a vendetta against the boy's father. He watched as the blonde leaned over and whispered something in the ear of his pink-haired teammate and lover, causing her to giggle slightly before he made his move. With the speed and accuracy of years of training, Iruka had effortlessly dropped behind Sakura and grabbed hold of her to retrain her movements while he brought a kunai up to her throat in a threatening gesture. This prompted Naruto to turn and look at their assailant, an irate expression on his face. Clearly not pleased that someone was threatening his mate in such a fashion. "Now, this is what you're going to do, boy," Iruka instructed, disguising his voice via a seal on his throat. "You are going to bring all of your father's scrolls to the top of the Hokage monument. And if I don't?" Naruto inquired in an eerily calm voice, which kind of shook Iruka. "Then I will just have to spill these pretty little things all over the ground." The disguised Iruka threatened, further implying the point by bringing the kunai closer to the girl's neck. Unseen to him though, his would-be hostage had a bored expression on her face. She knew she was in no real danger as she was well aware that any injury he may give her would be nothing, as her physiology would heal any injury she may receive. "I have a better idea." The blonde spoke, his voice still holding the cold as a steel tone. "You're going to let her go, and I may let you walk away with most of your limbs attached. I don't think you quite understand the situation you are in. So let me enlighten you, boy," Iruka growled. However, he didn't get a chance to react as suddenly his hostage disappeared from his grasp, literally falling within the shadow below them. At the same time, Naruto had dropped into his own shadow, and within the blink of an eye, the blonde had rocketed out of the shadow beneath Iruka, whereas Sakura had re-emerged in the spot where Naruto had once been standing. Connecting with the poor Chunin's jaw with a powerful impact, lifting the man off of his feet by nearly half a meter. However, the blonde's assault was not over just yet, as he rounded in midair and brought a sharp kick into the man's sternum, sending him flying back into the wall with enough force to crack the concrete. With his vision all blurry, Iruka could barely make out the blonde that was now stalking towards him. Struggling slightly, he lifted off his mask that had concealed his face and deactivated the seal that was on his throat, returning his voice to normal. "Well, wait, it's me," he gasped out, trying to catch his breath. "It's me, Naruto." "I know, Iruka-sensei." The blonde grinned mischievously. "I actually knew the entire time." This caused the Scar to freeze in shock. If what the blonde genin said was true, he knew it was him the entire time and still allowed it to play out. "If you knew it was me, then why did you attack me like that?" Iruka inquired, casting a glare at the young. "And furthermore, how did you know it was me?" "In order, you threatened my mate. My pride and her honor would not allow that to stand. So you had to be punished. You should be thankful I held back," Naruto stated, the grin never leaving his face. "As for how I knew it was you, aside from your scent, I picked up your chakra signature when we were talking with Sunanin." Iruka could only allow his jaw to drop, having been informed that the young blonde had him pegged pretty much as soon as he came into the area. Making the instructor wonder just how good the boy's sensory abilities were. "Anyways, as fun as it's been, Iruka-sensei, we really need to get to the academy before the exams start," the blonde stated as he began walking away, with Sakura falling in step alongside him. "Catch you later." Iruka let out a small groan in pain as he watched the two disappear down the road. Leaning back on the concrete wall, he reluctantly had to admit that the boy he saw as a younger brother was more than ready for the exams before him. As he lay there, a shadow loomed over him. "I take it he passed your test, Iruka-san." Academy. As the two Hanyas approached the academy entrance, they were greeted with a disgruntled Uchiha waiting for them. Seeing the two arrive, the brooding Avenger kicked off the post he was leaning against and made his way towards the two, all the while glaring at the blonde. "About time you two showed up," he remarked with a sneer. "I've been waiting for nearly an hour. First off, you've only been here 20 minutes, at max. So stop being such a drama queen," Naruto pointed out. "Secondly, you have no choice but to wait for us since the exams require the entire team. Whatever, let's just go already," Sasuke stated, turning towards the academy entrance. "We've wasted enough time." "Well, he seems to be in a good mood," the blonde commented, earning a giggle from his pink-haired mate. "But it seems he has it out for you more than usual today," Sakura commented, noticing the increase of glares directed at the blonde during each encounter. "He ran into Izumi-chan and I while we were returning from our date," Naruto informed her. "Made some disparaging remarks about her and the usual, you should submit to me and redeem yourself tirade." Izumi-chan shut him up quickly though when she said she renounced her Uchiha heritage and stated she would proudly take up the Uzumaki name. "Ah, so that's why he is in such a lovely mood." They chuckled. "Well, let us be off," Naruto stated. "His royal duck ass will be upset if we don't make haste." This of course earned another giggle from his pink-haired mate. Entering the academy, they were greeted with a swarm of participants for the exams. Some of which were just standing around and talking with their teams, while others were attempting and in most cases, failing, to intimidate other teams. Though it wasn't missed to the two that a number of the male participants were leering at Sakura with lust-filled eyes, though both shrugged it off, knowing full well that a majority of the teams wouldn't even make it to the end. Moving through the crowd of genin, the trio went up the first flight of steps, only to be greeted with an even larger crowd surrounding a single door, labeled 301, with two genin seemingly standing guard at said door. preventing others from entering the room. This was further punctuated when one of the genin guarding the door delivered a brutal blow to a green-suited boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle, sending him skidding across the floor. Is someone as talentless as you really planning to take the Chunin exams? Why bother? The genin with messy brown hair stated condescendingly. Bunch of wet behind the ears snot noses. You said it. His partner smirked. Please just let us in. A familiar bun-haired girl pleaded, approaching the two guarding the door. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the genin with the messy hair. The blonde could see his muscles tense ever so slightly, showing the telltale sign that he was about to attack the girl approaching him. In the blink of an eye, it appeared as if the blonde had disappeared from sight, only to reappear in between the bun-haired girl and the genin. Locking a kick aimed at the girl's head, earning a gasp in shock from the girl and a grunt of annoyance from her would-be attacker. Now, that wasn't very nice. Naruto started while still gripping the boy's shin before roughly pushing it away, causing the boy to stagger slightly before regaining his balance. He then turned and smiled at the bun-haired girl. Hey, Kumaheim. Tenten couldn't help but to blush at the blonde's nickname for her, Bear Princess. Namely because it was different from the usual panda nickname she was usually stuck with, giving her a growing hatred for the beast. Good to see you, Naruto-san. She bowed slightly, hoping to hide her blush. Now, why would you attack a fellow Konoha genin? The blonde inquired, turning his attention back towards the two genin blocking the door. You misunderstand. The messy-haired genin stated. We're just trying to spare you is all. His partner finished for him. The Chunin exams are incredibly difficult. The messy-haired one continued. We should know, we've failed it 3 times so far. There are those who have made it, only to immediately give up being a shinobi afterwards. The other one stated. Others ended up being crippled and some reduced to nothing more than mere vegetables. And these are only the ones who have survived. This earned a chorus of murmuring echoing through the crowd of genin hopefuls. Many of which were beginning to doubt their resolve and their ability to complete the exams. Besides that, Chunin are cell commanders. They lead their units. The messy-haired boy continued his lecture. The responsibilities for failed missions and dead shinobi rest firmly on their shoulders. And you little punks have the nerve to think you are ready for this. The other snorted. Once again, a second chorus of murmuring could be heard flowing through the crowd, however it ended when the sound of a single individual slowly clapping interrupted their thoughts as the crowd focused on the blonde genin in front of the two guards. Impressive little speech there, Katetsu. Naruto commented with a smirk as the identified Katetsu's jaw hit the floor. You did good too Izumo, though I gotta say, your henjas make you both look uglier than usual. How the hell did you know it was us? Both exclaimed, earning a chuckle from the blonde. You can change your appearance, but you can't change your laziness. The blonde chuckled playfully. Both of you were standing in the same posture you two always stand in at the main gates. Both of the eternal gate guards allowed their henjas to drop as they lowered their heads in shame for being outed so easily by a mere genin. Whatever. A voice spoke up from the back crowd as a figure roughly pushed his way through. Just drop this pathetic. I have business on the 3rd floor. You're an idiot. Sakura sighed as she approached where Naruto was standing. That was to weed out those truly not ready for the exams. Now there will be countless more competition going forward. Good, more to witness an Uchiha elite as I dominate these exams. Sasuke smirked arrogantly, prompting both Naruto and Sakura to shake their heads in disappointment at their teammates' antics. Since their little setup had been exposed, the Chunin that had been disguised as genin lifted them, revealing the flight of steps that lead to the next floor. Without saying a word, the lone Uchiha brushed past the two and ascended the stairs, not bothering to see if his teammates were following or not. Both Hanyus were about to follow after their teammate when a voice called out to them, or rather, to Sakura. You're Sakura, aren't you? The bull-haired boy said, approaching the two. My name is Rock Lee. Would you like to go out with me? I'll protect you with my life. Wah, they exclaimed in confusion, as the boy's proposal had literally come out of nowhere. I am going to have to respectfully decline Lee-san, as I already have a mate. Hearing this, the green-clad boy looked to the blonde that stood next to her before allowing his eyes to travel down, seeing the two holding hands. Seeing this, a fire of determination roared to life in the boy's eyes as he turned fully towards Naruto. I challenge you for Sakura's hand. Rock Lee exclaimed exuberantly, flashing his sensei's trademark smile. I decline. Naruto simply stated, though there was an undertone of irritation in his voice at the unintentional insinuation that his mate was a mere prize to be won. Because Sakura-chan is not some prize to be won, like a trinket at a street festival. She is a strong-willed kunoichi with her own free will. At this, Lee realized how his words sounded and began to profusely apologize to the blonde before him. Both of which shrugged it off with a light warning to think before he speaks in the future. Of course this earned the duo a spiel of various challenges the green-clad genin would do to atone for his mistake. Meanwhile, Tenten's other teammate glared at the blonde with intense hatred. Naruto was the sole reason that both Hinata and Hanabi had rebelled against the clan elders' teachings and had forsaken their clan's proud traditions. Silently, the Hyuga prodigy seethed at the blonde as he watched the duo ascend the flight of steps. "Something wrong, Niji?" Tenten inquired, seeing the look that washed over her teammate's face. "Nothing, we're wasting time," he commented as he began to make his way up the stairs. "Just you wait, Naruto Uzumaki. I will end you and bring honor back to the Hyuga clan." Team 7, the trio that made up Team 7, proceeded to make their way along the hallway towards the real room that the tests were to begin in. To their surprise, they saw Kakashi leaning against the wall, reading the next volume of Demon Heart, and by the looks of it, it was almost finished with it. This of course prompted both Naruto and Sakura to smirk knowingly. "Good to see you all made it," he lazily commented, not looking up from his book. "It would have been a shame if one of you decided not to come or attempted to do this on your own." "What do you mean?" Sasuke asked. "It's rather simple." The silver-haired started as he closed the book, looking over his team. "This exam is designed for three-man teams. As such, if a full team is not present, they would not be allowed to partake in the exams." At this, both Sakura and Naruto couldn't help but smile at this. Both had a suspicion that something like this would be involved with the exams. Why else would entry into the exams require not only the team sensei to sponsor them, but also require all three team members to submit their own forms? "Anyways, I wish you three the best of luck." Kakashi gave his trademark eye smile. "And look out for one another. Don't worry about Taita-sensei." Sakura grinned. "We got this." Naruto finished. Sasuke merely gave his typical grunt in response as he set off towards the exam room, with the other two following behind him. However, Naruto briefly stopped and reached into his jacket. "Hey, Taita-sensei." Naruto called out as he tossed the item he just removed from his jacket towards the silver-haired. "Catch." Kakashi caught the item in question and took a moment to examine it before he smirked as he looked over the cover of the third volume of the Demon Heart books. "I wonder why he had a spare copy." The silver-haired mentally questioned as he watched his three students disappear through the large doors of the examination room. Chapter 32. So there I was. Hundreds of bandits and enemy shinobi had surrounded my comrades, and Ishino had fought bravely, taking out a few of the bandits before they had finally overwhelmed him and knocked him out. Kurenai-sensei, Hinata-chan, and Sakura were all huddled in the corner of the campsite as dozens of bandits closed in on them. It was clear as to what these pathetic fools intended to do with these fine ladies and my destined mate. To my right, the blonde dope was in a fetal position, crying his eyes out. Too scared to do anything. A really pathetic sight. Seeing this, I knew what had to be done and that I was the only one who could do it. Looking up at the full moon, I closed my eyes and allowed my inner beast to take form. A secret I never told anyone about, not even my own family. When I was young, the divine feral being known as Fenrir had chosen me to be her avatar on the mortal earth and later to be her mate in the afterlife. So I allowed my feral side to come out, my eyes sharpening, my teeth turning into fangs and my fingernails turning into claws. All to dispense justice on those that would threaten my pack. With a bestial roar, I launched forward and began to swing wildly in every direction, cleaving the scum in half with each blow from my powerful arms. As I tore through the sea of bandits, body parts were strewn left and right, littering the ground with blood and gore. Screams of pain and agony erupted from my enemies as I cut through them until I finally reached my destination. Panting heavily, I stood before my dear sweet mate in my bestial form, my claws dripping with blood from my enemies. I watched as their eyes combed over my inhuman body, fearing rising up within as I worried whether or not they would accept this side of me. However, as I gazed down at the three beauties before me, I saw it in their eyes. The complete look of awe and admiration, and above all, acceptance. "Kiba. My destined mate stammered, clearly entranced by my strong alpha appearance. "Hinata-chan." The blonde dope called out as he rushed to her side, grasping her in a hug. "Are you alright?" Seeing this, I couldn't stop myself from growling in displeasure of this weak fool holding my destined mate. However, what happened next had surprised me. My dear sweet Hinata had pushed the idiot off her and glared at him. "Don't you dare touch me." She scowled at the shocked blonde dope. "Boo, but Hinata-chan." The weak fool stuttered. "Shut up, dope." My precious little flower sneered. "How could I ever love someone as weak as you?" I couldn't help but to smirk at her words. To even further prove her point, she got up from her sitting position and walked over to me, wrapping her arms around my strong left arm, leaning her head on my shoulder. "It is clear now that Kiba-kun is an alpha male and deserves my love and loyalty," Hinata proclaimed. "Hinata-chan is right." Sakura spoke up, taking my right arm, mirroring Hinata's actions of leaning her head on my shoulder. "You are nothing but a pathetic loser, but Kiba-kun is strong and powerful." Grinning, I looked down at the blonde dope who was not crying in shame due to the beautiful angels insulting him. However, despite how weak and pathetic he was, I couldn't allow this to go on. After all, the dope was still part of my pack, and as a true alpha, I had to look out for all members of my pack, even the weak ones. Ladies, please do not blame him. I spoke, catching the two lovely ladies' attention, both of which swooned at the sound of my rich baritone voice. After all, it is hard to compete with an alpha such as me. You're right, Kiba-kun. Hinata stated, snuggling onto my arm. No one can compete with you. Still. Kurenai-sensei commented as she approached me, swaying her lovely hips from side to side in a sensual manner. I will need to report to Hokage-sama about his failure to act, which may have him stripped of being a shinobi. It is probably best that way. I replied with a sigh. So, Kiba-kun. Sakura smirked. How about all three of us thank you for your bravery and opening our eyes, allowing us to see what a true alpha is. And that's exactly what happened. Kiba grinned as he had finished his tale of how his first kill went. All the while, the group of Konoha genin had confused looks on their faces, whilst Hinata had her nose buried in the book she was reading, seemingly ignoring what was being said before she cast her gaze upwards and peered at the group of genin, whom were now gawking at the Inuzuka boy, doubt evident on their faces. He forgot to mention what happened afterwards. The Hyuga heiress commented with a smirk. What happened after? Kiba asked, a little confused. You know, where I took you to my home, striped you down and blindfolded you before I tied you to my bed. She grinned even more, earning a perverted look from the feral boy as he nodded his head in agreement with what she was saying. Oh yeah, that part. He replied, wiping the drool from his mouth. And then I put on my 12-inch strap-on and mounted you well into the morning hours. She finished with a sadistic smirk as she watched all the color drain from his face. Meanwhile the group of genin began to burst out laughing at the poor boy's misfortune. And you loved every minute of it. Hinata finished in a sing-song voice, completely shattering the poor boy's masculinity in front of everyone. While it is natural for one with a fragile ego to exaggerate events, they usually keep it within the realm of what is logically possible. Shino commented in his monotone voice, causing the poor feral boy to sulk even further. Besides, I do not think Kurenai-sensei would appreciate you depicting her in such a manner. Hearing this, the feral boy felt a lump form in the back of his throat. In the boy's delusional fantasy, he had completely forgotten that his sensei was a staunch opposition against anything perverted in nature. Something she had made very clear to the rest of his team when she had trapped him in the Jinjutsu after he introduced himself and his dream to have, in his own words, dozens of hot bitches to surround himself with. His sensei's retribution had been swift and severe. Kiba unconsciously shivered at the memory, not wanting to relive the details of the ever again. Damn, and here I thought I was going to be given the privilege of becoming your slave. A voice sounded from behind the Inuzuka, causing the feral boy to silently groan, turning to face none other than Naruto and the rest of Team 7, with the aforementioned blonde smirking. Fortunately for the young Inuzuka, all the attention had shifted from him as a loud squeal echoed throughout the room. Sasuke-kun. A platinum blonde girl exclaimed as she leaped on the back of the lone Uchiha, following behind her were her two teammates, Shikamaru and Choji. Where have you been, cutie? When I heard your team was going to participate in the exams. She grinned, attempting to snuggle into him as the raven-haired boy leaned further away from her. I could hardly wait. It's so exciting to see you again after all of this time. While this was a usual scene most of the Konoha genin were used to, many felt that something was missing. Slowly, the group of Konoha hopefuls cast their eyes over to the blonde girl's rival, only to find her merely frowning at the scene playing out before her, before turning her attention back to her blonde teammate. Get off me, Ino. Sasuke grunted as he roughly pushed the blonde girl off of his back, causing her to stumble slightly. It wasn't missed that the platinum blonde girl looked hurt by the boy's rejection, but she quickly shook it away before turning her attention to her rival. Narrowing her eyes as she watched a conversation with Naruto, all while laughing and giggling in response to what the whiskered teen would tell her. To the blonde girl's shock, Hinata had joined the duo, giving Sakura a welcoming hug before turning and wrapping her arms around Naruto's neck and leaning in, giving him a heated kiss before snuggling into the blonde boy's arms. Boy. Forehead. Ino called out, snapping out of her shock as she approached the trio, all of whom had turned their attention to her. What do you want, Ino pig? She grinned, using her former rival's nickname. Ino was silent for a handful of seconds, a little caught off guard, as the usual spiteful tone of the insulting name wasn't there. Instead it felt more playful than anything else. Pushing those thoughts away, she focused on the pink-haired Kunoichi. Noting that her former best friend now stood a bit more confident, not to mention the black lowlights that streaked her bubblegum pink hair, very similar to how Naruto's hair color was. I need to speak with you. The blonde girl started before grabbing the by the wrist and leading her away into a corner of the room that was empty. Once Ino was satisfied that they were a comfortable distance away from any prying ears, she turned and faced Sakura. Alright, spill it on your forehead. Spill what exactly? Sakura squinted an eyebrow. What the hell is going on between you and Naruto Baka? Ino pressed, narrowing her eyes. though she did not notice Sakura clenching her fist at the insult directed at her mate. Last time I saw you, you were leaving his apartment. And now you've even started dyeing your hair to make it look like his. Calm down, Sakura. Ino commented. Remember, she doesn't know yet. I will ask you not to refer to my mate in such a manner. Sakura started with a clipped tone, causing a slight shiver to travel down the blonde girl's spine. However, one thing did stick out in the young Yamanaka, and that was the fact that Sakura referred to Naruto as her mate. Not boyfriend. This further confused the blonde, as she recalled just moments ago that Hinata had been kissing the Uzumaki boy. As for the rest. They continued, crossing her arms over her chest. I simply grew up. What do you mean, grew up? Ino inquired. And what do you mean, mate? Both are exactly as they sound, Ino. Sakura replied with a smile. During my first mission outside of the village, not only did I get my first real taste of what it is to be a kunoichi, but I also got to learn just what kind of person Naruto-kun really is. But Hinata. Naruto-kun is the last of his clans. They interrupted, knowing full well what the blonde was going to say. As such, he is in the Clan Restoration Act. Meaning he is required to take multiple wives to build his clans back up. Last of his clan. Wait, that means Sasuke-kun could be in it as well. Ino exclaimed excitedly, only to see her shaking her head no. Sasuke was in it a few months back. Sakura informed her. But because he didn't get the girls he wanted, he tossed a fit and got himself removed from the program. And if you don't believe me, you can ask Hokage-sama yourself. What? What girls did he want? Ino asked, a little disheartened by the fact that the breeding Uchiha was no longer in the program. He demanded for Hana Inuzuka, Hanabi Hyuga, and Haku. Sakura frowned. Even worse, he wanted Haku's chakra to be sealed, supposedly for her own protection. What? Why? Ino blinked, finding it odd that he would request someone's chakra to be sealed. And why wouldn't the girls want to be with Sasuke-kun? Sakura could only shake her head at the blonde's antics, though she did feel a sting of embarrassment as she took in her former rival's actions. Please tell me I wasn't that bad. She mentally begged. Actually, you were worse. Ino pointed out hesitantly. Whereas Ino would only yell at others for insulting the bastard, you were a bit more physical. Sadly, your main target was Naruto-kun. Sakura couldn't help but to mentally grimace at that reminder. You really don't want to know why he wanted Haku-chan's chakra sealed. The replied, clenching her fist tightly at the memory. I will just say that Haku-chan had embarrassed him in Nami no Kuni. As for the girls, well. Sakura couldn't help but blush. They were kind of already with Naruto-kun, well, except Hanabi, she was sort of a last-minute thing. It took nearly a full minute for Ino to completely comprehend and process what she had just been told. Though the main thing that stuck out was that Naruto, the orange-wearing idiot all throughout the academy years, had not one or two, but 6 girlfriends at once, since she had already known about the relationship between the blonde and the snake mistress of the village. Even further, the girls the blonde teen was involved with were not just random kunoichi or civilians, but with the exception of Sakura, Haku, and Anko, were members of prominent clans. How the hell did this all happen? Ino exclaimed, trying to wrap her head around this bit of information. Well, Sakura couldn't help but grin. Perhaps you should try and get to know Naruto-kun better and see for yourself. Ino could only gawk at them. But what about Sasuke-kun? I'll tell you the same thing Naruto-kun told me. Sakura shrugged. Pursue him if you want, just don't endanger yourself in doing so. I just hope you don't learn what kind of person Sasuke is the same way I did. Hearing this, Ino frowned. From the sounds of things, something had happened between Sakura and Sasuke. Something bad. However, before she could question it, a loud commotion drew the 2 girls' attention over to where their teams were. Just in time to see 3 Odo shinobi attack a silver-haired Konoha genin with glasses that neither had seen before. We should probably see what that is about. Sakura commented as she proceeded to return to her team's location, mainly to Naruto's side. Leaving Ino behind to ponder their discussion. What happened between Forehead and Sasuke-kun that she has completely given up on him? She thought. Moments earlier, would you guys do us all a favor and just shut up? A silver-haired teenage boy with glasses said as he approached the noisy group of genins. Who the hell are you? Kiba asked demanded. Name's Kabuto. The now identified Kabuto briefly introduced himself before he cast his gaze over the group of genins before him. You kids need to open your eyes. And why is that? Inuzuka inquired with a growl. The new arrival said nothing and merely gestured at a group of shinobi wearing the Omegakure headband. All of which were glowering at the rookies, causing the feral boy to flinch slightly under their stare. Everyone's on edge waiting to take the exam. Kabuto explained. I wanted to give you a heads up before someone snaps and beats the crap out of you. But it's probably unavoidable. Like all rookies, you think you know everything. I remember what it was like. This earned a series of frowns from the newly dubbed rookie group. So you're saying this is your second time attempting the exams? Tenten asked. 7th, actually. The silver-haired bespectacled teen chuckled. Twice a year for. 4 years now. Wow, you must suck then. Kiba commented with a scoff. Maybe. Kabuto shrugged, ignoring the insult. Or maybe these exams are much harder than you think. If you've been through this 7 times already, you should have some helpful advice for us rookies, right? Naruto commented with a slight grin. Suppose I could. The silver-haired teen replied with a grin of his own. Pulling out a deck of what appeared to be playing cards. What are those? Choji inquired. These little babies are known as shinobi skill cards. Kabuto gave a brief explanation. To put it simply, they contain information about the skills we use. Transformed into symbols and burned into the cards using chakra. It's taken me 4 years to collect all of the intelligence needed for this exam. He continued. In all, there are over 200 cards. Do you also have dossier cards? Sasuke asked as he approached the bespectacled teen. Someone participating you have a particular interest in? Kabuto grinned. Ara from Sunagakur, Rock Lee from Konoha, and Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha. The raven-haired boy listed off the names. Catching the group's attention as Naruto narrowed his eyes at the Uchiha and the silver-haired teen. I don't trust this Kabuto, Naruto-kun. Ari commented with a growl in the back of his mind. I agree, he smells like snakes. The blonde replied mentally. Just like Mizuki team. Keep an eye on him. Mentally nodding, Naruto turned his full attention back to the cards just as Kabuto channeled some of his chakra into 3 separate cards. Before flipping one over and looking it over, reading the information that appeared on the back. Let's see here, Rock Lee of Konoha. Kabuto read off. He's a year older than you. To date, his team has completed 20 D-rank missions and 11 C-ranked missions. His team sensei is Might Guy and his Taijutsu physical skills have grown exponentially over the past year. Though he has no other talents worth mentioning. Next is Gaara of the Sand from Sunagakur, oh wow. He commented, giving an impressed whistle as he read over the card. No D-rank missions, 8 C-ranked missions and 1 B-ranked mission. Not many rookies get B-ranked assignments. Sadly, since he is from another country, I have less of him, but I do have one thing very interesting about him. He's come back from every mission completely unscratched. Lastly, we have Naruto Uzumaki. Kabuto said as he flipped over the last card. Also known as the Shadow Fox of Konoha, an interesting alias. Member of the illustrious Team 7, under Kakashi Hatake. Their team has completed 12 D-rank missions, 1 B-rank mission, and 2 A-rank missions. Silence and shock echoed throughout the group at the revelation of the team's mission accomplishments. While it was extremely rare to get a B-rank mission as a genin, it was nearly unheard of to receive an A-rank mission, let alone 2. And to have completed them. Wow. Kabuto commented, clearly impressed and secretly worried. Anyways, during the academy he was considered the dead last of his class, however field reports completely contradict that assessment. Furthermore, he seems to have a unique bloodline that gives him limited power over the darkness element and shadows. Lastly, he is the last of 2 clans, the Uzumaki and one other that is not known. Also seems like he has already got a jump start on rebuilding his clans, with his fiancés being. Kabuto was cut off as the card he was reading from began to crumple in on itself as dark energy surrounded it. Looking up, he could see Naruto glaring down at him. They don't need to know about my personal life. The blonde growled. And awfully suspicious that you would have such detailed information on me, considering this is my first time taking the exams. Sorry about that my friend. The silver-haired teen attempted to placate the upset. And I may have bribed a few higher-ranked shinobi for some additional information. Which could be considered borderline treason, since you've been friendly with this information with foreign shinobi present. Naruto pointed out, causing the bespectacled teen to gulp in fear. So, anything else you can tell us? Shikamaru asked, allowing the silver-haired teen to change the direction of the topic. Not really, other than a new village has entered this year's exams. Kabuto shrugged, putting his cards away. Some small backwater village called Itagakur. I don't think they will be much of a threat. Whatever brings them all on. Kiba exclaimed. I'll show everyone what a true alpha is. At this, nearly all of the Konoha group resisted the urge to groan at the feral boy's ignorance. Looking as most of the room was now glaring at the Konoha group, signifying that the Inuzuka boy had made them all targets. However, unknown to most of the Konoha group, a trio of shinobi were swiftly making their way through the grumbling crowd. Most of which were plotting to do horrible things to the Inuzuka boy once they got him alone. Though the trio of shinobi were after a different target as they flickered through the crowd before a bandaged individual leapt up from the crowd and came barreling down towards Kabuto. The mummified-looking Oto genin took a swing at Kabuto, though the silver-haired teen seemed to have expected the attack and merely leaned back enough for the attack to merely pass in front of him. However, despite dodging the attack, the bespectacled teen's glasses shattered seemingly from nothing, much to the shock of the Konoha rookies. Though it didn't stop there, as Kabuto suddenly doubled over and emptied his stomach onto the floor. He used a sound to attack Kabuto, fitting for a genin from the village hidden in the sound. Naruto surmised with a slight grin as his ears buzzed from the almost inaudible noise coming from the strange-looking device on the Odo genin's wrist, prompting him to use his chakra to protect his eardrums. Shifting his attention from the downed form of Kabuto, the blonde gazed at the three Atogakure genin, taking in their appearances and sizing them up. To the left was a male with spiky black hair, wearing an outfit that spelled out death on the front. In the center was the mummified genin that had attacked Kabuto, his head leaning to the side at an odd angle, and lastly, there was the sole female of the group. Said female seemed to feel his eyes upon her and turned to look at him. Naruto had to admit that she was pleasing to the eye. Despite her loose-fitting outfit, it was clear that she took her training seriously. Seeing her looking at him, Naruto couldn't help but to grin and wink at her, prompting her to lightly blush at the short exchange. Add that to your cards. The spiky-haired Odo genin started with a smirk. Did I miss something? Sakura asked as she took her spot next to her mate. Just the opening ceremonies. Naruto shrugged. Alright maggots, sit down and shut up. A loud voice called out from the front of the room, prompting all the occupants to turn their attention to the new arrivals at the front. The most prominent of the new arrivals was a largely built man with a scared face and a bandana covering the top of his head. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The scared man grinned. My name is Ibiki Marino. I'm the proctor and chief examiner for the first part of the exam. Upon hearing his name, many of the genin gulped in fear as the man had earned quite the reputation in torture and interrogation, as well as being a master at mind games. You three are from Atogakure. Ibiki singled out the three genin. Attempt something like that one more time and you will be disqualified, understand? Sorry, it's our first exam and we got a little excited. The mummified genin commented with a slight chuckle. Is that so? Ibiki grinned, sending a shiver down mostly everyone's spine. Then it is high time someone laid down a few ground rules. From this point forward, there will be no fighting without the express permission of the examining officer. And even if that permission is granted, anything that endangers another applicant's life is strictly forbidden. Any of you maggots who break this rule will be immediately disqualified, no second chances. Got it. So in other words. The spiky-haired Odo genin smirked. This is a test for girly men. Ignoring the Odo genin, the proctor proceeded to the front of the classroom and stood in front of the chalkboard before turning around to face the participants. Before you entered the room, you were given a number. The proctor called out. Find the seat that matches your number. After a few moments of scrambling, each of the applicants had found the seat that coincided with the number they were given upon entering the room. As luck would have it, Naruto had ended up next to Hinata, while Sakura was a bit further back in the next row. Once they were all seated, one of them handed out papers to everyone. Papers face down until I give the signal. Ibiki called out, prompting a few of the genin to slam their papers down. Now listen up. There are a few big rules that pertain to this test. Rule number 1, each of you starts with 10 points, each question you get wrong, you lose a point. Rule number 2, this written test is still a team event. Passing or failing will be determined by the sum of the points held by all 3 team members. Therefore, the objective is for each team to have as few deductions as possible. Rule number 3, if during the course of the exam a candidate does anything out of the ordinary, in other words, anything that leads the proctors to determine that he or she has cheated, we subtract 2 points from each member of the cheater's team. But that said, you have 1 hour to complete this exam, starting now. The flurry of papers being flipped over echoed throughout the room as the applicants attempted to tackle the written questions. Though the first thing any of them noticed was that the questions on the paper were far more advanced than a mere genin could possibly hope to answer. Naruto couldn't help but smirk as he read over the questions. Glancing to his side, he could see that Hinata had already activated her Byakugan and seemingly had begun to copy the answers of the person just in front of her. Well, suppose I should get my answers as well. He mentally commented, allowing his shadow to disconnect from him and completely disappear. As he did so, his shadow lurked within what he dubbed the shadow world, allowing it to move through the room without detection, since it was technically an entirely different world. Taking a moment to look around the room, he found the 3 Atogakure genin, with 2 of them answering the questions, while the third and sole female of the group appeared to be in a bad mood over something. It appeared as if the 2 males of the team were purposely leaving her out of the silent communication that had been going on between them. Though with a glint in both of their eyes, it was clear that they were no doubt planning to hold it over her head in return for certain favors. Scowling at this, the dark clone set off to find someone to get the answers from. After a few minutes of searching, he found his target. Immediately, the dark clone gazed over the individual's answer and quickly jotted them down on a separate scroll, as well as a special message before rolling up the scroll and returning to the Odo girl's side. Allowing his hand to slip between worlds, he dropped a small piece of paper with the answers in front of her, causing her to jump slightly, not expecting for a piece of paper to literally appear out of nowhere. Its job done, the dark clone dismissed itself, giving Naruto its memories. The blonde couldn't help but smirk at his dark clone's actions, but overall, he approved of them. With the answers fresh in his mind, the blonde quickly jotted down the 9 answers on the test before setting his pencil down and waited for the rest of the time to tick away. Meanwhile, a few rows behind him, a certain Oto Kunoichi couldn't help but to stare at the blonde who had given her the answers. 1 hour later, as the minutes ticked away, more and more participants were removed from the exam. Either from being caught cheating or goofing around. There had even been one fool that had actually attempted to strike one of the proctors that had called him out for cheating. The end result was not good and required the young genin to be taken to the hospital for the injuries he received, the rest of his time wisely opting to silently depart the room. Aside from that, Naruto was greatly amused and impressed with the ingenious ways many of the participants were taken to getting their answers. The weapons mistress, Tenten, had utilized wires and a mirror, which made the blonde ponder how she was able to set it up without being caught. Gara of the Sand utilized his sand to form a floating eyeball to get his answers, whereas Sasuke had used his Sharingan to copy the pencil movements of the person in front of him. Alright maggots, time's up. Ibiki called out from the front of the room, earning a series of groans and sighs of relief. Get ready for the 10th question, but before I give out the final question, I am adding one more rule. The absolute rule. First, you must choose. Ibiki grinned in a sadistic manner. Whether or not to accept the 10th question. What? Tamari exclaimed, slamming her hands down on the desk in front of her. What do you mean to choose? What happens if someone doesn't accept the question? If you reject the question and don't even try to answer it, you'll lose all of your points immediately and fail. The proctor informed the participants. Not to mention, both of your teammates will fail right along with you. This earned a series of gasps from the remaining genin. None of them were too pleased at the prospect of failing if one of their own teammates decided to reject the question. However, Ibiki continued. If you try to answer the question and answer incorrectly, you will never be permitted to apply for the Chunin exams ever again. Hearing this, all of the genin participants went deadly silent as each of them pondered the alternative. Either give up and have a shot at it next time when they felt more confident or risk it all in a gamble at the cost of losing any further chances of being promoted. A handful had made the choice to reject the question, much to their teammates' chagrin. Alright, enough mind games, Scarface. Naruto started with his fox-like grin. I know for a fact you don't have the authority to ensure none of these guys are allowed to take the exams again, so just give us the question already. Damn brat. Ibiki grunted, seeing as the blonde's words had steeled the rest of the occupants' nerves enough to feel confident in their ability to answer the final question. I can see what Anko sees in him, absolutely no fear. Damn brat wasn't even the least bit intimidated by me. Very well, listen up everyone. The proctor grinned. You've just passed the first exam. Wait, what do you mean passed? A nameless Kunoichi questioned. What about the 10th question? There was no 10th question beyond the whole except to reject think. Ibiki laughed. Then why did we have to suffer through the other 9 questions? Tamari screamed out, while happy she passed the first exam, she was not happy that she had wasted a nerve-wracking hour on a pointless test. That was a total waste of our time. There was no waste. Ibiki commented, turning serious again. Those questions had a purpose. Their purpose was to test your skills at spying. Of course, if you were clumsy or too obvious, you failed. Saying this, Ibiki reached up and removed his bandana, earning a series of gasps from the genins as he exposed his scarred and mutilated scalp. Burned scars, punctures from where screws were used, and long slashes. All clear signs that the man before them had been captured and tortured before. The 10th question, however, simply put, was to see if you had the courage and fortitude to move forward or not. Ibiki explained as he secured his bandana to his head once more. There will be missions that will have you risk you and your team's lives for intel. Intel that could potentially save thousands of lives. In other words, sacrifice a few to save many. Naruto mused. However, the participants didn't have time to ponder the meaning behind the proctor's words as the window suddenly shattered and a black blur erupted in the front of the room with kunai flying out in 4 different directions. When the dust had settled, a lone figure stood in front of a black banner that read, "The sexy and engaged Anko Mitarashi Uzumaki, second proctor." All the while, Anko stood in front of the banner with a gleeful expression as her eyes met with Naruto's, who couldn't help but chuckle as he realized that this was the big surprise she had in store for them. "Alright Gakis, you can read right." Anko shouted out. "I'm the second proctor for the exams, Anko Mitarashi Uzumaki." "Wait, Ibiki, you passed 26 teams. You must be getting soft. Blame your fiancé." The scarred man shrugged. "I would have scared away more if not for this brat. Oh well, I'll cut that number by half before the next test is done." The snake mistress grinned sadistically. "Cut us down by half." Ino gulped. "Boo, I get charged just by thinking about it." Anko stated, her grin never leaving her face, which unnerved a few more of the participants. I'll explain in detail as soon as we arrive at the next examination area, so follow me. Without waiting for a reply, Anko leapt out the window she had jumped in through, prompting a few of the more daring, like Naruto, Sakura and Hinata to jump out behind her, while the others opted to take the steps, hoping they would be able to catch up to the crazed second proctor. After a few minutes of running through the village, the remaining participants found themselves in front of a massive forest, surrounded by a large chain-link fence, as if it were built to keep things inside the ominous-looking forest, instead of keeping others out. This was further perpetuated by the numerous sounds on the fencing that warned of death upon trespassing. Welcome to the arena for the second exam, training ground 44. Anko stated as she gazed over the genin in front of her, enjoying the fear rolling off of them. Otherwise known as the Forest of Death. Chapter 33. This place looks creepy. Commented one Ino Yamanaka as the blonde genin stared through the fence into the forest the second part of the exams was about to take place in. The sounds of various beasts and other such horrors that hid within the trees caused her to involuntarily shudder. You're about to find out firsthand why they call this place the Forest of Death. Anko grinned with a sadistic glint in her eyes as she stared at the blonde girl, causing her to flinch slightly. The FFT, you're just trying to psych us out and I ain't falling for it. Kiba exclaimed with a tone of arrogance. There is nothing in those trees out there that I can't handle. Oh really? You're pretty cocky, aren't ya? Anko grinned. In a quick movement, the snake mistress launched two separate kunai towards the cocky genin. One scratched his cheek, allowing blood to flow freely, while the other went a little south and threatened the very thing that made him a boy. Earning a yelp of fright from the Inyazuka. Though before he could fully react, Anko had circled around him and brought a third kunai out from her pouch and placed it just at his jugular. A cruel chuckle rumbling in her throat as she leaned into the boy, taking a lick of his blood. There is a fine line between confidence and arrogance. The snake mistress informed the boy with sadistic glee. One will carry you far. And the other, well, the other gets their entire team killed. And since my precious little Usagi-chan is on your team, I would be most displeased should anything happen to her because of your arrogance, understand? For his part, Kiba could only dumbly nod in acknowledgement as he fought back the urge to relieve himself in front of everyone. Whilst Hinata supported a healthy blush at the snake mistress's nickname for her, especially with the reasoning behind such a name. Good, the snake mistress smiled. I'm glad we understand each other. Anko didn't finish as she felt a cold wave of bloodlust wash over her from behind, swiftly producing a fourth kunai and bringing it up just as a shadow fell over the two of them, turning to see a strange Sunagaker Kunoichi standing behind them. A long tongue extended from the young woman's mouth as she offered the previously thrown kunai to the snake mistress. Your kunai, I believed you dropped it. The woman started with a hint of amusement in her voice. Thanks. Anko replied as she accepted the weapon being given back to her. Though you should be careful with who you sneak up on while radiating such bloodlust. With a subtle gesture, Anko alerted the foreign Kunoichi to the three figures that now stood behind her. To Kusa Kunoichi's shock, three other Konoha genin had surrounded her without her being aware in the forms of Hinata, Sakura and Naruto. And while their stances seemed relaxed, it was clear to the woman that they were ready to strike at the slightest indication that the snake mistress was in danger. These three were able to sneak up behind me without me knowing, but how? The Kunoichi mentally pondered, cautiously taking a step back away from the second proctor. Sorry, I'll try to keep it under control from now on. Kusa Kunoichi apologized as she made her way back to where her team was. But the sight of warm blood just gets me excited. Looks like we have some hot-blooded teams on our hands. Anko grinned as she watched the Kunoichi's retreating form. Should be fun. Anyways, listen up. The snake mistress turned to continue addressing the participants of the exam. Before we begin the second exam, there is something I need to hand out first. Ruffling through her trench coat pockets for a few seconds, the purple-haired proctor produced a small stack of papers. What are those? One of the genin inquired. These are consent forms everybody has to sign. The snake mistress replied. Why would we need to sign those? Another asked. Well, we want all the details covered before the first death occurs. Anko began in a sing-song voice. Sign before you go in, so that we cannot be held liable. After all, you wouldn't want to get me in trouble, would you? This earned a series of grumbling amongst the participants, as a handful were reconsidering their resolve to continue on with the exam. Especially with the very real threat of potentially dying within the forest before them. First, before you wet yourselves, let me explain exactly what this phase of the exam will entail, then you can sign the forms with the other two members of your team and turn them into the hut behind you. The proctor called out as she gestured to a stand that had two chunin waiting in a bored fashion. Now, about the exam. To simply put, this is a no-holds-barred survival test. The snake mistress continued. Survival huh? Shikamaru yawned tiredly. Another troublesome pain in the neck exam. To get you all acquainted with the terrain you will be entering. Anko began, holding up a large map of the training ground, allowing the group of genin to get a good look at the topography of the forest. Though, a few noticed that 3 particular genin didn't even spare a glance at the map. Training ground 44 is bordered by a circular perimeter that is interrupted at regular intervals by 44 locked gates. She continued, not checking to see if anyone was paying attention or not. About 10 kilometers from each gate, in the center of the training grounds is a tower. That will be your final destination, but don't think it will be that easy to pass this part of the exam. During this phase of the exam you may use any skill and tool at your disposal. After all, it's kind of a fight to the death version of capture the flag, or in this case, capture the scroll. The snake mistress grinned, reaching into a second pocket from her trench coat, she produced 2 scrolls. One white and one black, with the kanji for heaven and earth. As you can see there are 2 scrolls. Anko pointed out the obvious. A scroll of heaven and a scroll of earth. Your objective is to acquire both scrolls. And since there are a total of 26 teams, half of you will start out with a heaven scroll, and the other half will start with an earth scroll, and as I said, you will need both scrolls to pass. So, to simplify, your objective is to hold on to your own scroll while retrieving the scroll you need before bringing both to the tower at the center. In other words, at least half of us will fail. Ino pointed out with a slight frown. That's right, I told you I would cut your numbers in half by the end of this phase. Anko grinned. And before I forget, there is a time limit. Hearing this, a series of gasps echoed throughout the participants. You have 120 hours in which to complete your objective. Exactly, 5 days in total. The snake mistress stated. 5 days, Ino exclaimed in shock. What are we supposed to do for food? The question came from Choji. That's your problem. Was Anko's blunt reply. The forest is full of nature's bounty. Of course, it's also full of man-eating beasts, deadly insects and poisonous plants. I highly doubt 13 teams will actually pass this. The snake mistress mused loud enough for all to hear. As the time shortens, the trials will come harder and faster, with less recovery time for any mistakes, accidents, or injuries. Not to mention you will be surrounded by enemies at all times. So you'll have to sleep with one eye open. Many of the genin shivered in fear as they imagined the multiple scenarios that Proctor had laid before them. So, in addition to those who die in their attempts to defend or capture a scroll, some of you are bound to succumb to exhaustion, exposure, and dehydration. Anko listed off a few more ways aspiring could perish within the forest, adding to the doubt lingering within those whose resolve was crumbling already. Now, let's talk about the rules. First and foremost, any team that does not reach the tower in time, fails. If your team loses any members during this phase, you fail. And, under no circumstances are you allowed to leave the forest before the time is up. There is no recess and no timeouts. The proctor listed off the rules. Lastly, and more importantly, you are forbidden to look at the contents of the scroll until you're inside the tower. What happens if we sneak a peek? A red-haired Sunagaker Kenweichi with glasses inquired curiously. That's for those who look to know. Anko replied in a teasing tone, earning a grumble from the Kenweichi that had asked. If any of you make it to Chunin, there will be times when you will be entrusted with top-secret documents. So consider this a test for your trustworthiness. Now, that's all the explanation you all get. The proctor stated. Sign your forms, retrieve your scroll and head to your assigned gate and get ready for the second phase of the exam to begin. Quietly, each of the genin read over the consent form they had been given. A few had immediately forfeit their chance to ascend the ranks, feeling they were not ready just yet to face such trials ahead. The remaining teams had proceeded to sign their forms and turn them in. Claiming their scrolls in the privacy of an enclosed booth, away from prying eyes. While this was going on, Anko had made her way to where Naruto was waiting with his team. The blonde smiling as he felt his first mate and official fiancé wrap her arms around him, prompting him to turn around to meet her. Try to go easy on them there, Foxy-kun. She smiled. Physically, she knew this test posed no threat whatsoever to the blonde. Aside from his own prowess, he knew this forest like he knew her body. Maybe even better. And you, Anko turned toward Sakura with a grin. Try not to wear him out there. I make no promises. They grinned deviously. If you're not careful, I may steal him away for a while. Came Hinata's voice as she approached the trio, bringing the blonde's arm in between her bountiful chest. Planting a soft kiss on his cheek. So keep your guard up, Sakura-chan. Is that a challenge, Hinata-chan? Sakura smirked as she took the blonde's remaining arm and pulled it close to her own body. Looks like you may have to sleep with one eye open for an entirely different reason, Naruto-kun. Anko teased. I don't know, maybe it will be fun. Naruto grinned. Earning a blush from both Sakura and Hinata. In all seriousness, you three take care of yourselves in there. The snake mistress stated, bringing the three of them into a close hug. And may Jashin-sama watch over all of you. And you as well, Hibiheim. Naruto smiled before claiming her lips for a quick kiss. Breaking apart, Anko gave her blonde mate and future sister wives one last hug before returning to her post, while Hinata returned to her own team, not missing the glare Kiba was sending towards Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto and his team entered the enclosed booth to claim their scroll. After a very short discussion, it was decided that Naruto would hold on to the scroll to ensure they didn't lose it to another team. Upon receiving their scroll, they made their way to their assigned starting gate and awaited the signal for the exam to officially begin. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long as the other proctors assigned to each gate had unlocked their gate and ushered the participants into the forest before locking the gate behind them. Team 7 wasted no time as they shot through the gates, putting as much distance between themselves and the other teams that had also been assigned to the same entrance. After traveling a fair distance into the forest, Naruto paused, stopping in the middle of a small clearing. "Hold up a moment." The blonde called out, catching the attention of the other two. "What is it, loser?" The Uchiha grunted. "Just give me a minute." The blonde stated before disappearing behind some of the foliage without another word, earning a curious look from his pink-haired mate and a scoff of annoyance from the brooding emo. "The hell is that done doing? We don't have time to be playing around. We need to get the scroll we need and get to the tower." Sasuke grumbled in annoyance. "Heh, and here I thought you would be eager to wave your Uchiha greatness around for all to see." Sakura remarked, sarcasm dripping heavily in her tone. "The FFT, if these weak fools get beaten by a couple of trees, then they are not worth my time." The raven-haired boy scoffed. "Sorry guys, I had to take a leak." The blonde replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head as he rejoined the group. Earning a grunt from the Uchiha and an exasperated sigh from the while, she merely chuckled at the blonde's bluntness. "Anyways, we should get moving. No telling where the other teams are and we need to make a plan to get the scroll we need," Sakura stated as she crossed her arms over her chest, pushing up her bust slightly. "However, before that, there is something that needs to be addressed first." "What's that, Sakura-chan?" Naruto inquired. Without warning, Sakura disappeared from the spot she was standing in and appeared directly in front of Naruto, her arm wound back as she delivered a massive strike to the boy's face, sending him bouncing across the clearing before hitting a tree with a heavy thud. "What the hell, Sakura-chan?" Naruto asked, spitting up a glob of blood as he shakily rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Sasuke could only look on, completely flabbergasted at what he was witnessing. Sakura, the girl who was supposedly head over heels for the blonde dope, was not beating the crap out of him for no apparent reason. Maybe now she will finally see that nothing can compete with a true elite like me. He mentally grinned at the prospect of claiming the pink-haired Kunoichi for himself. Not bothering to answer the blonde, they launched another flurry of attacks. Hitting the poor boy with a combo of punches and kicks, launching him high into the air, where she appeared just above him and brought her heel down viciously into his midsection, sending him rocketing down into the earth below, creating a rather large crater for his size. Landing softly on the outside of the crater she had just made with the poor blonde's body, she growled as she descended down into the center, drawing a kunai as she did so. "Why, Sakura-chan?" Naruto choked out, unable to move due to the amount of pain he was in from the pinkette's onslaught. "Simple." Sakura snarled as she narrowed her eyes, bringing her kunai up to the blonde's throat. "You are not my mate." Not giving the now identified imposter time to reflect on her words, Sakura plunged her kunai into his throat, a sadistic grin stretching across her face as she did so as the imposter's hinge broke, revealing him to be an unknown Omegakure genin. Much to the shock of the Uchiha, seeing the once timid fangirl effortlessly taking a life in front of him. "Very nicely done, Sakura-chan." Came a voice behind the Uchiha, prompting the raven-haired genin to shoot around, only to see Naruto standing behind him. His arms crossed across his chest as he leaned against a tree. "Though, I'm a bit disappointed in you, Yu-chan. You couldn't even tell that someone was as hanged as me. I mean hell, he made the same mistake Mizuki team did. I don't use kunai or shuriken holsters." At this, Sasuke merely growled in response. Not liking the fact that the blonde was correct. The Uchiha was so wrapped up in his own personal delusions that he didn't even notice that the Naruto that Sakura had been beating on had extra gear on. "So, while I was playing with you, what were you doing, Naruto-kun?" they inquired. "And don't tell me you were taking a leak." Naruto merely chuckled at that. Of all the excuses the imposter had to use, the fool had to use that one. "Actually, I went and took care of his teammates." The blonde replied, reaching into his pocket and producing another scroll. Sadly it was the same one they already had, but best to have a spare. "Here Yu-chan, you watch after this one." The Uchiha grunted as he caught the scroll that was tossed to him, not bothering to give his teammate a reply as he shoved the spare scroll into one of his storage pouches. "Come on, let's go," Naruto instructed as he leapt up into a branch. "We'll have more success getting the scroll we need near the tower, since that is where everyone is going anyways." "The FFT, who made you the leader, dope?" "It's not about being the leader, it's about basic logic," the blonde retorted. Fact is, every team will be converging on that tower, which by the way, only has one entrance. So we can either waste our time playing Jumanji out here, or we can wait near the tower and ambush an already tired team and get the scroll we need. Fine. Uchiha commented, not wanting to argue any further. Though, he didn't want to admit that it was a solid plan. Conserve their energy while waiting for a team that had already spent all of theirs hunting down their own scrolls. Without another word, the three took off once more through the trees. Naruto stretched his senses out as far as they could go to attempt to detect any other teams nearby, half expecting another ambush attempt from a possibly more skilled team. However, what the blonde was not expecting was for a mighty gust of wind to come up out of nowhere while he was in mid-jump, blowing him away from his team. Much to Sakura's shock, she was firmly planted on one of the branches. "Naruto-kun," they called out. "Ku-ku-ku." Mocking laughter came from ahead of them, alerting both remaining members of Team 7 to the new arrival. I must say, I am surprised that the blonde one was the one to be caught off guard and separated. I had expected him to be skilled enough to evade my trap. But oh well, you two shall entertain me. Hearing this, Sakura narrowed her eyes, ignoring the Kusagakure Genin's taunts about her lover. Knowing full well that they were trying to bait her into doing something reckless. Since after all, they hadn't exactly kept it a secret they were a couple during the first exam. Though they couldn't put her finger on it, there was something unusual about the genin before them. The kunoichi before them seemed far too calm and collected for the survival test they were currently partaking in. Not to mention, Sakura couldn't sense any of the girl's teammates nearby, meaning she was confronting them by herself. Unless her teammates were hiding their chakra signatures, which would be near impossible for a mere genin to do. Which brought the pink hairs to her next suspicion. While she could feel chakra coming from the kunoichi before them, it felt filtered and restrained. As if she were suppressing it. "I suppose you'd like to steal my scroll of earth, wouldn't you?" The Kusa kunoichi taunted, producing her scroll before them. "Since I know you've already got a scroll of heaven." With a malicious smirk, the kunoichi allowed her unusually long tongue to slither out of her mouth and wrap around the scroll, as if it were a snake, and take it into her mouth. Swallowing the scroll whole. Much to the shock, disgust, and a bit of arousal from the two genin of Team 7. Wow, can you imagine her using that tongue in the bedroom? Inner Sakura couldn't help but question, severely blushing as her perverted side of her mind began to come up with numerous other ways the tongue could be used for. "Not now, Inner," Sakura chastised. "In case you haven't noticed, there is something wrong about this entire thing. Now, shall we see just who will be stealing scrolls from whom?" The kunoichi taunted with a sadistic grin on her face. "In a fight to the death." Methodically, the Kusa kunoichi got into an aggressive stance while radiating a rather large amount of killer intent. Almost immediately, both Sakura and Sasuke felt its effects, with the Uchiha succumbing to graphic illusions of various forms of both his and Sakura's gruesome deaths, causing the poor raven-haired boy to puke. Meanwhile, Sakura was faring a little better, having been exposed to similar levels of killer intent while training with Anko, Yugao and Naruto. Still, he was breaking out in a cold sweat from the killer intent the kunoichi was leaking out. This killer intent, it's not natural for a genin-level shinobi. They observed, feeling even more unnerved by this unknown opponent. Clenching her fist as she began to emit her own killer intent to counter Kusa kunoichi's own. Feeling Sakura's own killer intent, the foreign kunoichi grinned madly with a sense of exhilaration at the prospect of battling against an actual competent genin. Her hand twitching ever so slightly before it shot out twice, launching two kunai in rapid succession, causing Sakura's eyes to widen in surprise, realizing that the kunoichi was not aiming for her, but rather her still-prone teammate. Shit. Sakura cursed. She sprinted forth, tapping into her attributes for the added boost in speed to increase her chances of reaching Sasuke before the kunai could. One of the kunai embedded itself deeply within a tree trunk, causing the Kusa kunoichi to frown. Seeing her attack missed her designated target. Interesting. I had expected the Uchiha to be the one to give me a challenge, but that girl, she is something else. The kunoichi grinned. Perhaps after I deal with the Uchiha, I should extend an offer to her to join me. She would make an interesting addition to my forces. Elsewhere, with Naruto. Damn, where the hell did that gust of wind come from? The blonde grunted in annoyance as he picked himself up off the ground. No way that was natural. It had to have been of some kind. Ari pointed out. Yeah, the question is, who performed it? Naruto mentally questioned with narrowed eyes, as it was clear that it was no low level a genin would use. Granted, there were a select few individuals with extenuating circumstances like Sakura, Hinata, Gaara and himself. But this felt odd. As if the person that performed them had been masking their chakra. Suppose I should get back with my team. The blonde stated as he turned towards the direction he felt Sakura was in. Frowning slightly as she felt her emotions through his mark. Feeling a mixture of excitement and fear. However, before he could move on, a scream pierced through the trees, catching Naruto's attention. Damn. Naruto cursed his luck. taking one last look at the direction he felt Sakura in before jumping off in the direction he heard the scream coming from. Sakura-chan may be in a fight, but she isn't in danger. And my conscience won't allow me to turn my back on someone in need. After bounding through the trees at a fast pace for a half a minute, the blonde came across the origin of the scream. A red-haired kunoichi with glasses was pinned to the ground by a massive bear-like beast that was now poised to strike her with its massive paw. Not wasting any time, Naruto dropped into the shadow below him, only to re-emerge to the right of the large bear. Bringing his leg back, he brought it forth with a considerable amount of force to send the large beast flying back. Landing beside the downed kunoichi, Naruto kept his eyes on the massive beast. Knowing full well that it wasn't dead yet. "Are you alright?" he asked the redhead, peering over his shoulder at her. "Why yes." She stammered as she gazed up at the blonde. However, before the two could say anything more, a loud roar caught the blonde's attention. Turning, he saw the massive beast was up once more and charging towards him. Smirking, Naruto turned towards the charging beast and readied himself. Just as the bear got within range, Naruto brought his fist back before unleashed a mighty right hook to the bear's jaw. A resounding crack echoing off the trees, causing the beast to howl out in pain as it shook its head to try and get rid of the pain before it turned and ran into the forest. "Hope I didn't hurt you too bad, big guy," Naruto thought to himself, having met with that particular bear a number of times while he trained within this very forest. Which was the main reason the blonde had only aimed to ward off the big guy instead of outright kill him. "Ah, that was incredible." The red-haired girl exclaimed with stars in her eyes as she gazed up at her blonde savior, getting up from where she had been pinned down previously. Thanks," Naruto replied. "Sorry about Brutus there, he is usually a bit more docile. But I guess with the exams going on, he isn't too happy with all the strangers running around his home." "You named that thing?" "Horse," the blonde shrugged. "Sometimes I will come out here and wrestle with him." This of course earned an incredulous look from the redhead. "Anyways, name's Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, otherwise known as Konoha's Shadow Fox." The blonde introduced himself. "Did you say you're in Uzumaki?" The girl stuttered in shock, a look of disbelief washing over her face, as well as a hint of apprehension. "As in, an actual Uzumaki?" "Yes, my mother was Kushina Uzumaki." Naruto answered, a little confused as to why his clan name was such an interest to the girl before him. Though before he could ponder it further, the redhead had leapt up and wrapped her arms around him and began to sob into his chest. Not really knowing how to react, Naruto did what came natural and wrapped the girl in a comforting hug. Hoping that when she calmed down, he would get some answers. The two of them stood like this for a handful of moments before the girl had finally calmed down enough to take a step back and reflect upon her recent actions, prompting her to blush slightly. "Better now?" Naruto inquired, earning a nod from the girl. "Sorry about that." She sighed, a little embarrassed. "You're probably wondering why I am so excited to see another Uzumaki, right?" "Another Uzumaki?" The blonde mentally questioned, beginning to put the pieces together. "Something like that." Naruto chuckled. "Though, I am going to assume you are also an Uzumaki." Yes. My name is Karen Uzumaki." The girl introduced herself with a slight bow. "A pleasure to meet you, Karen-chan." The blonde smiled as he took her hand and lightly kissed her knuckles in a gentlemanlike fashion, earning another blush from the girl. "If I may, what happened to your team?" "We were caught in an ambush by another team." Karen frowned. "I tried to warn them, but they just told me to shut up and ignored me. After that, the ambush happened and I ran. The other team almost got me, but then the bear attacked and well, I think you know how that ended." "I see." The boy frowned. "Sorry about your team." "I'm not." The girl scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest. "They were assholes. Always making inappropriate remarks about me, and when I had to heal them, they would always bite me in personal areas." "Bite you?" "Yes." Karen sighed. "I can heal others with my chakra, however to do so, they must be able to bite me so that I can directly transfer my chakra to them. And those bastards would use any excuse to do it. I suppose it is best they got taken care of then." Naruto stated, clearly not liking the fact that this girl's teammates would treat her in such a fashion. "But what will you do now?" "I don't know." Karen answered. "With my team dead, I am now officially disqualified from the exams, but I don't want to return to my home village." "Why not?" "Because of that, the bastard of a village leader condemned my mother to death by overusing her healing abilities, and he already said once I return, regardless of whether I pass or fail, I would be used for breeding to carry on my bloodline." She spat in disgust, earning a scowl from the blonde. "They don't," was all Naruto said. "Don't go back to your village. Stay here with your family." "But that bastard just won't let me go, not without a fight," Karen pointed out. "Not if he thinks you're dead." The blonde grinned, forming an idea in his head. Seeing the confused look on his newly found clanmate, he decided to elaborate. "We make a blood clone of you and well, kill it. That body is returned to your village along with your teammates and you get to start a new life here." Hearing the blonde's plan, Karen couldn't help but look at him in shock, but above all, in admiration. Not only had this young man before her saved her from the bear that had attacked her, but now he was also saving her from a life of misery and pain. Tears forming in her eyes, she latched onto him and cried in joy, all while muttering her thanks into his chest. Another handful of minutes had passed between the two before Karen had regained her composure, though still sporting a severe blush at the memory of being within the blonde's arms as he had comforted her. Naruto, on the other hand, proceeded to summon his dark clone, much to Karen's surprise to see this rather unique. Even more so when she felt that the boy had not used any chakra to initiate it. "This is my dark clone, I'll explain later," Naruto said, seeing the look of interest on the redhead's face. "He will take you to my compound so you can lay low. He will also explain to the other girls there what is going on." "Wait." Karen looked at the blonde in confusion. "Other girls. You'll see." He grinned before he gave the signal to his dark clone to get her to safety. "Wait, take this." The redhead started as she produced her team's scroll and tossed it to the blonde. Ironically enough, she happened to be the one his team needed to pass this exam. "Since I am supposed to be dead, I guess I don't need it, thanks," Naruto said, stuffing the scroll of earth he had just received into one of his storage seals to keep it safe. "I will stop by as soon as I can to see how you are doing, but first, I need to check on my own team." Giving a nod, Karen approached the dark clone and allowed it to take her into the shadows, much to her shock. Her destination, the Uzumaki clan compound. "Oh yeah, I forgot to mention how she would be traveling." The blonde chuckled slightly as he could only imagine how the girl would be reacting to her first trip through the shadow world. "Anyways, I need to get back to Sakura-chan and make sure both her and the team are alright." Turning once more in the direction of his pink-haired mate, the blonde shot through the trees once more with an inhuman speed. Chapter 34, Shulk. Sakura grunted as she ripped out the kunai that had embedded itself into her thigh before tossing it down in agitation before covering the wound with her hand, allowing her chakra to meld into the injury, slowly healing it. A needless process, but she couldn't risk the Uchiha questioning how such an injury could heal so fast without proper treatment, hence why she was utilizing Iryo ninjutsu to mask her healing. Across from sat the sole Uchiha. A cold sweat covered his face as he shook violently, still suffering from the effects of the killer intent the strange genin had unleashed upon them just moments earlier. Seeing this, Sakura scowled before reaching over and grabbing the raven-haired teen by his shirt collar, harshly pulling him forward so that their faces were mere inches apart. "Snap the fuck out of it, Sasuke," she hissed in a low tone. "How the hell can you claim to be an elite if you're just going to freeze up and piss yourself every time someone directs a little killer intent at you?" Finishing her piece, the pink-haired woman roughly shoved the Uchiha away from her, as if insulted by his mere presence. Turning her attention instead to their surroundings. Noting that it had become entirely too quiet. No bird singing, no insects buzzing around. Nothing. Narrowing her eyes, she stretched out with her senses, hoping to catch something, anything to give her any indication as to where their mystery attacker was hiding. "There is no way in hell that bitch is a genin," Sakura thought to herself, with her inner self agreeing wholeheartedly. The chakra from her killing intent was too dark and cold. As she continued to reach out with her senses, her eyes suddenly widened. In the blink of an eye, Sakura delivered a stiff kick to the Uchiha's chest, knocking him back and out of the way, while she used the momentum from the attack to launch herself away into a series of backflips, just as a large snake, roughly the size of a two-story house, struck the ground. The two members of Team 7 were at just seconds ago, hissing in anger due to missing its intended target as it turned its attention to the "Alright, you want a piece of me." Sakura growled at the serpent as she reached down, only to find that her kunai pouch was missing, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. "Shit. Must have lost it when I got hit by that bitch's kunai." She cursed as she recalled getting struck by the strange Kunoichi's attack. Striking her right where she had her kunai holster secured. "Guess I have no choice." Bringing up her right hand, she brought forth her dark blade, allowing it to take the form of a short tanto, holding it in a reverse grip position. A mocking smirk spreads across her face. "Come and get it, bitch." The taunts. "I am sure Anko-chan would love a new snakeskin coat." The snake appeared to take the pink-haired Hanyu's taunt personally as it launched itself towards them with blinding speed, prompting her to jump out of the way, thrusting her left hand forward, sending a volley of dark projectiles towards the giant serpent. As they struck the snakeskin, the giant snake hissed in pain before lunging at Sakura once more, only to receive a vicious right hook from that sent it reeling into the side of the tree, causing the massive timber to shake under the impact. The massive snake shook its head, attempting to shake the cobwebs from its addled mind before rearing up to its maximum height, baring its fangs menacingly at that was standing defiantly before it. "Is that it?" Sakura taunted with a confident grin as the pupils of her emerald green eyes became slits as her blood that flowed through her veins screamed out for her to crush this foolish snake that challenged her and slake the earth with its blood. I expected more, how disappointing. This earned another loud hiss just before the massive beast shot forward once more. However, instead of barreling straight towards the offending, the snake deviated from its trajectory with a sharp turn at the last moment, snapping its tail like a bullwhip, catching Sakura off guard as the impact sent her flying hundreds of yards, taking out various branches and even some trees that were in her path. With a groan, Sakura picked herself up off the ground. Bringing her right hand up to wipe the blood that trickled from her lips before licking it off the back of her hand. A malicious grin spread across her face as she looked up at the snake that was now barreling down towards her. Now this is more like it. She exclaimed as she brought back her fist and slammed it into the ground, sending a shock wave towards her slithering foe. The snake was quick to react and burrowed into the earth to avoid the oncoming debris that had been sent its way, prompting the pink-haired to jump high into the air just as the snake erupted from the ground beneath her. However, with gravity working against her, she quickly noticed the serpent's open mouth rushing towards her, intending to devour her whole. Gritting her teeth as she let out an inhuman growl, Sakura braced herself as the serpent violently crashed into her, sending both of them to the forest floor below, causing an eruption of dirt and various other debris to be sent into the air. As the dust settled, Sakura could be seen holding the snake's mouth open, her clothes tattered and dirty, as the massive serpent wrestled for dominance over its intended prey. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the sole Uchiha could only look on, completely gobsmacked at what he was witnessing. While he was well aware that his former fangirl had grown stronger over the last few months, as evident with how she had handled herself in the last few missions they had gone on. However, this was something else entirely, seeing the battle of the giant serpent. And from the looks of it, Sakura was enjoying the challenge the snake presented her. He could have sworn he had heard her laughing in the distance as she sent the beast skidding across the ground, taking out multiple small saplings in the process. However, the raven-haired teen's musings were interrupted as a volley flew towards him from the bushes, prompting him to roll out of the way to avoid being impaled. Turning, he watched as the strange Kunoichi that had just attacked them emerged from the underbrush. Kukuku, for shame, letting your guard down. You should stay on your toes, like a good prey should. It makes the chase so much more rewarding. The strange Kunoichi leered at the Uchiha. For the predator. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine, not liking the way the woman was looking at him. Shaking it off the best he could, he produced a single kunai and gripped it in a reverse grip position in his right hand. Moving into a defensive stance, causing the Kunoichi to creepily giggle once more. Licking her lips in anticipation of the inevitable fight that was coming. Closing his eyes, he allowed for his breath to calm, slowly exhaling as he opened his eyes, revealing his Sharingan spinning to life. 2 Tomo in his left eye and a single Tomo in his right. TSK, I have to say Sasuke-kun. I am thoroughly disappointed. So far you have proven to be nothing more than a second-rate gen and not worth staining the steel of my kunai. The strange Kunoichi mocked the sole Uchiha with a maddening grin. I wonder if Itachi would have still spared you if he knew that you'd turn out to be nothing but a failure. At your age he already had 3 Tomo while you barely have 2. Hearing his brother's name, Sasuke saw red. Gripping his kunai tightly, so tightly in fact that his knuckles turned white. Even your once useless fangirl of a teammate has proven to be far more of a challenge than the so-called elite Uchiha. Her freakishly long tongue licking her lips in anticipation. I should have fought her instead and let my pet deal with you, it appears she would have given me far more enjoyment. I'll show you what an Uchiha can do, bitch. The raven-haired teen exclaimed before going through a flurry of hand seals as he inhaled deeply before expelling a massive wall of fire towards the Kunoichi, who made no effort to move as the large fireball crashed into her, sending embers all over the forest floor before melting into the ground. Shit. Sasuke's eyes widened. A mud clone. Spinning on his heel, the Uchiha's eyes scanned the foliage, looking for the slightest hint of movement to alert him to his foe's location. The slightest disturbance of the underbrush had alerted the Uchiha of a volley of incoming projectiles heading straight towards him. Acting on instinct, Sasuke spun around and deflected the shuriken that had been flying towards him with his kunai, before switching the position of his kunai in his hand to a forward grip as he produced 3 more kunai from his pouch with the same hand, holding them between his fingers. With his left hand, he pulled out his Fuma shuriken. Kukuku, have you finally found your fighting spirit again, Sasuke-kun? The Kunoichi inquired in a mocking tone as she emerged from a nearby tree just behind the raven-haired teen. Without hesitation, Sasuke twisted around and launched his 4 kunai and his Fuma shuriken towards the demented woman, whom was quick to evade the first 3 kunai before catching the 4th one in her mouth, cutting the inside of her cheek slightly, allowing a small trickle of blood to leak out of her mouth. Meanwhile the Fuma shuriken flew past her, with a silver glint trailing behind it, causing her eyes to widen in shock as she came to the realization. Ninja wire. The demented Kunoichi mentally screamed as the Fuma shuriken circled around her body, wrapping it tightly with a ninja wire that trailed behind it, rendering her completely immobile. Got you, bitch. Sasuke exclaimed as he went through a series of hand seals before taking a deep breath. Kaiten. Ryuken no Jutsu. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. As soon as the words left his mouth, a string of fire flowed out from his mouth, almost as if it were liquid, and traveled along the string connected to the kunai in the Kunoichi's mouth, hitting her directly in the face. Sasuke looked on as molten chunks from the Kunoichi's face dripped off her body. Letting out a sigh in relief, he released his hold on the ninja wire that had held the woman in place and dropped to his knees, experiencing a sickening feeling rising up in the bowels of his stomach, forcing him to push it back down. No doubt the result of performing his first kill. Kukuku. Sasuke felt a chill travel up his spine as his eyes turned back towards the smoldering face of the Kunoichi he thought he had just killed. Various parts of her skin falling off in chunks, exposing an entirely different unblemished face, underneath with a single yellow eye exposed. Perhaps you do hold up to your title of being a Uchiha lead after all, Sasuke-kun. The Kunoichi grinned, causing more of the melted skin to fall out, exposing even more of the pale skin underneath. In fact, I believe I want you after all. Slithering out of the now loose ninja wire that had once confined her body, the demented woman reached up and proceeded to peel the rest of the burning flesh from her face, fully uncovering the unmarred skin underneath of a completely different person. Not to mention, an entirely different gender. Who the hell are you? Sasuke demanded in a panicked tone. Kukuku, I am Orochimaru of the Sannin. The pale man grinned as he stared hungrily on the lone Uchiha. Gauging his reaction upon hearing his name. He was not disappointed as the raven-haired teen tensed up, a new wave of fear washing over the poor boy. I look forward to seeing you again, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru smirked. That is, if you manage to defeat the three tools that answer to me. What are you babbling on about? The Uchiha snapped out of his stupor. I never wish to see your face ever again. Perhaps not, but wishing won't chase me away. The snake grinned once more, while forming a snake seal with his hands. Within the blink of an eye, his neck stretched out at a remarkable speed before the raven-haired teen could react, allowing the pale man to clamp down on the boy's neck, injecting a strange substance through his snake-like fangs. Arg. Sasuke screamed out in agony as pain washed over his body, causing him to curl up in a fetal position. Across the battlefield, Sakura was alerted to the pained cries of the Uchiha as she wrestled with the massive head of the snake. A hand placed on both the upper and lower jaw, holding it in place as the serpent struggled violently against the pink-haired Hanya's hold. Allowing herself to take her focus off the beast before her, she glanced over to see the raven-haired boy clutching the snout of his neck in agony. Shit. Sakura cursed, turning her attention back to the snake. A cruel grin spread across his face. Sorry, I can't play anymore. With one swift movement, the young tightened her grip on the snake's jaws before she violently ripped her arms apart in an upward and downward motion. Forcing the snake's jaws open with enough force to rip the beast in half from mouth to tail. Causing the poor serpent to elicit a painful gurgle before it dispelled in a cloud of smoke. Without any hesitation, Sakura turned and dove into a nearby shadow, only to exit from another shadow behind the now strange man that stood over the downed Uchiha. As she exited the shadow, she aimed a kick towards the pale man's head, only for it to miss as he fluidly ducked under her attack. Landing on the ground, Sakura immediately turned around and adopted a defensive stance between Sasuke and the man before her. Her instincts screamed at her not to underestimate the foe before her. My. With the cruel words you spoke earlier to poor Sasuke-kun, I am surprised you would come to his defense. The pale-skinned individual stated in a mocking tone. He's a self-centered, egotistical asshole that deserves what is coming to him. Sakura scoffed. But he is still a fellow shinobi of Konoha. Now who the hell are you? Kukuku, such fire. The man snickered. But where are my manners? I am Orochimaru of Sannin. The now identified Orochimaru introduced himself as he gave a mockingly half-bow, all the while keeping his serpent-like eyes upon the with a predatory gaze, putting the on edge. I must say, much like Sasuke-kun, you interest me greatly. Orochimaru leered at the young women before him. Some of your talents are wasted on this pathetic village. Why not join me? Surely there is something you desire that I can provide for you. Rare techniques. Power. The FFT, such false praises may work on the idiot behind me. Sakura scoffed, not taking her eyes off of the snake. But they only sound like empty promises to me. Kukuku, surely there is something I can offer you. The pale-skinned continued as a twisted grin spread across his lips. Perhaps love then. I know how young shinobi and Kunoichi alike are always dreaming about finding their destined one. The tone of his voice clearly indicated that he clearly didn't care for any such emotions and was merely using them to try and persuade her, as if she were some love-struck teenage civilian, prompting her to roll her eyes. Don't take me as one of those pathetic fangirls. They retorted. Oh, but you are still one of those fangirls. Orochimaru chuckled, earning a glare from the pink-haired. Just not too poor Sasuke-kun anymore, no, you are Naruto-kun's fangirl now, aren't you? Sakura narrowed her eyes at his statement. Kukuku, perhaps I should visit Naruto-kun after I am done here. No sooner had the words left his mouth did the snake find himself skidding across the ground after a vicious kick had connected with his head. Only stopping when his body ragdolled into a tree. Looking up from his downed position, Orochimaru took note of the girl's change of appearance, now adopting a more feral and demonic appearance. Her pink hair had appeared to grow out slightly, now reaching past her shoulders. Becoming more wild and feral in appearance as the black streaks become more prominent. Her once emerald eyes were now glowing a dark crimson red, almost like blood, showing their fury while her pupils became slits. Under each eye were 3 darkened whisker marks, very similar to a certain blonde. 2 elongated canines jutted out from her upper lip as she snarled at the snake. The last thing Orochimaru noticed was that the nails on her fingertips had become elongated claws, roughly 1.5 inches in length. Kukuku, you're just full of surprises. He chuckled as he picked himself up off the ground. I look forward to adding you to my forces. Another attack came from the feral, only this time the pale man was expecting it and effortlessly evaded the wild attack and returned the favor by backhanding her across the face, sending the girl to the ground. Or experimenting on you. Sakura growled once more before righting herself and launching another flurry of assaults on the snake, only to have him easily avoid every strike sent his way. Allowing for the enraged Hanyu's attack to connect with the various trees, boulders and other forms of large debris that surrounded the duo, taking note of how destructive the young woman's blows were as they left the surrounding area scarred. Though, each time they would launch an attack, Orochimaru would evade and counter it effortlessly. Which only served to infuriate them even further. However, it was becoming increasingly evident that despite her enhanced speed, strength and agility, Sakura was well over her head since the snake Sannin was clearly toying with her. As evidenced by the numerous bruises she was receiving, while Orochimaru was still mostly untouched, aside from the one blow he had allowed the girl to land on him. Kukuku, well, as fun as this has been playing with you, I really must go. Orochimaru grinned. However, before I leave, I shall give you a parting gift, my dear. Not allowing them to register his words, the snake Sannin disappeared from his spot, only to reappear right in front of her, sending a fist into her stomach, causing her to cough up some blood and saliva. Following up with a flurry of attacks as he knocked her around the forest floor. Before ending his assault with a roundhouse kick to her head, sending Sakura skidding across the dirt before smashing into a rock, bringing her to a halt. Groaning in pain as her features receded, Sakura struggled to push her broken and battered body out of the rubble, only to be slammed back into the rock as Orochimaru held her by the throat. Another glob of blood mixed with saliva erupted from her mouth due to the force of the impact. Without a word, the snake lowered his head towards the base of her neck and bit, leaving the same cursed mark he had branded Sasuke with before releasing her, allowing her to fall to the ground. Resulting in the pink-haired scream out in agony as she clamped her hand over where the snake had bit her. Kukuku, I look forward to seeing you both again. Orochimaru chuckled as he slowly sunk into the earth. When you seek me out. These were the last words Sakura heard before consciousness left her. From the shadows, a pair of emerald eyes had watched the entire scene unfold. Gritting her teeth in frustration, while clenching her fists tight enough to draw blood from her fingernails digging into her palm. As she watched Orochimaru disappear into the ground, she waited a handful of moments. Waiting to see if the snake Sannin was truly gone before slowly emerging from her hiding place within the shadows. As she did, the form of Sakura that was curled up on the ground disappeared. Forming into a shapeless shadow before reattaching itself to the real Sakura's foot. Remember to thank Naruto-kun for teaching us how to use the dark clone technique. Inner Sakura mentally commented to her outer self, making Sakura thankful that she had switched herself out with her dark clone before engaging with Orochimaru. Noted. Sakura mentally agreed before turning her attention to the downed form of Sasuke, who was now shivering uncontrollably. For now, let's grab Sasuke and get someplace safe and set up camp and wait for Naruto-kun. Outside the forest of death, what a mess. A Chunin commented as he observed the gruesome scene that his patrol team had come across at the shrine just outside of the forest of death that was currently hosting the second phase of the Chunin exams. Fresh blood was splashed across the various Buddha statues that surrounded the small shrine that many shinobi, domestic and foreign alike, would stop by and pray to. Scattered across the ground were 3 corpses. All of which were missing their faces, almost as if they were melted off. 1, 2, and 3. Another Chunin counted off the 3 dead bodies, scribbling something on the scroll he had with him. All of them as dead as stone Buddhas. Any idea what the cause of death was, Kitetsu? The victim of a highly skilled shinobi, no doubt about it, Izumo. The now identified Kitetsu replied, before turning to his longtime partner and fellow Eternal Gate guard. Best report this to Lady Anko, since she is the one overseeing the second phase of the exams. Yes, sir. The third Chunin stated as he rolled up the report scroll and disappeared via Shunshin to report to the acclaimed snake mistress. Meanwhile, said Snake Mistress was sitting on top of the now empty booth that the participating teams had acquired their Heaven or Earth scroll for this particular phase of the exam, swinging her legs in a bored fashion whilst snacking on her favorite treat. She just couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. At first, she tried to rationalize that she was just feeling anxious because not only was her mate, Naruto-kun, partaking in the exams, but two of her future sister wives as well. However, that did little to calm her nerves. So long as the Uchiha brat doesn't cause any trouble, Naruto-kun and Sakura-chan should arrive at the tower by the end of the day. Anko mused to herself, mostly to encourage herself as she finished off the dango she was munching on and launched the stick into a nearby tree, finishing off the heart that encircled the initials N and A. And Hinata-chan's team should arrive between this evening or tomorrow afternoon. Terrible news, Lady Anko. A voice cried out from her left, prompting the Snake Mistress to cease her target practice and cast an annoyed look at the individual who had appeared a few feet away from her. Ah shit, now what? Anko grumbled. Our patrol found 3 dead bodies at the nearby shrine. The Chunin reported. Dead bodies? Yes, come see for yourself. The man stated before jumping off. Frowning slightly, the Snake Mistress followed behind. Ignoring the sensation rising up in her gut, warning her that something very bad was about to happen and she wasn't going to like it in the slightest. After a few minutes of travel, the two arrived at the shrine, where the Eternal Gate guards were still investigating the corpses of the unknown shinobi, rummaging through their identities and papers that were still on their person. Judging from their belongings and other papers we found, they were all shinobi from Kusagakure. Kitetsu explained as Anko knelt down by one of the corpses, examining it herself. And as you can see, their features are completely gone. Almost as if their faces have been melted away. Hearing this, Anko felt her blood run cold as she felt her stomach drop, her face adopting an expression that was a mixture between shock, horror, hatred, and above all, concern. Concern for those partaking in the exams, and more importantly, concern for her mate and future sister wives. I recognized this technique, and no doubt who used it. Anko mentally seethed. But why? Why would he show up now and meddle in this? As the Snake Mistress silently seethed over the evident arrival of the man she hated above all else, a sudden thought entered her mind, causing her to snap her eyes open wide before she quickly spun around and faced Kitetsu. Show me the photos from their shinobi identification cards. She commanded, causing the poor Chunin to jump at the sudden command from the Snake Mistress. Quickly fumbling with the papers in hand, he separated the requested identification cards and handed them to Anko. Shit, just as I thought. Anko cursed as she looked over the identification of the 3 victims in her hand. The top one shows the face of a familiar-looking woman that had returned her kunai earlier when she had humiliated the Inuzuka boy. This is the face he stole, and these poor saps have been dead for a few hours at least. That means it was him that had come up behind me. Anko couldn't help but feel her skin crawl at that revelation. Quickly shaking it off, she turned her attention to the 3 Chunin. This is bad, you 3. Report what has happened to Hokage-sama. She barked out instructions. Ask that he deploy 2 additional Anbu teams to the Forest of Death at once. I am going after the imposters. Yes ma'am. The 3 Chunin exclaimed as they all left the area to carry out their orders and in the case of one Anko Mitarashi, to enact her vengeance on her former sensei once and for all. Forest of Death, Naruto. The blonde-haired leapt through the tree branches with practiced ease, pausing only slightly for a split second as his shadow suddenly reconnected itself to his body, his mind being filled with memories of the red-haired girl's shocked reaction of traveling through the shadows for the first time, prompting him to chuckle slightly. As luck would have it, the two had arrived just before Haku had set out to do her rounds at the hospital, much to the ice user's pleasant surprise. After a quick introduction to his 3 mates that were still within the compound, Haku, Izumi, and Yakumo, the dark clone of Naruto, quickly explained the situation revolving around Karen and her desire to stay with them and had requested the girls to look after his clan member until the second phase of the exams had concluded. To which all 3 had agreed to, knowing how important family was to their mate before the dark clone dispelled himself, leaving Karen in the capable hands of Yakumo and Izumi. Hope the girls don't tease her too much. Naruto mentally mused, having noted how the Redeed had a light blush on her cheeks when she would look at him, or rather, his dark clone. I am sure she will be just fine, Naruto-kun. Ari chuckled as the vixen imagined various scenarios of both Ikumo and Izumi, putting the newly found Uzumaki through her paces. In the meantime, let's get back to Sakura-chan. Right. The blonde mentally nodded. I can feel her emotions all over the place right now. With renewed vigor, Naruto sped through the tree branches. Only stopping occasionally to relieve some unfortunate teams of their scrolls, since his Anko-chan had promised to reduce the number of participants by half by the time this phase of the exams was over, and he sure as hell wasn't going to allow his first mate be made a liar. Also, it never hurts to have spare scrolls, just in case. Nearly an hour had passed before the young blonde arrived at the impromptu campsite that Sakura had set up. It was a quaint little campsite made out of a hollow tree trunk that now sheltered both her and Sasuke, having used one of her earth elements to create a protective barrier around the stump, leaving a small hole in the top to allow both light and oxygen into the shelter. Through his senses he could feel his mate calm and relaxed, while the Uchiha's chakra signature was erratic and fluctuating, causing the blonde to frown a little. Scattered throughout the campsite were various traps, some purposely being more obvious than the others to throw off any would-be attackers and give them a false sense of confidence. Quite literally, the only way to successfully navigate through the traps was through use of the shadow step ability. With a small grin, Naruto sunk into the shadows, re-emerging just behind his pink-haired mate, giving her a slight startle as he wrapped his arms around her waist and nuzzled into the back of her neck, only for Sakura to lean back into his embrace once she had identified just who had returned. "You're late," Sakura lightly chastised. "Sorry about that, Sakura-chan." The blonde chuckled a little before planting a soft kiss at the base of her neck where her mate Mark was located, sending a wave of shivers through her body. "Bumped into a sexy redhead on my way back and like the gentleman that I am, I offered to escort her." This earned the blonde a playful slap on the shoulder. "Only you would pick up women during an exam," Sakura admonished, though her tone held a playfulness to it. "What?" Naruto mocked confusion. "Is it wrong to pick up girls in the forest of death? Baka?" She rolled her eyes at her mate's antics. "In all seriousness, she is actually a member of the Uzumaki clan." The blonde informed Sakura, prompting the girl to stiffen slightly before turning her body to face him. While the light in the small hole in the roof offered little to fully illuminate the inside of the shelter, her enhanced eyesight allowed her to see her mate's face clearly. "How did that happen?" she questioned. "Well, her team got ambushed by another and were killed, then they chased after her until Brutus interfered and killed them." Naruto explained briefly, earning a raised eyebrow from at the mention of the giant bear that the blonde had named. "After I saved her from becoming a snack, we talked. So what now?" "Well, she doesn't want to return to her home village, mostly due to the fact that she had finally found another Uzumaki, but also because the leader of her village plans to use her for breeding after she returns." Sakura narrowed her eyes dangerously upon hearing this. "So, once this phase of the exams are over, I am going to make a blood clone of her, kill it and send that back to her village. And she gets a new lease on life, so to speak." "Exactly. Does she have any other family?" Sakura ventured hesitantly. "Sisters? Brothers? Parents?" "I don't think so." Naruto sighed sadly. "From what she told me, her mother died due to her village leader's abuse of her healing capabilities." This earned a questioning look from the. "Both her and her mother have a unique ability to heal those who bite them," the blonde explained. "An ability that the village leader abused to the extent that her mother died of chakra exhaustion." Sakura said nothing in response, instead opting to merely nod in acknowledgement. "I had my dark clone take her to the estate," Naruto continued. "Introduced her to Haku-chan, Izumi-chan, and Yakumo-chan, who should have gotten her settled into one of the guest rooms until I can make the blood clone. She should be in good hands then." Sakura commented, knowing just how warm and welcoming Haku could be. Especially towards new people. It was one of the main reasons she had been openly welcomed by the hospital staff. "So, what happened here?" Naruto inquired as he eyed the shivering form of Sasuke, who was clearly in a feverish state. "We were attacked by Orochimaru," Sakura stated bluntly, causing Naruto to visibly stiffen upon hearing the name. He was disguised as a strange kunoichi that snuck up behind Anko-chan when she was taunting Kiba. She went on to explain how she had engaged a snake summon that had been sent to attack her and keep her away, while Sasuke had squared off against the kunoichi, though at the time neither were aware of their attacker's true identity. Even explaining how Orochimaru had attempted to place the curse seal on her, but had failed due to the use of her dark clone, but had surmised that he had marked Sasuke. "If Orochimaru is here in the forest then that means." "Shit, Anko-chan." The blonde explained, feeling a sense of urgency to get to his first mate. "Stay here, Sakura-chan." That was all that was said before Naruto disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a startled and bewildered pink-haired Anko. A few moments earlier, Anko raced through the branches, easily avoiding various obstacles that littered her pathway in the forms of the various wildlife and foliage that occupied her favorite playground. Gritting her teeth as she noted the sun beginning to dip below the horizon, creating an illusion of the treeline being on fire. "Shit, it's already dusk." Anko mentally cursed. "I have to find him soon, the darker it gets the more of an advantage he will have and the worse the situation will become." In the distance behind her, she could faintly feel the chakra signatures of the requested Anbu teams, though by how faint they were, she estimated it would take them nearly a half hour to catch up to her, if not longer, depending on if any of the wildlife or even the participants were feeling brave or foolish enough to attack them. But why? The snake mistress narrowed her eyes. Why did he choose to show up now, of all times? What's he playing at? These were the questions more prevalent in the former Snake Sanin's apprentice's mind. While she loathed and despised the man with every fiber of her being, she knew that Orochimaru never did anything without a reason. Every action he did was always thought out and planned meticulously in excruciating detail. Not that it matters. Anko thought with a bloodthirsty grin. You have been a dark stain on my life for too long, and once I find you, I will end you. Anko cleared a large gap between branches before landing gracefully on a single extended branch before coming to a stop to catch her breath. A cruel smirk spread across her face. And if I can't manage that, at least I will slow you down enough until the Anbu teams arrive. It's been a while, hasn't it, sensei? Anko spoke to seemingly no one, though the word sensei was dripping with venom. Kukuku, very impressive Anko-chan. The Snake Sanin chuckled as he emerged from the tree slightly behind the young snake mistress. However, he quickly frowned as he noticed that she was not reacting to the prototype curse seal he had marked her with before he abandoned her. In the blink of an eye, Anko had fired a volley of kunai towards the tree, while Orochimaru shot out his abnormally long tongue in a bid to capture his former apprentice unaware. Smirking some as he captured her wrist, though he had underestimated her strength as she twisted her hand and gripped a slimy muscle and yanked him out of the tree, much to his surprise. I got you now. She exclaimed as she summoned forth her snakes that were hidden within seals on the inside of her jacket sleeve, each clamping onto the Snake Sanin's tongue, injecting a lethal dose of venom. However, Orochimaru wasn't out of tricks himself as he twisted his body and used the momentum Anko had given him to his advantage as he shrugged off the pain from the snake bites. Once he was close enough to the woman, he kicked off the branch to give his body even more speed as he crashed into the unsuspecting snake mistress, sending the two of them tumbling towards the ground, each landing with a heavy thud and a groan of pain. Slowly, Anko pushed herself off the ground and prepared to launch a renewed attack on the snake bastard, only to find the body she had fallen with melting into mud, prompting her to silently curse under her breath for falling for such a simple deception. I must say, I am getting the impression that you're not happy to see me, my dearest Anko-chan. Orochimaru mocked the tree branch he was laying in a relaxed and mocking manner above the snake mistress. Why? Anko seethed, glaring up at him. Why are you here now? What is it? An assassination attempt on the old man? As tempting as it would be, I simply lack the hubris and proper number of subordinates to attempt anything of that magnitude. The Snake Sanin explained in a condescending manner. No. My targets are shinobi of the village who display extraordinary abilities. In fact, I just left my mark on two very promising candidates as a parting gift. You monster. Anko growled out. You've only condemned them to a slow and agonizing death. True, there is a 9 out of 10 chance that they will die. Orochimaru shrugged, showing that he didn't care if they died. But just the same, they may survive. Just like you did, my dearest Anko-chan. And I bet the thought of them becoming your little toys gets you off, doesn't it, Pitomaru? Anko bit back sarcastically. Oh my, are you jealous of Anko-chan? The snake taunted from his branch. Still angry that I used and abandoned you? This caused Anko to elicit a small growl in the back of her throat, showing that she was clearly not happy with the memory of trusting this man, only to be used and discarded and left to carry the burden of his betrayal on her own. Though I must say, these two seem quite exceptional, unlike you. He continued. Not only is Sasuke-kun part of the esteemed Uchiha clan, his infamous Sharingan will be a boon to my force. He could even be the perfect vessel to succeed me. Hearing the name of the egotistical teen that made up the third member of her mate and sister wives' team, Anko felt a wave of coldness washing over her as she realized just who the other victim was that the snake bastard had marked. Then there is his teammate, the beautiful Sakura-chan. Orochimaru confirmed Anko's fear. I dare say she put up more of a fight than Sasuke-kun did. Evening brutally killing my poor snake summon. I foresee interesting times, assuming they both survive. Anko clenched her fist as the rage began to build up inside her. Gritting her teeth, she glared at her former sensei. Unaware that her eyes had gained a pair of slit pupils. Her canine teeth extended just as her fingertips became more claw-like, giving the snake mistress a truly fearsome appearance. That bastard. Anko seethed internally. How dare he target my family? My pack. Now my dearest Anko-chan. Don't get any clever ideas about trying to end the exams prematurely. Orochimaru spoke as he stood up, prepared to leave. I plan to savor this. As we speak, 3 of my proteges have taken the place of 3 of your own. If something were to happen to rob me of my enjoyment. He paused, casting a mocking grin towards the snake mistress. I would be most displeased. You son of a bitch. Anko exploded with rage just as Orochimaru was about to leave, shooting up from her position on the forest floor with a surprising amount of force as he kicked up a massive cloud of dust and debris in her wake, catching the Snake Sanin by surprise. Faster than he could anticipate, a feral-looking Anko was on top of him, delivering a flurry of blows that he had been unprepared for. The first went for a kill shot as she slashed her clawed hands towards his throat, cutting deeply. It was only due to years of experience that he avoided suffering such a lethal blow, missing the jugular by mere millimeters. The second, however, would leave more lasting damage as she swiped in a diagonal fashion, digging her claw-like fingernails deep within the snake Sanin's face, effectively removing his left eye. However, Anko was not finished as she followed up with a devastating roundhouse kick to Orochimaru's chest, sending him flying back into a tree on the far side of the clearing they were in. Blood and spit erupting from his mouth due to the impact. Coo. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle, shaking off the injuries he had sustained as he ignored the blood that now soaked the front of his chest, though there was an undertone of unbridled fury at the loss of his eye. How peculiar that you have the same transformation technique that Sakura-chan does. Anko merely growled in response from her crouched position, both arms hanging loosely before her in a crossed position, ready to defend her attack in a split second. Her feral purple and black hair flowing wildly in the wind, having broken loose from its hair ties some time ago. Her head hanging low, allowing for the snake to just barely make out the darkened whisker marks under her eyes, which each eye sported slit pupils, almost as if they were from a cat or perhaps a fox even. If I were to speculate, I would venture that such a transformation is due to a common catalyst that the two of you share, Anko-chan. He surmised, grinning madly at his recent discovery. Perhaps I should seek out Naruto-kun, he should be a most interesting test subject. Similar to Sakura's reaction, Anko exploded from her stance once more at the veiled threat to her alpha and mate, intending to fully remove this threat. However, she was unprepared when Orochimaru shot out his neck and seemingly regurgitated his fabled Kusanagi blade, impaling the snake mistress in the chest, stopping her in her tracks as a massive amount of blood erupted from her mouth, running down her front. Retracting the blade, Orochimaru grinned as he approached the downed form of his one-time apprentice. Reaching down, he grabbed her by the hair to force her to stand up as more blood spurt from the open wound in her chest. My, still alive despite being stabbed in the heart. The pale man grinned, looking over the bloodied form of Anko. But I fear you won't last much longer, the poison on my Kusanagi is quite potent and unfortunately for you, there is no antidote for it. As fun as this little reunion has been, my dearest Anko-chan, I really must go. With one last grin, Orochimaru pushed the limp form of Anko off the tree branch, sending her to the ground below before leaping away. Not even watching to see where she landed. If he had, he would have noticed a shadow open up beneath a tree branch and capture her. The void, Naruto could only look on helplessly as he gazed over the bloody and unresponsive form of his first mate. Placing his hand firmly on her chest to stop the bleeding as best he could, channeling what chakra he could into the wound to seal it up. Anko-chan. He whispered, placing his face near hers as tears began to stream from his eyes as he freehand caressed the side of her face in a loving manner. Still no response. Come on Hibihime, don't leave me. He cried, touching her forehead with his own. We promised each other we would stay together forever. Still nothing. Anko-chan? He questioned as he felt her skin becoming colder and her breath becoming more shallow. Anko-chan. Chapter 35. Why? Why did he do it? A young purple-haired girl sobbed as she rocked back and forth on the balls of her bare feet, holding her knees to her chest within the cramped cage she had been left in by the man she had trusted. Tears falling freely from her eyes as sobs racked her small 8-year-old frame. A curse mark, fresh on the base of her neck. 2 years ago, her sensei, a man she considered her mentor and idol, had abruptly arrived at her apartment in the middle of the night with an urgent mission that required them to leave the village immediately for an extended period of time. With literally just the clothes on her back, not even allowing her time to leave a note for her friends of where she had gone. For the next year and a half, things had progressed as normal. The duo would travel around the elemental nations, partaking in various missions and requests from the places they had visited, all the while Orochimaru instructed her in his arts, allowing her to sign his snake summoning contract, which had excited the young girl to no end when she had summoned her first snake. Along the way, the duo picked up other outcasts that had been shunned by their home village and even in some extreme cases, by their own families. Either due to abnormalities, deformities, lack of a clan bloodline, or strictly being neglected by their own family in favor of a more prodigal sibling. But each contained hidden potential that was overlooked by those around them, potential that Orochimaru had seen. All ranging between 10 years old to 17, making the snake apprentice the youngest of the motley group. As they traveled together, the group of misfits would train together, and during their down times when Orochimaru would disappear to take care of various things, they would talk, joke, and spar with one another. Almost as if they were a large family of misfits. The unwanted that everyone had cast aside. However, it was not to be. 6 months ago, Orochimaru had decided to have them settle for a while in Yumi no Kuni. At first, everything was normal for the group. Orochimaru would instruct them as a whole and work on each of their strengths whilst shoring up their shortcomings. Until about 3 months ago. It started out slowly, but one by one they could go missing in the middle of the night. When Anko would question her sensei, he would simply smile and give a short answer that they had merely grown restless and had decided to move on by themselves. It was only a month later that young Anko had learned the horrible truth when her sensei had forced her to observe his experimentation on one of the outcasts that had traveled with them. A young boy, only 2 years older than herself, was strapped to a surgical table, writhing in agony from the experimental curse mark that Orochimaru had just placed upon the boy. All the while, the snake Sannin had barked orders in an uncaring manner at his apprentice to take notes of how the mark was affecting its victim. It only got worse after that, as Orochimaru would force his young apprentice to watch him mark his next victim, all the while they would be looking at her with pleading eyes to save them, though she was powerless to do so. In the end, it was the same result each time. After hours of unimaginable agonizing pain, the curse mark victim would die, until finally, it was her turn. The man that had been her sensei, her mentor, even her father figure had turned on her. Marking her with his latest attempt at perfecting his curse seal, bringing her untold agony as she writhed around on the floor as pain flooded her system. All the while, Orochimaru would observe the results with cold, uncaring eyes until she passed out from the pain. When she had awoken, she was locked inside a steel cage, like some animal, with Orochimaru nowhere in sight. Out of 10 test subjects, she was the only one to survive and bear the mark that would carry the weight of the twisted Sannin sins. "I got one." A voice echoed through the building, prompting the purple-haired girl to look up and scurry to the back of the cage in fear as she was greeted by the sight of a porcelain mask of a Konoha Anbu. Quickly, 4 other Anbu appeared. Each with varying animal masks to signify their code names. "Well, if it isn't the bastard's little snake bitch." One of the Anbu growled as he glowered at the young girl. "Should just take care of you here and leave your corpse to rot as payment for the inhumane shit that bastard of a sensei of yours did to my brother." While the masked Anbu said this, he produced a kunai for his pouch, holding it in a reverse grip position as he stalked closer to the caged girl. "Stand down, Usagi." A commanding voice barked as another Anbu entered Anko's line of sight, the squad leader by the looks of it, as made evident as the Usagi masked Anbu stiffened at the man's voice and had immediately backed away from the cage. "Our orders are to secure any and all evidence against Orochimaru for his treasonous actions. With all due respect, Captain Ryu." The Usagi masked Anbu began, looking to his commanding officer. "This bitch here is that bastard's apprentice, which makes her the witness." The Ryu masked Anbu interrupted. "Old man Gauken will determine if she is an accomplice or a victim. Now, secure the area." Usagi stood there for a handful of seconds, silently glaring at the purple-haired girl in the cage, before stiffly turning his back to her and walking off to carry out the orders he had been given by his commanding officer. "Nico?" Ryu called out, prompting a short Anbu with a cat mask to come forth, looking to be only 2 years older than Anko herself with shoulder-length purple hair. "Hi, Captain." The Nico masked Anbu replied, awaiting her orders. "I am placing Anko-san in your care. See to it that she is fit to travel." The man instructed the young Anbu. "We leave for Konoha at first light tomorrow morning." "Hi." Nico replied, confirming her orders before moving to the cage to carry them out. Working quickly to pick the lock that had been placed there by the snake bastard when he had abandoned the girl to her fate, feeling she had served her usefulness. Naturally, this caused a terrified Anko to scurry back further into the cage, colliding with the far wall. "Relax, Anko-san." Nico spoke softly as she opened the cage door, kneeling down at the exit. "I am not going to hurt you." To emphasize her statement, the young Anbu held out her hand towards the frightened girl in a kind and friendly gesture. A handful of seconds passed between the two as the young girl eyed the Anbu's hand apprehensively. Nearly a full 2 minutes had passed between the two, with the traumatized girl only staring at the offered hand of the young Anbu, prompting Nico to frown slightly. It was clear the young was traumatized and apprehensive of new people, no doubt due to being betrayed by the one person she had put all of her trust into. Not to mention, Usagi's aggressive behavior and hate-filled words didn't exactly help ease the girl's minced. Taking a moment to look around, she ensured that none of the other Anbu members were looking her way before she brought her hand up to her mask and slid it aside, giving young Anko a clear view of her face as she offered a kind smile. Once more, Nico held out her hand in a friendly manner. After all, a friendly face is more inviting than an emotionless mask. Seconds passed as the traumatized girl looked between the now unmasked Anbu and her offered hand. Tentatively, the purple-haired child reached out and accepted the young Anbu's hand, allowing herself to be pulled into a comforting hug. "It's alright," Yugao whispered into the little girl's ear, allowing her to finally break down and clasp onto the young Anbu with all her might as Anko sobbed into the crook of her neck. The two stayed like this for a handful more seconds before Yugao replaced her mask and gently led Anko out of the room, all the while ignoring the glare Usagi was sending the duo's way. As soon as the two younger women had left the room, Usagi had quickly made his way over towards the Anbu commander, whom was located at the other end of the room, rummaging through various papers and scrolls the traitorous snake had left behind in his haste to vacate the country. You know, she revealed her face to that thing. Usagi hissed out in a jealous bid to make the young Nico Anbu appear to be incompetent and unfit to watch over the traitorous bitch. Perhaps even leaving the traumatized girl even more vulnerable. If he couldn't get at the snake bastard that rendered his brother a vegetable, he could at least make his little bitch pay in his place. The girl needed to see a friendly face. The Anbu commander replied evenly, casting his eyes towards the rabbit-masked Anbu before him. The man wasn't stupid, nor was he blind to what the Anbu before him was attempting to do. With all due respect, Commander. Usagi growled behind his mask. That bitch should be dragged back to Konoha in chains and publicly executed, not be coddled, but some snot-nosed girl that doesn't even deserve her mask. Nico has earned her mask, just as every other Anbu has. Ryu stated, narrowing his eyes at the Anbu before him. As for the girl, you are to stay clear of Nico and her charge. You are letting your emotions dictate your actions, not facts or evidence, which is very unbecoming of an Anbu. Am I understood? Usagi merely glared back at the Anbu commander, grinding his teeth behind his mask in frustration before nodding in acknowledgement. Be warned, Usagi, the commander continued. Should you disobey my orders, I will personally see to it that you are stripped of your rank and have your chakra sealed for insubordination, are we clear? Giving one last nod, albeit a little slower, the Usagi masked Anbu left to carry out his duties. The very clear threat echoing in his mind. Konoha, 3 days later, the burly elderly man flipped through the file he had just received about the purple-haired girl that sat across the table from him, her knees held closely to her chest as her eyes, seemingly dead inside with no light, stared at the cold concrete floor. Reaching up, he stroked his long white beard as he read over the file, a scowl etched across his aging face. His dark brown eyes casually flickering between the document and the girl. This was Gauken Salto, otherwise known as the Mind Flayer, due to the elder man's reputation of being able to see through the lies, or if someone was hiding something with a mere glance. With a soft grunt, he continued to read her file. Name Anko Mitarashi, age 8, height 124 centimeters, weight 17.2 kilograms, blood type A, affiliation Konohagakure no Seido, shinobi registration number 011226, rank status Genin Kunoichi, former apprentice of Orochimaru of the Sannin. Description: when brought in for examination, Anko Mitarashi was severely malnourished. Her body also showed signs of constant experimentation performed on her, without her consent. Due to the indication of abrasions along her wrist, neck, and ankles. Indicating that she had been secured and struggled against her bindings while these experiments were carried out. No evidence of sexual-related abuse found. From Inoichi's mental evaluation, Mitarashi has become mentally withdrawn and will shy away from anyone's touch, with the exception of Anbu Nico, who was tasked to look after Mitarashi after she had been discovered locked in a cage in Yumi no Kuni. Currently, Nico seems to be the only individual that Mitarashi will willingly allow to engage in physical contact with. Currently, it is unknown just how deep Mitarashi's mental scars are. After a thorough medical and mental evaluation, coupled with the evidence retrieved from the abandoned base in Yumi no Kuni, it is my belief that Anko Mitarashi is innocent of all wrongdoings and is another unfortunate victim of Orochimaru's manipulation and betrayal. Signed, Anbu Commander Ryu, Anko Mitarashi. The deep voice of the large elderly man boomed, prompting the girl to stiffen before she cast her eyes upwards to the bald man. I have just read the report delivered by Anbu Commander Ryu. He paused, allowing for the tension to build, seeing if she would crack under the pressure and reveal something that the Anbu teams had overlooked. Well, cruel to do this to a child who had already suffered so much. As head of the torture and interrogation division of Konoha, Gauken had to ensure that no stone was left unturned. His eyes softened slightly as he saw her demeanor remain unchanged, indicating that she had nothing to hide. Though he surmised that she was no doubt afraid of being found guilty of crimes that were not her own. After reviewing your evaluation, combined with the evidence discovered in Yumi no Kuni, Commander Ryu has determined that you were an unfortunate victim to Orochimaru's machinations. Gauken stated, letting the folder fall to the table. And I am inclined to agree with his report. Hearing this, young Anko couldn't help but look up at the man in pure shock. With the way the Anbu known as Usagi had looked at her, and the words he said, coupled with the glares and comments made by random civilians they had passed when they had returned to Konoha, she had all but resigned herself to pay for the sins that the bastard had committed. However, I will not lie to you. The elder man sighed, bringing his large hand up to rub his bald head. Despite being innocent, there are still those that will disregard that verdict and still blame you for what he did. Anko frowned at this, but nodded in acknowledgement. She had already seen the glares and heard the whispering from not only the civilians they had passed, but also a handful of shinobi as well. Which is why Anbu Nico has offered to allow you to move into her apartment. Gauken smiled. both for your own protection and to allow you time to reacclimate yourself. As if on cue, the door to the interrogation room opened, revealing the young cat mask Anbu member that was just mentioned mere seconds ago. Right on time, Nico. Gauken stated as he stood to his full height, towered over the two girls. Anko-san, you are free to go. Nico, you are allowed to use any means you deem necessary to keep both Anko-san and yourself safe. Understood, Gauken-sama. Nico bowed before turning back towards the young purple-haired Kunoichi. Silently, she extended a friendly hand towards her newfound friend. As the two departed, the elderly man couldn't help but frown. Knowing full well that despite being found innocent, the poor girl would still have to bear the burden of her now former sensei's sins. Letting out a sigh, the man turned around and re-entered the interrogation room. Waiting for his next victim. Anko, age -12. It had been 4 years since Anko was brought back to Konoha after her bastard of a sensei's betrayal. True to Gauken's words, many of the villagers, both civilian and shinobi alike, blamed her for Orochimaru's actions. More than a few had been stupid enough to attempt their own perverted sense of justice when they attempted to break into Nico's apartment to make the traitor's bitch pay for her crimes against them, only to be met by the edge of Nico's blade. 6 months after returning to the village, Hiruzen had placed her in a genin team that comprised Kurana Yuhi, an up-and-coming prodigy, and Hana Inyazuka, the eldest child of Tsume, and next in line to be the Inyazuka clan head after her mother. At first, Anko had been apprehensive of being placed on a team, fear evident in her eyes, despite how hard she tried to hide it behind her developing mask of being flirty and boastful. Fear that her new teammates would look at her and treat her the same as the rest of the village had done so far. However, her outlook had shifted when she saw who the Jonin sensei was for this all-Kunoichi team. Yugao Yazuki, otherwise known to Anko as Anbu Nico, had temporarily resigned from her Anbu position to train this all-Kunoichi team. Partially to ease Anko back into the active roster of the shinobi forces and partially to help her younger sister-like figure to gain new friendships. Another reason, of course, was the primary cause as to why this particular team was lacking a third member and a Jonin sensei to begin with. It seemed that the sole male genin of the team had been extremely possessive over both Kunoichi and had all but claimed that they were both his and that they had no say in the matter. Which was further compounded by the fact that the disgraced former Jonin sensei over the team had encouraged the boy's behavior. This of course had earned both males a savage beatdown at the hands of an enraged Tsume Inyazuka, leaving both a bloody mess and barely alive. Currently, both were in intensive care due to the severity of their injuries, with a prison cell awaiting their recovery. Fortunately, with a little push from Yugao, the four Kunoichi bonded quickly and formed a near sister-like connection to one another. Something the budding snake mistress needed desperately. As the team bonded and performed missions together, their reputation of being an efficient and deadly team grew with various shinobi and Kunoichi from other villages, calling them Shai no Tenshi, the Angels of Death. The girls had also gained a second nickname within Konoha itself, the Four Ice Queens. Due to the girls' reputation of turning down practically any male, and sometimes even females, that approached them. Sometimes in brutal fashion, for those that didn't take no as an answer. Of the four, Anko had it the worst, as many had approached her under the assumption that she would be so desperate for acceptance that she would easily climb into bed with them. Of course, when she rejected them, oftentimes in brutal fashion, they would hurl insults at her. Bitch, whore, slut, snake whore and more. All to further sully her already stained reputation. While she never showed it, hiding behind her emotional mask, their insults stung. However, with the help of her sister-like figures, she pushed through it. Another positive event that had happened over the past 4 years was when Anko was informed via Purple and Red Snake Summon that Manda and those aligned with him and Orochimaru had been exiled from the Snake Clan, making Anko the sole true Snake Summoner. Something the Snake Mistress took great pleasure in, knowing that it had to sting both Manda and Orochimaru's pride to be cast out like that, forcing them to create a weaker summoning contract, which also cut off the disgraced snake from learning the Snake Sage mode. The day, however, was a bittersweet day for the budding Snake Mistress of Konoha. Not even 24 hours ago, her team had dominated the Chunin exams, earning all 3 members their promotion to the rank of Chunin. Of course, there had been some pushback from the elders and civilian council about Anko's promotion, citing some bullshit that it was too early and that she could still be a spy for Orochimaru, but Hiruzen had stood firm and granted her promotion. While she was happy that she had finally earned some recognition within the village, aside from being the former apprentice of a traitor, it also meant the end of her team. Yugao would be returning to Anbu, having been offered the position of Anbu commander due to her impressive record and leadership skills. Kurenai had aspirations of becoming a Jonin sensei for a team and passing on her knowledge of Jinjutsu. Hana was content with her current rank and simply wanted to run the veterinary clinic for her clan. While Anko herself was offered an apprenticeship under Ibiki Marino, the newly appointed head of the torture and interrogation division. So, with a promise to always be there for one another, each went their separate ways. Anko, age 14. The grinning Anko casually made her way down the road as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the village in a fiery orange light as she munched on what was left of her dango stick. The reason she was grinning was simply due to the fact that not only had she just broken Ibiki's record in getting someone to crack, but she had also been given a field promotion to Takubetsu Jonin. Stopping for a moment, she looked down at her current attire and frowned slightly. In the past 6 years since she had been brought back to Konoha, she hadn't done anything to change her look. She still wore her hair up in her typical pineapple ponytail and still wore the same burgundy t-shirt and khaki shorts. While her hairstyle suited her, since she honestly couldn't imagine her wearing it in any other style, her outfit had to go. She needed something that screamed sexy and dangerous. A trench coat like Ibiki wore would give her an intimidating appearance, as well as a means to hide various weapons and other means of attack. Perhaps a full body chain mesh to give her that sexy appeal. However, her musing of what her future outfit would consist of was cut short as a commotion off to the left over her caught her attention. Looking over, she saw what appeared to be an 8-year-old blonde boy running from a mob of drunks, and from the looks of it, some shinobi as well. Scowling at the sight, Anko jumped to the roofs and gave chase. As she pursued the mob, she watched as one of the mob members pulled ahead of the group, clearly a shinobi of Chunin rank at least. Cursing as she saw the blonde kid turn down an alleyway she knew was a dead end. They're pretty fast for a demon brat. She overheard the Chunin say as she came to a stop at the edge of the building overlooking the alleyway. Yeah well, when you have morons constantly trying to kill you, you learn to move fast. Was the blonde's response, prompting the snake mistress to crack a grin at the kid's attitude. By now, the rest of the mob had caught up with the duo. All showing to be breathing heavily, clearly unhappy about the impromptu cardio exercise that was forced upon them. Well, you won't have to worry about that anymore. The Chunin stated, producing a kunai from his pouch and twirling it between his fingers, hoping to intimidate the 8-year-old. Because you won't survive after tonight. Silently, Anko summoned a single snake and wordlessly ordered it to slither down the drainage pipe to her right as she took out her own kunai. Her eyes narrowed at the Chunin, watching as the man's muscles tensed, indicating he was about to throw his weapon. It had happened in the blink of an eye, the Chunin had launched his kunai towards the blonde kid and Anko had let her own fly instantly, knocking the first out of the air. Knowing she had revealed herself, the snake mistress jumped down from the roof and landed in between the mob of villagers and the kid. You lot are pretty brave when teaming up against a kid. Anko commented in a condescending tone, twirling a kunai in her fingers as her eyes flickered over the mob gathered in front of her. No surprise the snake whore would defend the demon brat. Chunin spat as he glared at the 14-year-old Kunoichi in front of him. Hearing the standard insult hurled at her, Anko's expression morphed into a scowl before turning into a sinister grin as she saw the snake she had summoned earlier had reached its destination. Twitching her finger ever so slightly, she commanded the snake to attack. Without warning, the snake struck, sinking its fangs deep into the Chunin's calf. Injecting a lethal amount of venom as it did so. Screaming out in pain, the man kicked the snake away before turning back to the woman before him. In a last-ditch effort in killing not only the disgraced snake whore, but the demon brat as well, he launched one final kunai with an explosive tag attached to it. Seeing the explosive tag burning, Anko cursed loudly and turned, lunging towards the blonde-haired boy, covering him just as the explosion went off, sending massive amounts of shrapnel and other debris all over the alleyway. Grunting as she felt multiple impacts along her back, followed by a cold feeling, indicating that she had been critically injured by the shrapnel. Groaning slightly, she willed herself up, only to look up just as the wall they were next to fell over, burying the two of them under it. And the blackness. An unknown amount of time had passed before she slowly returned to the world of consciousness, warmth returning to her body. Slowly, she tried to push herself up off the ground, prompting her newly acquired companion to scurry over to her side, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Are you okay? The blonde asked with genuine concern. The hell happened? She asked, trying to shake off the disorientating feeling in her head. You saved me from the mob that was trying to kill me. He answered. Why did you risk yourself to save me? Because you needed help. She shrugged. In truth, she was well aware of who or rather, what the boy was. It was rather hard not to know how the civilians and even some of the shinobi would talk about the boy. Though she never did learn his name. It was either demon brat or fox brat or sometimes just plain old demon. Seriously, the villagers here really needed to expand their vocabulary when it came to insults and names. However, she noticed one crucial fact that was starting to eat away at the back of her mind. She remembered the kunai being thrown, the explosive tag going off, and her jumping to cover the boy, the impacts on her back and then, blackness. Even if her injuries were superficial, she should be feeling some sort of soreness. Instead, she felt perfectly fine. Even better than fine. She also noticed that she seemed a bit more sensitive to her surroundings. What happened to me? She asked, looking in the direction the boy's voice had come from due to the fading light obscuring her vision. only barely able to make out his silhouette as the scattered moonlight filtered through the cracks in the rubble before disappearing again behind a cloud. "You were badly hurt." The blonde sighed heavily. "In order to save you, I had to do something, and I hope you won't be too upset." Anko frowned at this, she could hear the remorse in his voice. Whatever he had to do, he felt guilty about it. Your injuries were life-threatening. He continued, no doubt taking her lack of response as a sign to continue. "In order to save your life, I had to mark you." "Mark me?" She nearly growled out. "Yes." The boy sighed, swallowing thickly. "Truth is, the villagers are right, I am a demon. Or at least a half-demon, thanks to their attack on me 2 years ago. So in order to save your life, I had to mark you as a mate." Anko couldn't believe what she was hearing. She had a mark on her. Another damn mark, and this time given to her by a kid no less. "Sorry, potential mate. This stuff is still pretty new to me." He quickly spoke with a nervous chuckle, prompting the snake mistress to narrow her eyes slightly since it seemed like someone was talking to the kid that only he could hear. "Great." She sighed, leaning back slightly in reluctant acceptance. "Another mark. I may as well just start collecting them since I seem to attract them." "You only have one," the blonde informed her. "What do you mean by only one?" she questioned, looking in his direction once more. "I got marked by that snake bastard 6 years ago. My mark overpowered him and destroyed it." He explained as the moon shone through the cracks once more, completely illuminating the area. For her part, she was taken back by how handsome the boy looked, despite being a good 6 years younger than her. His blue eyes seemed to glow in the darkness, giving off a sense of intimidation, as well as a sense of comfort at the same time. Even more so, she was shocked that she had finally been freed from the snake bastard by this boy. Slowly reaching up, she trailed her fingers across where the curse mark once was, only to find nothing. No lumps, scarring or anything to show that it was there. She did, however, feel a slight rise in her skin where her new mark was. Though she couldn't quite make out the design as she traced her fingers around it, making a mental note to take a look at it in a mirror as soon as she could. "Don't worry, it should disappear in a week or so." The blonde continued. "The only way it would stay is if you were to mark me to accept it in this, agreeing to be my mate for life." "And just how would I mark you?" she inquired with a slight grin as the clouds covered the moon once more, delving the two into darkness once more. Having had a chance to get a good look at him up close, she could see that he was rather cute and that he would turn out to be handsome as he grew more. Not to mention, while in an unorthodox way, he had freed her from the last hold Orochimaru had on her. But above all, his primary concern was to save her life. Perhaps he was the one. "Same way I marked you," he replied with a small shrug, unaware of the snake mistress's thoughts. "You would have to bite my shoulder and inject your chakra into me so that they mix and form a bond. However, doing this will also change you into as well." Without giving the blonde time to react, Anko moved forward and grabbed the young boy. Sinking her teeth into his left shoulder, drawing blood. Channeling her chakra through her teeth and pushing it into his body. Grunting as she felt him clamp down on her own neck before feeling the foreign chakra enter her body, bring forth a sense of euphoria. Once she was done, Anko sat back and wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. Giving it a timid lick from her fingers and noted how sweet it tasted. However, as she did so, she forgot one crucial detail about what she had just done. "So what's your name?" she asked, embarrassed. "Shouldn't we have established that before we mated for life?" Her now mate queried a brow, followed by a small chuckle. "Anyways, I am Naruto Uzumaki, resident demon brat. The sexy and no longer single, Anko Mitarashi." Anko introduced herself, feeling a sense of contentment and warmth simply by being near him. "Nice to meet you." He smiled. The smile she would come to cherish in the years to come. The void. Anko let out a gasp of air as she shot up in a sitting position, breathing heavily as she eagerly sucked in as much oxygen as she could into her lungs. Bringing her hands up and covering her sweaty face, rubbing along her hairline before letting her hands drop to her chest area, patting herself down. She was able to find the hole in her mesh coverings from the bastard's sword but couldn't find the wound it had inflicted. "How?" she whispered as she continued to assess her body for any injuries she knew she had sustained in her fight against her former sensei. Only to come up empty-handed. It was then she noticed she was no longer in the forest of death, but rather a bizarre place she couldn't recognize. Instead of massive trees, she was met with a skyline of floating islands of various sizes, drifting in front of her. Some of the larger chunks having the remnants of what appeared to be buildings on them, falling apart. The closer she looked at the various destroyed or simply unfinished buildings, the more she realized they looked like they were part of Konoha. If the village was suddenly destroyed and then frozen in time, floating endlessly in whatever abyss she was now located in. "Where the fuck am I?" the snake mistress inquired out loud. "You're in the void," came a regal feminine voice from behind her, prompting Anko to spin around, her eyes widening as she identified who the voice belonged to. "Dashin-sama." The snake mistress voiced as she peered at the back of the crouched form of the goddess of blood and carnage that she worshipped. Her beautiful silver hair cascading down her back. What are? The words died in her mouth as her eyes landed on the prone figure that Jashin was kneeling next to. His long flowing coat that held a unique sheen to it splayed out on the ground. His face, that she adored staring at, was covered in sweat and deathly pale. His trembling lips a horrible shade of blue. His hands clenched together tightly above his chest, shivering violently, as if he were trying to wrestle some invisible beast. No. She breathed out, quickly scurrying over to the other side of her fallen lover and mate, directly across from where Jashin currently was. No, 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 no. He took the poison into himself. Jashin informed the snake mistress, her tone betraying nothing. To save you. Tentatively, she reached up and caressed his cheek, noting how cold it felt to her skin. However, as she did so, she came to a crushing realization that painted her very soul. This was her fault. If she hadn't foolishly tried to fight Orochimaru on her own, then he wouldn't be in the condition he was in currently. No doubt, he would already be at the center tower with his team and Sakura-chan. You're alright, I'm glad. A weak voice croaked, prompting the snake mistress to cast her eyes on her mate's face. Tears formed in her eyes as she gazed into his frail blue eyes. She didn't want to see him like this. Knowing that it was her fault. Don't cry, Hebeheim. Naruto weakly smiled, struggling to bring his hand up to wipe her tears away. It's my fault. She sniffled, closing her eyes as she held his hand close to her face. No, Anko-chan. He shook his head, gently pulling his hand away to let it rest on his chest. I should have pushed harder for you to train in your abilities. If I had, you would have easily humiliated that bastard. SHH, you need to rest, Naruto-kun. Jashin smiled as she placed a slender finger over his lips before weaving her delicate fingers over his face with her free hand, prompting him to fall asleep. Her crimson eyes then cast their sight on the distressed snake mistress. He is correct, you know. Anko visibly stiffened. Naruto-kun may have freed you from Orochimaru's curse seal, the goddess began, gliding over to the crestfallen Kunoichi. Placing a slender digit under the snake mistress's chin, prompting her to look into her crimson eyes. But you have yet to free yourself. The purple-haired looked at the goddess in confusion, not understanding what she meant. You still bear the scars of what Orochimaru did inside you. Jashin began to explain. There is a part of you that still does not allow you to fully trust anyone, regardless of who it is. Be it Yuga-chan, Ibiki-san, and even Naruto-kun. You allowed them to instruct you in new techniques, but you have never given your full trust in any of them to get close enough to fully teach you. Anko sobbed, feeling extremely vulnerable before the goddess. Mainly because Jashin was correct. She never fully let anyone in after Orochimaru's betrayal. Only accepting brief explanations and scrolls to learn new techniques. She had politely refused when Yugao had offered to teach her, and when Naruto had eagerly offered to guide her through her newly acquired abilities at the time, she always made up some excuse that she didn't have time. All because in the back of her mind, a small voice whispered, "They'll betray you, like he did." And she had listened to it, like a fool. Thinking she was protecting herself from being hurt again. From being betrayed again. Instead, her lover and mate were hurt. All because of her. Casting her eyes to her prone lover, she made a silent vow. Never. Never again will she allow her fear to control her again. You know what you must do, don't you, Anko-chan? Jashin smiled, seeing the resolve begin to flicker to life in the snake mistress's light brown eyes. Earning a nod from the purple-haired Kunoichi as she composed herself and wiped away the tears. Yes, Jashin-sama. Anko finally spoke, holding her head up high with confidence. I need to get rid of the last of my doubt and fear in order to fully free myself. Good. Jashin smiled again. Now, I must send you back, as I have already done with the others. Others? The other girls. The goddess chuckled lightly. Many of which had abandoned their duties to be at the side of their lover in his time of pain and anguish. Wait, what about Naruto-kun? Anko inquired. He will survive. Jashin reassured her. My champion will not perish to some poison, though he will be out of commission for the next few hours, at least. Now, let's send you back so you may carry out your duties and warn your Hokage of Orochimaru's presence within the exams. With a flick of her wrist, the goddess opened a portal to the location not far from where the battle between the Snake Sannin and the Snake Mistress took place, prompting the Kunoichi to travel through it, though not before stealing one last glance at Naruto before she departed. Closing the portal, Jashin turned her attention to her fallen champion. Sacrifice yourself in order to save those precious to you, Naruto-kun. She smiled, kneeling next to him once more. Even at the risk of incurring my wrath, you truly are remarkable. Perhaps I should observe the remainder of these exams in person. Leaning in, she pressed her blood-red lips to his, channeling a bit more of her power into her chosen champion and eventual king when the time would be right. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. Turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.